pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you're not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Mr. Fields circulated last month's draft minutes. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to review those minutes?
We have.
Is there a motion regarding approval?
Second. So moved. Oh, so moved. Sorry. Sorry. Doing too many things at once.
I'll
All right.
second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We've been asked to review NDOT's request to extend a curb moratorium until the conclusion of the Connect Downtown study. Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir. As you know, we have been working diligently at NDOT on the Connect Downtown study. We anticipated that study to be completed by this time. We believe the information that will come from that study will be very important for any changes that you may make going forward on the curb. And so that's the reason we're basically, we're asking just to extend that moratorium until the time that the study is presented and usable.
Could you remind us what the curb moratorium is, please?
Basically, it's a pretty simple thing. What we're asking is that we make no, and again, we're not talking about those issues on the agenda today, but as we're going forward, looking at things we may change in terms of how vehicles would be used, we wouldn't be asking for additional taxi cab stands or any, in other words, how that space between the sidewalks are used between each, from curb to curb. So that's what we're looking for. We think it'd be important. You'll have, as we go forward, you'll have better information once the Connect Downtown study is available.
I think it may affect the allocation of centers as well. The allocation of shared urban mobility devices.
So the request, the moratorium is simply not to make any changes to current
Continue
status.
Continue what you've been doing for the last several months.
Thank you.
Is there a contractual date? I'm hesitant relative to an open-ended. It's been over a year. So this request from NDOT impacts multiple businesses outside of our purview, folks that are requesting things like newspaper stands, valet permits. And I know we only are a part of it, but I'm assuming this request goes out to every board. And I don't personally love the idea of an open-ended study period, particularly when we had a contract with a vendor to finish a document that's now a month late, was promised to us in March, and we don't have it. So I feel some hesitancy saying until the study's finished.
Well, August is at this point, we'd anticipated that it would be concluded by the first quarter. We now believe the final action, as you can see, that they're working on recommendations and costs are actually being done now with some additional engagement. I think they're anticipating the delivery in August now. So if you wanted to take it to the take it through the August commission meeting, and then obviously the September meeting would then be open if there's other things you need to do.
I'll make a motion to pause. I guess to make a motion to extend the curb moratorium for utilization of the curb until the 1st of August, 2023.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is under our consent agenda. We have a number of new OPVH company applications. Mr. Fields?
Before you have several OPVH company applications. There's one on there, Blue Nile. We would like to have it removed, but we'd like to, for your consent agenda, a Brish Limo, A. Labottom Accommodations, Animate Talgu LLC, Arc Limo, Bimnet, Black Limo Service, Five Star Limo Service, Judah Elite, Cash Luxury Limo, Lewis Drivers LLC, Mafi Limo Services, Malik Zaida Transportation Service, Mickey Lima Transportation, Nashville Executive Transportation, NLC, Nova Transportation, Nowlook Transportation, Royal Boss Private Rides LLC, Sammy LLC, SHM Services, 10 Private Rides, and Wayne Transportation, or OPVH companies that have applied. We do have one other application that we'll need to, a little later in the agenda. Those are in order, sir.
Why is Blue Nile being,
Just an administrative issue in the office. We just need, there was some information that was there, and then as we were reviewing it, we decided we needed some additional information to make sure that after we set the agenda, final review before it brings to, we want to make sure everything was in order.
you recommend approval of these 21 new OPVH
Yes, sir.
applications?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve the OPVH applications named by Mr. Fields as a group.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item under the consent agenda is regarding an ownership modification request by Aiden's Transportation to add K. Yasin and Fuad Kurame.
And it's in order. Anytime there's a modification of the ones that you're about to look at, if there are changes, the commission has to accept them.
I'll move that we accept the request.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We've also been asked to recognize some address changes. HB Limo's address change to 9240 Thompson Trail, Antioch 37013, as well as Professional Logistics, their address change to 7201 Rising Fawn Trail, Hermitage 37076, as well as Rising Star Limo's address change to 2760 Murfreesboro Pike, Unit 40, Nashville 37013.
Mr. Fields, is Professional Logistics also a limo service?
Yes, sir.
Just an interesting name for that. Make a motion to approve the address change for HP Limo, Professional Logistics, and Rising Star Limo.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We've also been asked to recognize a name change request by Crosstown Companions to Crosstown Car Services. Ed Limo, their name change to Afson Group LLC, and Jenny the Guide, a name change to Greetings from Tennessee LLC.
Any issues, Mr. Fields?
No, sir.
Make a motion to approve the 3 name changes of the companies previously identified.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Also, we've been asked to recognize a name and address change at the same time for Nash 509 to change their name to Nash 509 Limo Services LLC, and to recognize their new address of 838 Hillwood Boulevard, Nashville, Tennessee 37209.
Make a motion for approval of Nash 509 changes to Nash 509 limo service and their new address at Hillwood Boulevard.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And for the record, that was a second by Mr. Keith Pyle. We also have, under our consent agenda, some company applications by three wrecker towing services. Mr. Fields?
Three companies that have applied, Anytime Towing Recovery, Duhawk Towing, and Pantusa Towing Nashville LLC. Some of them have been in business prior to Nashville, and then as far as we know, left the county, and they've come back to ask for permission to work in Davidson County again.
Have we had issues with any of these as the reason why they left the county?
No, sir.
No.
And I'm not sure they've all left the county. There were just some that had permits in previously, and they may have gone inactive during COVID or whatever. But again, no reports they've operated without permits or without certificate or licenses.
And all the applications are in order?
Yes, ma'am.
I would make a motion that we accept the applications of the three named record towing services.
There was a second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item under the agenda, it's moving on from the consent agenda, is under other passenger vehicles for hire. We've been asked to review the company application again. It's a reapplication by Nashville Bronco Tours.
Nashville Bronco Tours failed to renew on time. And in addition to that, they have, as you will recall, there was a hearing about an additional vehicle. If a company fails to renew on time, then that license, I don't have the authority then to renew it. So it has to just come back to you as a routine. So far, this is the only company that's come back that has not renewed on time. So I anticipate there will be more. We haven't seen them yet. But in this particular case, it needs to be a rehearing, and he's also asked for two vehicles. One of the vehicles, and you have photographs of, is a 2002 Ford E350 yellow, a small bus. So he's present and would address it.
Mr. Field, is this the bus that came before us under special categories?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Beatty. It could be the same bus that has been fully renovated. I know it certainly has it has had some modifications made that were not on the one that we inspected the last time.
Okay, thank you. Could we have him come to the podium, please?
I'm not certain. Is there anyone here representing Nashville Bronco Tours? Big E? Hey, Billy, that's where I saw him a minute ago. Here he comes. Okay.
It is.
Mr. Beatty, that. Here comes the podium.
Oh.
Based upon the agenda, I thought we were going way at the end, so sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Gary Blackburn representing Mr. Beatty and this group. Sorry, we were back there waiting. I thought we were going to be way down on the docket, so I appreciate being called. This is a application for reconsideration based upon an attempt specifically to comply with the needs and instructions of the commission. We had a application made before, and what Mr. Beatty operates is a revised school bus, a short level school bus, 14 passenger school bus. The only issue, as I understand it before, was the fact that it's 15 years old or older. Therefore, it had to fit within other regulations, and it's not enough simply to say this is a reapplication in terms of use. It was required to meet these requirements as to modifications. This is, I believe, under your regulations, a tour vehicle. Tour vehicle means a special purpose passenger vehicle for hire that is used exclusively to transport passenger or specified groups from a point of origin to various points of interest and return them to their same point of origin, and is designed to transport not more than 15 passengers, including the driver. That is a direct, precise description of this operation and this equipment. Now, the exemptions on vehicle age, this is in 6.74.230, vehicle age and mileage limit has an exception. Except for a classic, vintage, or unique passenger vehicle for hire, no vehicle to be operated as a passenger vehicle for hire shall be more than 15 years old. Now, I would suggest to you that the word unique is one of the most misused words in the English language. Unique, as you know, means one of a kind. You cannot be more unique or less unique or fairly unique. You either are unique or you're not. However, we don't need to debate that because the ordinance itself defines the word unique for this purpose. And it says, unique means a passenger vehicle for hire that is custom designed, unusual, and innovative as further set forth in the rules of the commission. Therefore, all that Mr. Beatty wishes to show you very briefly is what he has done to this vehicle to fit within the word unique in this ordinance. The whole purpose of what he has done is to enhance the experience of the customer, but with the specific intent of meeting your rules and this definition of unique. So this bus has, as you can see, has had all of these windows removed, all that structure removed from the side of it. This is not open air in the sense that some of the vehicles you've approved are open air to the top. This one is designed so that these people have much better views and access. Also, with this open windows, they have a much better view of the scenes that are being described in the narration that is undertaken. And as a result of that, they don't have the need to slow as much or to stop because they have better vision. Also, there is a television screen that will be used with the narration that is installed as well. Now, again, we're not talking about the nature of the presentation. We're talking about a modification to an old model former school bus, 14-passenger school bus. Yes, we'll just tell them all we're looking for here. Also, this has all the safety equipment. It's modified by the placement of seat belts, for example, in all of these seats. That is a modification. So this is very brief. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Beatty, if you could show the commission exactly what you've done to this vehicle.
Yeah, he's gonna, got a 4-minute presentation, where you can see everything that Gary's talking about firsthand. I think you'll like it.
Mr. Blackburn, what's the statute ordinance that you were referring to, the definition of a tour vehicle?
It's under definitions under 6.74.010 under definitions.
Thank you. Yes.
Which means, of course, is drawn from the ordinance.
Turn it up some more. We have taken out all the windows, gotten rid of the uprights, made it totally open, both sides, for a very intimate experience with the surroundings. In addition, we've also now got the ability to close it back up with minimal efforts. This is Lexide, unbreakable, very durable, and it's secured with industrial strength Velcro right here, as you see. Now, we're cruising along, having a good day, the weather's nice, next thing you know, it starts to rain. What do? I'll show you what this is. Top that up there. Top that up there. Top that up there. Take this. You got these grooves here, this piece of trim sets the exact width. It's the seat there, nice. And then we secure this at the top with barrel bolts. That, this is this one here. And secure, obviously, we do the other one as well. All right, so now we've been touring with the sides up because the weather was bad. Now it's stopped raining, the sun's out. Look what we do. Oh. Undo your barrel bolts. Drop this thing down. Again, we got the cushions there. They're going to keep a nice surface for us to press up against. Velcro strapping. Hold through there. Through there. And secure. Secure. Yeah, how about that? All right, additionally, modifications. These regardless of the school bus, passenger loading and unloading lights. They've been converted to now be brake and turn signal. Those two sets, and here and here. In addition, we've got spotlights here at the sides. We have removed the stop sign arm that would normally spin out, that is not existent for. Retain the safety feature. This is the original rear emergency exit. We also have one in the ceiling that is still functional. Things on the front that I want to point out: upgrades, modifications, customizations. These two lights here have been converted now to turn signal, and the lights in the middle are now spotlights along with this bar here, which have a switch. We can turn them on and off. So there's cameras on, or lights on the spotlights on the sides as well. And the point being, nobody's going to mistake this for an actual school bus where they have to stop if we stop and things like that. And again, the school bus sign will be covered up. Got lots to talk about on the interior as well. First and foremost, we got this flat screen television here, which we can do a lot of things for educational purposes. There's cameras on the front of the bus that can project the images of what's in the field of view of those cameras onto here. We also have a series of pictures from the past, Nashville then and Nashville now, that we find very educational and interesting to our customers. Additional safety upgrades, we have added seat belts. That is a modification and upgrade customization feature that we find very important. Now, we've got a very, very nice sound system. We've installed all kinds of speakers. We've got all kinds of electronics back here, amplifiers and such. And this is a great sound system. It also acts as our PA for our audio.
Now, Mr. Chairman, there was some discussion about whether it should still have the marking of a school bus. If the commission wished for that to be changed, then we would do that. However, this is being marketed as educational tours. This is not a party bus. There'll be no alcohol served on it. Don't anticipate bridesmaids having any interest in this. So as a result, the idea is to provide an education on a specific tour that they will pay for in advance. So at this point, they thought, frankly, from a marketing standpoint, leaving the school bus markings might be of some use in that regard. But I would respectfully submit that what Mr. Beatty has done is he has listened to the questions that were raised when this was first proposed. He and I have discussed it. I have advised him that the commission was correct in what it said at the time, and he needed to make modifications to meet your rules, and I would respectfully submit that he's done so and that the application should now be approved.
Any questions?
I don't really have a question, but I appreciate the seatbelts. Thank you.
Appreciate, I'm
The
sorry.
seatbelt.
Oh, yes, thank you. I thought that, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Blackburn, I have a question. I'm finding a fine line between the other passenger vehicle for hire application and a sightseeing vehicle that would normally fall under our entertainment transportation. How are you distinguishing the difference here? Because part of the modifications of this bus is to have a video playing as well as what I would say modifying it for sightseeing.
Yes. Well, we looked at this, and I looked at his application, and what I've tried to do is to determine where his operation and this equipment fit within these definitions. As I mentioned, he's not serving alcohol. It's not a party vehicle. But you do have within the ordinance a specific definition of tour vehicle. The tour vehicle, again, is a special purpose passenger vehicle for hire that is used exclusively to transport a passenger or specified group from a point of origin to various points of interest and return them to the same point of origin, and is designed to transport not more than 15 passengers, including the driver. That is an absolute description of what he's proposing to do. This seats 14, not including the driver. He has a pickup point. He doesn't go, it's not like a real school bus would stop along the way. These people hire this tour. There's a specific area they're going to, that is points of interest, and they return to the same point. And I've reading through this ordinance, it struck me that that's the closest definition of what he's doing, and that's why we characterized it that way.
Most of the OPVHs we've approved have been limousines where they're picking somebody up at an origination point, taking them, say, to Bridgestone, and then coming back, picking them up and returning them to, say, Gaylord Entertainment or to the Gaylord Hotel. They don't have modifications for checking out the Nissan Stadium or the river or other aspects that I would consider sightseeing, or for instance, the Capitol even. Aren't we kind of trying to pigeonhole this particular modified bus into a OPVH instead of a sightseeing unit?
Well, first of all, the limousine would never have would rarely have 14 passengers if it's being operated safely. And, we're all sort of, I would respectfully say, including the commission, we're working through these new rules and trying to determine what fits where. And so it seems to me that rather than starting with a conclusion and looking for something, we start with the function and we see if that fits into the regulations in the ordinance. And I just read the definition of tour vehicle. He was advised when he applied to put livery vehicle here. This doesn't seem to fit into that definition to me of livery vehicle. It provides transportation in the context of a tour, and therefore is a tour vehicle. There is some question. We have a matter now in the Court of Appeals as to whether a tour can be taxed for sales taxes, whether the Commissioner of Revenue has that authority. When they look at this, they want to redefine everything, including the place of amusement being all of downtown Nashville. These things, because they have changed so much over the last few years, we're struggling, I think, to try to find out what goes where. And I think saying this is pigeonholed is a fair comment but I believe pigeonholes what we're required to do under the statute. I think our pigeon fits in this hole.
The tour vehicles
Yeah.
are operating under this OPVH thing.
Yeah.
It's the same product.
There are other tour vehicles, as you know. We have those that are open air and those that are not. We have most of these that serve alcohol, where there's a lot of noise and singing and so forth. Not trying to be critical of them, but that's plainly different from what is being proposed here for Bronco tours. If there's a different characteristic, then it can, we can certainly discuss that. But what we're looking for here is there an exception because of the age of this vehicle? I don't know that there was any other objection. I wasn't here, but I'm not aware of any other objection made to this other than the age. I think the age of the vehicle is correct. It is more than 15 years. So does it fit into these exceptions? The exception uses the word unique, but not the English definition of the word unique. And you go back to the ordinance itself's definition of unique, and this fits.
What is the status of the Ford Bronco, the 1975 Ford Bronco with the elevated seats in the back?
Well, let me answer this real
Are
quick.
you seeking approval of that as well?
If possible, yes. What happened there was he had an aunt who was dying. He was out of state for 2 months, and he didn't send in his renewal. That's what happened. And he has now asked that be renewed and that he bring the payment of fees up to date. He has all of everything else, the insurance and all of these things that are necessary. There's no question that he didn't file the renewal within the time set out. It is what it is. But yes, if that's possible to be done today, he would most certainly like for that to be considered.
Mr. Blackburn, I have a question. Given the definition of tour vehicle in the statute that you cited to us, and then the definition of a sightseeing vehicle, what do you see are the differences?
Let me put it this way. I didn't try to search for other places where this would fit, because once I found this, it was so clearly applicable to what he was talking about. I didn't try to make that distinction. Be glad to look at that and do that, but I didn't come prepared to talk about that because it didn't seem relevant to the application. But if there are any other things that are specific to that, I'll be glad to discuss it. The classifications of vehicles and services in this ordinance are livery, shuttle, special purpose vehicle for hire, or transportation network company vehicle. This plainly is in the special purpose passenger vehicle for hire category of those four. And those vehicles that are involved in entertainment typically are larger and serve alcohol. He doesn't fit into any of those things. So what is it that requires additional, more specialized regulation in those circumstances? I think anytime alcohol is involved in the fact pattern, there's a lot of things, but that's not here.
Well, I am interested. I'm trying to see, is there a distinction between Mr. Biggie's school bus that he's customized and is trying to, as you put it, fit in the pigeonhole as a tour vehicle, distinct from what we have approved previously last year, a number of sightseeing vehicles under the category of entertainment vehicles. And those sightseeing vehicles, they're not allowed to serve alcohol either. All of those passengers have to be seated, and they are obviously, by definition of their name, sightseeing vehicles in which tours are being provided. So I'm trying to understand the distinction. And if there isn't one, then there isn't one. But I want to know, is there a distinction? Is there an argument to be made that they are different?
Well, I don't see in this ordinance quickly, the one I brought the copy of here with me, a definition of sightseeing vehicle. It's a, for example, are there the same regulations with regard to the age of the equipment on those? I'm not sure that there are. I don't know.
Legal, could you help us with that?
Yes, sir. With the chair's.
Yes.
All right, so there is a definition of entertainment transportation vehicle that I think that is in 677 of the code that we probably need to take a look at and determine whether this vehicle fits within, which is entertainment transportation vehicle means any motor vehicle that is designed or constructed to accommodate and transport more than one passenger for hire, the principal operation of which is confined to the area within the metropolitan area, whether it is operated on a fixed route or schedule, and where the passengers hire the motor vehicle not only as a means of transportation, but also for some entertainment or social purpose. Entertainment transportation includes, but is not limited to, trucks, buses, and wagon trailers pulled by a motor vehicle. Entertainment transportation does not include a limousine, sedan, shuttle, taxi cab, or electric assist pedal carriage. So several of those terms that are listed there, limousine, sedan, shuttle, taxi cab, are defined also in Chapter 674, which is the chapter that Mr. Blackburn is citing with regard to the other passenger vehicles for hire. But tour buses are not included in the list of exclusions in that entertainment transportation definition. Now, the seated sightseeing definition is actually in the ETV regulations. Within the category of ETV generally, which includes both the party bus type of ETVs and the seated sightseeing vehicle type of ETVs, those are set out in the regulations as between those two separate types.
So I guess given that definition, what is the intent of the owner in terms of the operational area of these other passenger vehicles?
Well, what I'm hearing from what Ms. Costonis read, we're talking about an overlap. We're talking about the same thing. It does sound like what he is proposing would fall within the definition that was read. I think that plainly does. So what do we do with a specific ordinance in that sense? When he came to see me, it was his understanding that his application was rejected, not because of its characterization, but because of the lack of modification to justify the age of the vehicle. So that's what we came to present, and I think we've satisfied that easily. So what is the difference in terms of the nomenclature? Is there a difference, for example, in the fee to be charged or something of that nature? If so, he's happy to pay that difference. I think that he has satisfied the need that he came with the understanding he needed to meet. If it's a different characterization, when he went to the commission, they told him to put down livery. I understand why they would do that, but I don't think that fits either. So what is the basis to deny this if it's simply mischaracterized? If the commission wishes to characterize it in a different way, is a different set of rules? Is a different set of safety concerns? Is there something different about modifications, uniqueness, these types of things? If so, then he's perfectly prepared to meet those things. What he has done is tried to address every concern the commission raised before. That's all he's tried to do, and I believe he has.
I'm afraid what you're missing, the point here is that we are being asked today to evaluate ETV applications, lots of. And our concern is about, if we were to approve this, are we putting what basically is a sightseeing ETV out there without it going through the regular application process like the other ones? And there was a question a few moments ago that I would like to hear answered. What is the point of pickup? What is the origination point for this bus? And where are you intending to travel it, and at what speed?
Skirmerhorn Symphony Center is our pickup and drop off.
And
There's a low passenger unloading and loading zone on 4th Avenue in front of the Skirmerhorn.
all right, so you're downtown,
Downtown.
in front of the Shimmerhorn,
Yes, sir.
pick up and drop off. And what is the route you intend to go to show these people through these modified windows?
Depending on what the city has to offer based upon if there's concerts, roads closings, things like that. Typically, we would talk about everything right there at the Skirmerhorn. Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame, the arena, all that stuff. Lots of stuff to talk about there. Not only is it convenient, but it's a good way to jump into the tour. And then down Demonbreun up to Almond Street, talking about heading up to First Avenue, talking about the Riverfront Park Amphitheater, and then down First Avenue, talking about all that stuff there, the Titans and the history of Nashville, Cumberland River, Fort Nashboro, and then down Broadway, covering all the stuff on Broadway, up Fifth Avenue, talking about Ernest Tubbs Record Shop, Assembly Food Hall, history of the Ryman, Grand Ole Opry, all that. Commerce, down to 2nd Avenue, talking about the bombing, talking about Taco Bell, only Taco Bell in the world, which up Vegas offers live music and booze. Then up to Church, do the whole Printer's Alley thing, up to Bicentennial Capitol Mall State Park, go through all that stuff, down 8th Avenue.
I think I get the gist. It's a downtown tour.
It's a downtown tour. Exactly.
Okay.
When you came to us a few months ago with both your, I guess with the bus, the reason for the application on the bus, you stated at the time, was that it sometimes rains.
Sure.
And your Bronco was uncovered.
Correct.
And you wanted to have the ability to pivot your passengers from one vehicle to the other. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I have a need for a covered vehicle due to inclement weather. I turned away a lot of business, lost a lot of business. Also, for larger groups, the Bronco, I can sit 9, maybe 10, if they're average size. And I turned away a lot of very large groups that I couldn't accommodate. It was just a need in my business to have a larger vehicle with a roof on it.
And relative to your business, your intent would not be to run both vehicles at one time?
Pardon me?
Relative to your business, your intent would not be to run both vehicles at one time?
Initially, I would either one or the other, but I mean, based upon how much business is coming in, if I can get them both in operation, that's what I'd like to do. If I have enough business to warrant running them at the same time. Which I'm starting to have that need.
Are any sort of permits required to pick up and drop off at the Skirmerhorn Symphony Center? I always thought that was intended to be a rideshare vehicle, pick up and drop off, but not a commercial tour vehicle, pick up and drop off.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
There's significant differences between an other passenger vehicle for hire and an entertainment transportation vehicle. And I think maybe the principal one would be that other passenger vehicles for hire do not have a limitation on the number that can be employed in Metro. There's no prerequisite finding required as to what number is appropriate for the public service. With entertainment transportation vehicles, as we have been talking extensively, obviously that finding is a very key factor indeed. My opinion is if it meets the definition of an entertainment transportation vehicle, then 677-020 says no entertainment transportation vehicle shall be used or operated on a for-hire basis by any person in the territorial jurisdiction of the Metropolitan government without an owner or operator having first obtained a certificate of public convenience and necessity. So if he doesn't have an ETV certificate, then I think they are prohibited from operating as an ETV. Now, the vehicle itself, because it is small enough to be under 15 passengers, including the driver, could be operated as a shuttle. And that shuttle definition is exempted from the definition of entertainment transportation vehicle. But what he's describing does not sound like shuttle operation to me.
Sounds like a sightseeing tour. I mean, it's specifically described as a sightseeing tour.
No, it is. There's no question
Yeah,
about
it's a
that,
sightseeing tour.
right?
So is this a situation then where the ordinance that Mr. Blackburn has cited to us under 6.74.010, just a tour vehicle definition, that to me, as a lawyer, is inviting all sorts of legal arguments, like Mr. Blackburn is saying, that, hey, we're a tour vehicle. We're not, we have two potential regulations that could apply here. We're a tour vehicle. And so you should approve us. That's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, so when Chapter 674 was enacted, it was long prior to ETVs being a thing and anyone thinking about regulating them. We were still under this strict standard under state law where we could not regulate any vehicles that exceeded 15 passengers, including the driver, and/or weighed over 10,001 pounds. I assume this does not weigh over that threshold. And I don't know that we ever actually had anything licensed as a tour vehicle that fit within that range, but the types of vehicles that we did often have were limos and shuttles, and they were, potentially equivalent in size to this vehicle. So if it's used as a shuttle, the shuttle definition is exempt from the entertainment transportation definition, as is limousine. The definition of tour vehicle is not exempt from the entertainment transportation definition. And then 677.020 says, no entertainment transportation vehicle shall be used or operated on a for-hire basis by any person in the territorial jurisdiction of the metropolitan government without the owner or operator having first obtained a certificate of public convenience and necessity. Lots of these people that are here today submit an application for a public convenience necessity for an entertainment transportation vehicle. And
I think you've answered my question and my concern, which is that a tour vehicle, by definition in 674.010, is at the least an entertainment sightseeing vehicle. So a tour vehicle would need to meet both 674.010 and the regulations as an entertainment vehicle.
unless
if
it
it's-
was one of the exempt categories of sedan, shuttle, limousine, et cetera.
Yes.
Did I make a motion? Do we need to have a finding of exactly which category this comes into? Is that what we're trying to get to here?
You have to have a basis for whatever action that you're taking. So I think what they're here before you about is to ask you to reconsider your prior definition of the word unique in terms of
Okay, this is a touring vehicle, just like all of these. So how do we get, that's what he needs to be applying for. So do
I
we
don't
deny
think that
his
he can.
application for
If you think he meets the definition of entertainment transportation
He does.
vehicle, then he cannot operate it in that way without an ETV certificate.
Okay, so what do we need to do? Do
So,
we need to deny this application?
I mean, that would be a permissible action that you could take.
Okay, I move we deny this application because it's not an OPVH, it is a touring entertainment vehicle. It should be applying with all these other ones. So that's my motion to deny this particular application in this category.
May I ask whether there's any objection to the modifications, because it'll come back up.
Your question is, are there any objections to the modifications
Right.
to address the age issue?
Yes, it was his understanding that he was denied the application before on that basis. So he came to address that basis, and I respectfully submit that he has. But if he's going to have to do something different to get this other certificate, is that part of the drill as well? Do we need to do this again? Now, I understand you don't issue advisory opinions. I understand that.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfair to ask us to render an advisory opinion about whether this vehicle will meet the qualifications for an entertainment transportation vehicle / sightseeing.
Well, if I could,
The issue before us today is a review of the OPVH reapplication for this bus. Or for the company, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ms. Costonas, could you help with clarification, please?
Yes, I think so. So it would, like I said, this vehicle could be operated as a shuttle under Chapter 674. The only hinderment to that, if that's a word, to that happening would be if you can't get around the 15 years and older requirement, which applies in the OPVH category. And Mr. Blackburn is arguing that they can because their customization is unique. If they were to kind of change what they were asking to ask for it to be used as a shuttle, then they could make their argument as to whether its age is in fact irrelevant because it's unique.
well, may we amend to that effect, operate this as a shuttle until the sort of application that Ms. Costonas suggests is needed is made and considered.
Ms. Costonas, just, do we first have to agree that it is actually in fact unique? Seeing as prior to this, I believe what the problem was we did not consider it unique. Not the operation of what he was going to be doing with it. It was just simply the fact that we didn't consider that it was unique. So I would assume that our first course of action would be to agree that the vehicle is unique, or it would not even fall into the category at all, bias of its age.
Yes, that's correct. You would need to make a factual finding as to whether these additional customizations are enough to meet the definition of unique and thereby exempt this vehicle from the 15-year age limit, from being beyond that age limit. And that would apply regardless of how it's operated as a tour vehicle or a shuttle vehicle.
And would that apply to it being unique due to its age? Because none of the customizations are unique to what I see any of the other ETVs or shuttles that we require. I mean, they all use plexiglass sound systems. Some of them have been converted buses. I'm just trying to find what is the uniqueness of the customization. Is it based on its years? that we don't have a vehicle over 15 years that's customized this way? Is that what we're considering?
So the definition of unique is that it means a passenger vehicle for hire that is custom designed, unusual, and innovative as further set forth in the rules adopted by the MTLC. So you have to make a decision if you think it's custom designed, unusual, and innovative. That's under the tour service definition. There's a general prohibition in 674 on the age of the vehicle, which I'm trying to find. Hang on.
Mr. Chairman, I made a motion that didn't get a second, so it's not a motion.
Have it.
I
I'll
don't
second
think
your
whether
mo-
it's unique or not is the point. The point is which
30.
category it falls into, and it is a touring vehicle, which we're about to consider. That was the point of my motion, to deny it under this particular category. Because I don't think it fits this category, regardless of whether it's unique or not. It's a touring vehicle, just like some of the ones that these folks operate. And it should be considered as such. That was my
I'll
point.
second your motion.
Okay. My motion is to deny this particular application in this category. Excuse me, in this category.
For discussion, I think we need to be careful about what we're calling a touring vehicle versus a sightseeing vehicle, because under the 6.74.010, touring vehicles can be other passenger vehicles for hire, whereas under ETVs, it's sightseeing.
Okay, let me amend my motion again. I believe this to be an ETV, just like, Gray Line or the Old Town Trolley or any of those. My point is to deny it, the application for this particular category. I'm trying to make sense here.
Motion's to deny as an OPVH because it appears to fall under an entertainment, transportation, sightseeing vehicle
Correct.
definition. Even as they described what they do, it is to take sightseeing tours. The customization is a sightseeing, it's a screen that shows pictures of historic Nashville as they narrate their sightseeing tour.
And I guess my only intent was to make sure that we covered the area that we originally denied the first application under, so that we cover the reapplication based on what we denied it on originally. I think that was my only intention.
Ms. Casonas, is that necessary?
So that would only be necessary if you're willing to consider their altered request to treat this vehicle as a shuttle and approve it there under 674 for that purpose, for that use, as opposed to the sightseeing use.
Okay, I was only seeking that clarification.
Not sure what the motion is to deny it because it's an entertainment site. And we have a second by Mr. Hayes.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Freddie, were you wanting to make another motion?
I just wanted
'Cause we-
clarification if we clarify.
Well, we have.
She said we didn't unless we were going to consider it, so I just wanted to make sure we needed to follow order as to what we needed to do to cover all the bases, so to speak.
Ms. Casonas, what's your recommendation on Mr. Blackburn's request to alter the application to run it as a shuttle?
So I will defer to Mr. Fields a little bit, but it seems to me that it does meet the definition of shuttle just in terms of the type of the vehicle. And the question is really the use of the vehicle. And then if you get into that shuttle, then you still have the age of the vehicle issue as being applicable as well, because that is a requirement in Chapter 674.
Wouldn't they need to reapply or put in a new application with a new business plan as to what they intend to do with the unit before they, since the application's been denied?
Shuttle by definition, it could be point to point, or it could be point to point to point to point to point, coming back to its original spot. In this case, you would be shuttling and basically getting on. Together on the bus, ain't nobody waiting on the central. So it would be, you know, picking up and going to point A, and then leaving from point A and going back to point B, then going to point C and so forth. So it would be a different model than, you know, doing a circular tour of the downtown area.
The specific characteristics of a shuttle as listed in 674 are that it be limited to a shuttle vehicle lettered as a shuttle, uses pre-approved routes, and fixed fare not based solely on motor or mileage.
So I come back to, right, it is a different business plan because it requires, you know, submission of pre-approved routes. And I think anything that would overlap with the metro area then would fall into the category of the entertainment transportation vehicle, according to the statutes.
Is there any business that we need to conduct past? I mean, there's been a motion, it's been seconded, it's been approved, we denied the application. At this point, should they be addressing the office going forward instead of the commission?
I mean, potentially, yes.
Mr. Chairman, you brought up the matter of the expired permit. We made some explanation of that. I didn't know, that was not on the agenda as I read it. I don't know if that's something that's first addressed to Mr. Fields or if it has to come before the commission. He's prepared to make whatever payments are necessary, and he's explained he was out of town because of a family illness.
Well, it is not on the agenda today.
Without the bus. Not counting the bus. Had he brought his Bronco that you approved prior to the ET passage year before last? The ET ordinance was not in existence when that was approved. We would have then renewed him at the office level under the authority the ordinance has. By his failing to renew on time, the entire issue came to you today to consider the company app. I mean, it was my impression to consider the company application as well as look at the bus at the same time. We could certainly put it on the agenda again, and Teresa's punching, so she may have a different version, so, or view, I should say.
I was just going to say, there has been some recent case law that has suggested that when you're considering something at a regularly scheduled meeting, which today is, that it is not necessary for every matter you decide to be itemized on the agenda.
Mr. Fields, what was the Bronco, what was the permit for the Bronco before the ETV regulations?
It was just a livery. It was just
Livery.
under the livery.
So wouldn't it have to now be fall under the ETV?
Just as you've described the bus, and again, I'm certainly not the expert, I'm not gonna speak for Ms. Costonas. The broad definition of ET could very well cover the Bronco as well, because one or more passenger providing transportation with some entertainment, with or without alcohol. So it would meet the definition. Both of these vehicles could meet the definition of under the entertainment transportation section of 6.77 plus, specifically the seated sightseeing, because it is a seated vehicle and they sit. I mean, we've never had a debate about that.
Again, for clarification, If he had have not commingled this bus with the Bronco and brought it to your office, he would be you would have reapproved the operation of the Bronco, not even having to come before the board.
Based on the previous action of the commission. Again, at some point,
Been timely.
had it been timely, yes.
And vehicle regulations had been entered.
It's actually a policy issue that we can't bring everything at one time, but it's a policy issue that needs to come to the commission regarding, there are a handful of vehicles that don't do exactly what he does, but they're larger, they're not small vehicles, they're 15 passenger vans, what service they're providing. And should they be reclassified as something else, it becomes a policy issue of the commission. Or an issue for the council to take up.
Definition of livery, because I'm getting concerned now that there could be other livery vehicles, right, who provide some social purpose on the way to where they're going. I mean, a slippery slope in some ways.
Livery service means a passenger vehicle for hire that provides transportation services using livery vehicles. Very helpful. Others, yeah. Sorry.
She said, we don't
Read the wrong one.
get the entertainment. It costs
Livery service means a passenger vehicle for hire that provides transportation services using livery vehicles. Again, not very helpful.
I think it becomes an issue of the actual purpose, and I don't want to make word test, but it becomes an issue of, if the primary function of the vehicle is transportation, then livery, it certainly would be a livery vehicle if it's or a shuttle in this particular case.
It does say livery service means a motor vehicle designed or constructed to accommodate and transport passengers for hire and shall include a limousine, a sedan, an SUV, or a passenger van, but shall not include a transportation network company vehicle.
It gets a little challenging because there's,
Well, bearing in mind, this particular ordinance was written in 2010 versus the ET ordinance, which was written 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
and I hear that, but I just think, are we going to, does that put us in a position of evaluating every livery permit for whether or not they're telling anybody about Nashville on the way? I mean, just, I'm just thinking we've got work to do.
I agree. I think when people come up for renewals, we're going to have to evaluate whether they are falling under the ETV regulations or whether they are a livery vehicle for hire for transportation purposes only. So we regulate the number of entertainment vehicles and sightseeing vehicles downtown. So my suggestion is that we don't take any action on the Bronco today, and that Big E can reapply either with a new business model as a shuttle or come in and apply as an ETV sightseeing.
Do we need to make
If
a
you want
motion?
it to be the expression of the will of the entire board, then yes.
Ms. Costonis is, again, sorry, I'd just like things to be clear. So this was not actually on the agenda nor brought up to be on the agenda. It was just for clarification. We'd already made a motion, second and approved. Would we need to do, how would it require action if it was not?
So the mini school bus was on the agenda. The same company also operates the Bronco. The Bronco was not on the agenda, but what I was saying is based on recent case law, that would not necessarily prohibit you from voting on it.
Would it require us to vote on it?
No.
I only brought it up, Mr. Carr, because I'm assuming Mr. Big E wants to know, can I operate this Ford Bronco right now? And if he failed to renew his permit, so I think the answer is no. He, through his attorney, seeking clarification about whether or not we could categorize the school bus as a shuttle. And I know Mr. McNally had questions independently of that about the Ford Bronco, and so it is. I think it's important because this issue is going to keep coming up every time, especially once we address the public convenience and necessity issue for the entertainment vehicles, because there is a distinction between entertainment vehicles with alcohol and being able to stand up, and the sightseeing vehicles where you're seated and there's no alcohol.
But each of those require a permit as an ETV.
Yes.
And the description we have heard of the school bus and frankly the Bronco sound like the description of an ETV. Complicated.
All right, well, Mr. Blackburn, here's what I would recommend, because it sounds like we're not going to be able to give you any kind of clear statement through a motion in a second, but I would recommend that Big E choose, what does he want to reapply under? These vehicles as OPVH, or pursue an application as a entertainment sightseeing vehicle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll explain that to him. I understand what you're saying.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It can't be asked that they can't be asked that we say.
The next item under our agenda is, we have a number of public hearings, but we've also been asked to review and make findings concerning public convenience and necessity going forward. In addition, Mr. Fields has circulated, and our legal counsel, Ms. Costonis, has circulated for discussion a proposed ordinance change regarding our annual review and renewal of entertainment transportation certificates of public necessity and convenience, and the entertainment transportation vehicle permits themselves. Mr. Fields? Thank you.
So we have another item that we are asking you to add to your agenda, even though it is not itemized based on the case law that I mentioned before. And that is to have you all review and recommend this ordinance, a copy of which has been distributed and posted on the TLC website. So this is a proposed draft ordinance because only council can adopt ordinances. What this body can do is make a recommendation to council as to whether or not they should consider approving this ordinance. And I think that would be valuable to council. They often appreciate that from the boards and commissions that have the subject matter expertise. So this particular change made by this particular draft ordinance changes Title 6, Chapter 77, Article 1 of the Metropolitan Code, correct? So that the presumptions about renewal of permits will be changed. Now, obviously, that cannot apply today. So this is something that would apply at the next annual renewal meeting in April 2024, presumably, assuming that council does indeed adopt this ordinance. So the changes that it makes are to allow this commission to allocate permits within the amount found to have been optimal for public convenience and necessity, even if that means not renewing some permits that are otherwise eligible for approval. So right now, all permits are eligible for approval if they submitted their application on time, if they have paid off fees and assessments and taxes that are due, and if they can show that they are fit, able, and willing to serve, provide the service, and conform their conduct to the laws and regulations. So anyone that doesn't fall in one of those three categories would sort of be entitled to expect a basically automatic rubber stamp approval. However, that is inconsistent with the evidence that was presented to you at the March meeting with regard to what the optimal number of ETVs on the streets would be. So the question is, if you all approve this draft ordinance, you would be allowing yourselves in the future to allocate permits next year based on that lower finding of the optimal number of public convenience and necessity. But this year, you would still have to do the quasi-automatic renewals that I just described. So because the ordinance would make that possible next year, we are requesting that you recommend it.
So in short, if we recommend a change in the ordinance surrounding the annual renewal of entertainment transportation certificates and vehicle permits, and the council were to adopt it, this would allow the commission to decide on an annual basis the proper number that meet our conclusion of what meets the public necessity and convenience?
Does it not also provide that there'd be a cap of somewhere between 40 and 50, though?
Sorry. There is a reference to that in the whereas clauses or the recitals, which are not part of the body or like enforceable part of the ordinance. So it's kind of just like background context was a reference to the recommendation made by the NDOT director at last month's meeting, that recommendation was that the optimal number was between 40 and 50. Is that right, Diana? No, that is not part of the ordinance.
As I read this, it seems to suggest that we are adopting a factual finding of the preliminary report that KSI demonstrated to us last meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, and you don't have to recommend this ordinance as written. You could, for example, suggest certain edits or modifications to it and recommend it with those edits or modifications.
Ms. Gastonis, in the draft that's before us, the statute is replicated to say that we're going to replace the current statute with what's here. But as you've represented, the only major difference is that we're setting, or we're I guess amending it so that there's not an expectation of automatic renewal going forward, and that we can refer to a certain sort of threshold as the maximum number that we're going to consider.
Yes, that's exactly correct, Mr. Santisteban. I go over the ordinance in a little more detail if you would like.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so we're amending 3 different provisions of Title 6, Chapter 77, Article 1, the first being 677-030. And that language that amends it refers to MTLC must in making the above findings, the MTLC must at a minimum take into consideration the number of entertainment transportation vehicles already in operation, whether existing service is adequate to meet the public need, or so great as to be exceeding the public need and unnecessarily adding traffic congestion. So that is new language in 030. And then similarly, in 070, which is the provision that deals with the annual renewal itself, it provides, I think in subsection C, all renewing and new applicants shall be placed on notice at the annual meeting. They must show cause why their application for a new certificate renewal or for the addition of vehicles to their fleet should be among the number determined to be adequate to meet and not exceed the public need. And then finally, it also amends Chapter 677-090, which previously provided for a hearing prior to suspension, renewal, or revocation to just apply to suspension and revocation only.
And just as a point of clarification on that, it reads that the certificates may be renewed, not shall be renewed intentionally.
Yeah, it is not that mandatory language, that's true, but it does list like limited things that you can take into consideration in determining whether or not to grant a renewal. And that's not so much in this draft ordinance, but what I'm referring to now would be the actual current Chapter 677 language. And that would require there to be like one of those factors that I enumerated in order to non-renew. You'd have to have a basis for it. And those factors are, would be whether the application was submitted on time, whether they've paid all their fees and assessments and taxes, and whether they have shown that their character is fit, willing, and able to provide the service and to conform their conduct to the rules and regulations, the laws and regulations. And so, our concern was that applicants who received their permits in June of 2022 would have expected that language to apply at this meeting, that they would be essentially sort of eligible for that rubber stamp renewal, and that they might have made business decisions in reliance on that assumption. And in order to accommodate that, we are not asking you to take anyone's permit away today unless they do meet one of those 3 criteria.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You have the number 40 to 50 in the whereases. The whereas doesn't have the force of law, is that correct?
That is correct.
There is no cap or a mandate in the actual ordinance. So that again leaves it up to us to make a decision, because that 40 to 50 doesn't really matter. those whereases are always full of stuff.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so if we want it to be 40 or 50, and I'm not saying we do, or I do, we should recommend they put that in the ordinance. Let's let them make a decision. That's one possibility. I'm not,
You could make that recommendation as well, but right, as it sits, this commission has the authority to
right.
determine that number.
And I'm
And they would
saying,
continue to next year.
I'm saying one possible stance, I'm not advocating, one possible stance for us is to tell the council to do it. I mean, they've thrown it to us and we're here wrestling with it. Maybe they should wrestle with it. That's just an aside.
I think they really want us to do it.
You know, yeah, and
We're here to do it. Let's get it
yeah,
done.
and I would say that as much as I would love the council to be responsible for it, I think putting a number in an ordinance is like not a great idea because, you know, we've got the Downtown Connect study, but that's one study, and next year we don't know what things are going to look like the year after that. As a matter of fact, I mean, even knowing that the whereases don't have the force of law, you know, if you passed it, I mean, I would recommend just taking out that last clause, just ending at that the fact that the ET vehicles operating in downtown Nashville were reduced, period. And that we would take out the second whereas about how many things there, I mean, how many permits there are now. That frankly, our concern is that the language of 677 doesn't provide a process for significantly reducing the number of certificates, if that's what we determine to be true. So we would broaden those whereases and just recognize that this commission needs the flexibility to issue permits at the rate of public necessity and convenience next year, 5 years, whatever that is.
Do I understand correctly what you're suggesting is taking out the first two whereases and then start with the real thrust of this ordinance, which is about giving us the authority to adjust the numbers based upon the public necessity?
I was just going to eliminate, I was going to keep the first whereas and just end at the word reduced, but eliminating the first whereas would work too. I mean,
I like that idea. Just take the first two whereases out there and then get to the real gist of what we're trying to do here.
is that if you're going to ask us to do this, we want the flexibility to be able to do it.
I'm very supportive of the intent of this, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear that it is the legal recommendation that this cannot be put in effective, for example, for the permitting process that we're about to undertake, correct?
That is correct, because council would need to adopt the ordinance themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah, what we have before us, commissioners, is a recommendation by Ms. Costonis for us to make, if we decide to do it, we would do it through a motion process, but we would, by motion, request the Metro Council to amend the ordinance. And we would be proposing language to Metro Council to consider. And the gist of it is to allow this commission on an annual basis, make a decision as to the number of certificates that should be issued. And based on what Ms. Costonis has told us, and the whole reason why legal has made this recommendation is under the present ordinance, we are not able to reduce the number without risk of being, without a legal argument being made that we are in violation of the ordinance because the ordinance doesn't allow us to lower the number. It's not expressly, it doesn't expressly say that, but the legal conclusions being presented by Ms. Costonis is that, yes, we're limited right now and we cannot reduce the number. And if we want the ability to be able to reduce the number or rather than keeping it the same and increasing it, then we need to come up with recommended language for the council to consider.
Can I make another observation? The tenor of this proposed ordinance seems to suggest about reducing the number of permits. What if we were to change the third paragraph, whereas the current renewal language of Chapter 6.7 does not permit a process for modifying the number of certificates, or whatever word you want to use, so we have a little more neutral language in there versus the appearance of seeming to want to reduce the number.
If I may.
Yeah.
So the chapter as written currently and as applicable does allow you to increase the number. So you're basically making a finding, is the existing number of everyone's fleets out there that are approved, is that number, which I think is currently 87, is that right, Billy? Sufficient to meet the public necessity and convenience. And so if you were to say no to that question, then you could determine like how many more vehicles the public necessity and convenience would justify. So you can already do that. So that's why that whereas is limited to reducing it.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the fact that we would be revisiting this annually.
Yes.
Are you suggesting we'll have the opportunity to change the number that we agreed to today as a different total the following year? But that will also not go into effect until that calendar year has expired?
So you can make a finding today of a number that you basically can't really completely implement in the allocation. But next year, if you make a different finding than from what you make this year, based on whatever evidence there is at the time, then you can implement that immediately if the legislation is passed.
I guess what, just to play sort of, out an alternate path here, what would be the, I understand it may take some time to get this before council, right, to be approved, but, is there a path whereabout this could be approved and we could, sort of extend the permits for a time being until we get this resolved and then review the permit allocation for the next year?
Commissioner, I hear what you're saying, but, and this is a legal concern from my department, we were concerned that people who received permits or certificates in June of 2022 would have read Chapter 677 as it's currently enacted and as it was enacted at that date as well, and would have assumed that they would be entitled to kind of a rubber stamp renewal if they didn't screw up. And because of that, they may have made business decisions about how much to invest in their vehicle or whatever in reliance on that assumption. So that is why legal is recommending that we take the additional year to actually change this, so that they can have, like, they're here in attendance at this meeting, they're aware that you all are recommending the ordinance, they'll hear whatever number you all determine is in fact the most or best to meet the public necessity and convenience, and then they will know going into next year that they should not make the same assumption this time around. So their business decisions when planning ahead can be accurate.
So what you're suggesting is that we make a motion to pass this proposed ordinance and then pretty much going to have the status quo for the number of permits that are currently out there so folks can can have notice that next time they come around, they're gonna have to show public necessity and convenience, and maybe even be competing to say why we should pick one company over another company.
Exactly.
And we would be reevaluating each, assuming we had this public hearing every April, we would be evaluating every April based upon evidence we have about the flow of traffic, how people are doing with the noise issues, and some of the other matters that were brought before us as to how many permits should be issued.
Yeah, whatever relevant evidence you hear is,
And I'm repeating kind of what I was asking before, but you're telling me the reason that this has kind of a tenure or tone of reducing is because we already have the authority to increase the number if shown of public necessity and convenience.
Can I make another recommendation on language? And Ms. Costonis, you've also already instructed us that if we do make this recommendation, it doesn't change what we're required to do today, which is to have our annual meeting under the current ordinance. And you've also indicated that there's a bit of a need to make sure all of the companies have noticed that if this ordinance passes, then we would have an ability to reduce the number of certificates of public necessity and convenience. Perhaps we need to have language in the proposed ordinance that if we do reduce the number, that at the next annual meeting in 2024, assuming the ordinance was amended, that if there's a reduction, that it not happen for 100 days or something like that.
from the April 2024 meeting.
Yes.
You could add that if you want to.
What would be the purpose for the lag time?
Only because if you've got a company operating, and I'm just going to make up an example, they've got 4 vehicles, and during that meeting, we just determined to reduce the number, we're going to have to reallocate. And that company may suddenly now only have 3 vehicles. And I want to take into consideration the business impact in the short run to that company having to, sell the vehicle, find some of their purpose for it, and have some transition time.
That makes sense because you don't want companies having to anticipate that they might not get a renewal of their permit as they come up to the public hearing.
Right.
Good. Ms. Costonis, can I ask another question on the language? On the 3rd paragraph, again, I'm back in there on that. It uses the word significantly reducing the number. Is there a particular need for the word significantly in there?
There's not. I mean, I guess I was just trying to, you can, like, not to contradict myself, but you can reduce a little bit by attrition if you do find that some of these applicants don't have the character and the fitness, ability, and willingness to comport their conduct in compliance with the laws and regulations. So it's not impossible for you to actually end up going below the current number of permits. It's just that the difference, if you were to take the recommendation of NDOT last month and reduce it from 87 down to 40 or 50, that's like a lot more significant reduction than like a little bit of attrition would enable.
And I understand that, but I would also argue that attrition is not a process by which we reduce. I mean, it's.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to delete significantly.
I'm just encouraging that we keep the ordinance with every appearance of an open mind as possible. Who knows what things will be, who knows what will be happening to us April of 2024.
May I ask where you'd want to insert the provision about the 100 days? In the annual renewal, maybe in 677-060?
I would want to make sure it wasn't part of any kind of disciplinary action was taken, because that should be done that would need to be immediate, so.
No, that provision only applies to annual renewal. I was actually looking more at section C.
What do you think?
I'm reading right now, so.
So at the top of the third page at 677060C, at the place in the paragraph when it says, accordingly may not be possible to renew every certificate and or vehicle that was permitted in the previous or the preceding year. That might be,
Yes,
and if
that's about where I was thinking
it's
too.
not done, then whatever the legal language is.
You call that 100-day grace period?
I can make a suggestion along those lines if you all would like.
All right.
So starting from where Commissioner Westlake left off, the preceding sentence says, it accordingly may not be possible to renew every certificate and or a vehicle that was permitted in the preceding year. In the event the number of certificates are reduced, non-renewed permits shall be allowed to continue operating 100 days from the date of the annual renewal meeting.
If I may ask another question, I see under section 2, 6.77.060, an A, B, and C on page 2. Then going over to page 3, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, and it looks like another C. Should that be a D?
Yes, good catch.
Is somebody beseeching about lawyers over there now?
This is an open meeting, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think I'm ready to make a motion.
All right.
I
Thank
would
you,
like
Ms.
to
Westlake.
recommend that this commission make a recommendation for a new proposed ordinance to the Metro Council based on the document that we have been given. I would suggest the deletion of the first two whereases, the deletion of the word significantly in the third whereas, and the addition of the language that Ms. Costonis offered in 6.77060C.
I'll second that motion.
All right, and just to be clear for the record, this is a motion to recommend to amend Title VI, Chapter 77, Part 1 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. We have a second from Mr. McNally. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. Now, the next item under our agenda is still under public hearings. We've been asked to consider findings of public convenience and necessity going forward. And we have our first bullet point is under SUMDs and scooters. We've been asked to review TLC rule. Well, the agenda is actually typed in an odd way. So, Mr. Fields, I don't want to skip anything that I'm being recommended to cover before we move to SUMDs.
So is this month the SUMG annual hearing as well?
They're just real changes.
Okay.
In other words,
So I think
if
that
you resolve,
the prior bullet point to the SUMD scooters bullet point on the agenda would relate to ETVs specifically.
Okay. And Ms. Costonis, you also referred, when you were discussing the proposed ordinance and what the commission just recommended to the council for review, we're going to get to that momentarily when we cover the entertainment transportation vehicles, when we discuss the number. So is it your recommendation that when we get there, we discuss what the number should be under the current ordinance, as well as what we think the number would be under the new proposed ordinance for next year?
So right now, the only finding that you all have, I believe, as to what the public necessity and convenience supports was the number 89 that you came up with at the June 29th, 2022 hearing. So if you want to change what that number should be, you would have to make a new finding of fact as to what the public and convenience and necessity would support based on the presentation of NDOT last month, any testimony or comments that you have heard at these meetings, whatever evidence is before you that's relevant to that.
Yes.
Did you have some thoughts on this particular issue before they move on?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The request here is, the number is 89. Y'all had, over the course of the past few months, actually revoked 2 of the permits. We would ask that based on what we did share with y'all last month, and the data that we are finding that's coming out of Connect Downtown, where we are seeing that we're having traffic congestion hit that number between 40 and 50, we would ask that y'all would consider actually reducing the number of convenience and necessities so that we would not have to reissue those 2 permits.
So the request is for a recommendation, at least for today, of 87. So we don't issue the other 2 permits.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, actually, I would prefer, because from the data that we did share with y'all last month, we did find that based on the analysis that was done through the traffic engineering modeling, that number that actually started causing some difficulty with our created traffic congestion hit between 40 and 50. And if you remember, there were 2 charts that were shared. One was based on weekday and one was based on weekend peak. And weekend peak is actually the worst time. So we always want to go with the worst scenario. And that actually showed 40 was the number. But the weekday peak time actually reflected 50. So we know that that's the number in which we're seeing, based on the modeling that was done through by KCI, that's what was triggering and causing major traffic congestion, was that number of 40. So that's really the number we would like to hit, somewhere between 40 and 50, because we do feel that the analysis was very thorough. I know I had some conversations about some of the data and concern, but the one thing I just want to make sure everyone had a clear understanding is that even though it was a few seconds, it was cumulative. So if you can imagine, if we hit that number of 40 to 50 in the downtown area, and you're delayed by 2 seconds, that can be cumulative, because if you're trying to get out of a garage, you're delayed 2 seconds. And I'm just picking 2 seconds. I have to go back and look at the numbers. But then you get at a stoplight, that's another 2 seconds. You get behind a slow-moving vehicle, that's another 2 seconds. You get behind another one, that's another 2 seconds. So all in all, by the time you're trying to get out of downtown, it could take you 10 minutes. So that is really, it's cumulative. It's not just based on one individual scenario. Because as we had shown at the beginning, many months back, it was taking WeGo over 13 minutes to go from the central station to KVB. And what we're trying to do is reduce that congestion time so that we can have traffic moving, especially at our peak time moments in the downtown core.
I'd say, I mean, just anecdotally, even egressing a garage at some of the peak times, we heard from Mr. Valentine at the Symphony about his patrons. I've been stuck in parking garages for 3 or 4 hours trying to exit because the street is, particularly Third, which is 2 lanes, First, which is 2 lanes. When you introduce a slow-moving vehicle of any sort, it causes a significant public safety hazard. The fire department and their fire hall on Third and Peabody, I sit throughout the day, my office looks at it, and Second northbound and Third northbound are blocked, and they can't make fire service calls into the core,
Correct.
let alone customers freaking out in parking garages because they can't
Yeah.
get home.
And I think we've had previous testimony from the fire department to
We have.
state that.
Yeah, and I just want to say that as a resident of downtown, I echo Commissioner Hayes's comments and, feel particularly affected by the traffic and congestion, as well as the other residents of downtown who have expressed to me similar concerns. Although, our slow-moving vehicles are not the cause of all of the traffic issues, they contribute. And, as such, we have a responsibility to look out for the interest of public safety.
Well, I will say, based on legal's recommendation, we're not able to lower the number below 87 for this year. So if we do make a recommendation for a lower number, it couldn't possibly go in effect until next year, and only after Metro Council approved our recommendation on changing the ordinance.
Well, that is correct. I think you should make your decision as to what the optimal number that supports the public convenience is a necessity. I think you should make that in isolation of that fact. I think you should just find the best number.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I think we could do that today. I guess I just want this commission to reserve the right to contemplate that at every meeting, if need be. I think that the need for public necessity and convenience changes given environmental changes in our city.
You mean every annual meeting?
No, on a regular basis. You don't know that 6 months from now, something else might trigger a thought that we needed less or more, or whatever that is.
An example we talked about at the last meeting is the catastrophic impact of the Broadway Bridge closure this summer. right? And the redistribution of traffic throughout the downtown core, which, it was just something that I think the commission, maybe NDOT didn't quite ever, either NDOT didn't bring it to us or we didn't all think about the fact that 27,000, 30,000 cars a day would be redistributed from a 7 or 8 lane street into a handful of other, Bunbury in it 2 lanes, Second at kind of functionally 2 lanes, Church at 2 lanes, well, 1 lane in, 1 lane out, right? Like, that's an example, or a major construction project that makes a change, could have a impact on this commission's findings relative to public need and public need and,
Convenience, yeah.
convenience.
And,
yes.
and that's my point. I don't think it needs to be an agenda item every month. No one gets scared. I just think that we need to realize that, we did the best job we could do last year, right? And now we're thinking maybe wasn't the right number. So I reserve the right to change my mind. How's that?
And we do anticipate that as we come through the finalizing Connect Downtown, we'll be back before this commission with some additional information as well as the recommendations that come out of the study. And then, of course, we will always put together some of that data and information prior for every single one of your meetings in which you're making these decisions so that you have the latest and greatest.
Is there a time certain when that will be concluded?
We are actually, we had planned on being done in August, but with the council actually going to be shifting over, we're going to push it back a little bit, give the new council a chance to get familiar with everything, and then do an introduction of what Connect Downtown was all about, what we went through. So we're now actually maybe looking more toward the end of September.
I want to agree with Ms. Westlake in that I think the whole purpose of this committee getting together is to deal with the ebbs and tides of what's happening in Nashville and in the community, and to take that, to use another term, to pigeonhole us into sticking to this number or sticking to this limit, takes away some of the ability of the committee to be able to ride that ebb and tide. So I think as the ordinance is and how we're revising it now would leave that open to us, and also rein in some of the blurred edges that are out there right now, to give us a chance in that year for us to understand more and pinpoint more, so that when we do meet back together, we have that adjustment leeway.
So
I don't think
we
we
are
can do that.
recommending, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I mean, under the proposed ordinance that we just passed a motion to recommend to be entered, when we issue a certificate of public convenience, it's for a year. So if we take it away within less than a year, we got to find a grounds to do so. And I don't believe that is under the recommended amended ordinance we just passed a motion on. And I want to be sensitive to the industry as well. I mean, there has to be some amount of certainty here, and we can't have a possibility where one bridge closes and, we got to reduce the number of permits immediately. I don't think that is a wise move that we as a commission should be doing. Now, I do have questions for Ms. Costonis, because I do believe that Mr. Fields, as the director, already has some emergency powers at his disposal to address some of the extreme scenarios that Mr. Hayes was just describing. But I don't think that we should have an ability necessarily to reduce the number of permits and accept on an annual basis.
I hope I wasn't misunderstood. That was not at all what I contemplated. I'm feeling a little resistant to picking a number today for April of 2024, because I don't know what the world's going to look like in April 2024. I can
That was my,
I'm willing
that
to
was my
pick a-
understanding.
I'm willing to pick a number, my best guess right now, which having to do with the Connect Downtown study and that sort of thing. But I just wanted to put a stake in the ground for if next January something different's happening, I want to be able to
Yeah.
have that conversation before we get to April 2024.
And I think that what the chair said is correct, that when you grant a renewal, it is an annual renewal. So they get that permit for a whole year. And at the annual meeting, you must make the prerequisite finding of what is the number that the public necessity and convenience supports. That does not prevent you from changing that number in the interim. However, you still would only be renewing, like right now, based on the evidence presented to you at the March meeting, maybe based on testimony, whatever evidence you have before you that's relevant, you can make a finding as to what right now looks like the right number for you, and we are asking you to do that. But if 6 months from now that looks wrong, you can always have the ability to rescind or reconsider a prior decision.
Why are we being asked to pull out numbers today? It's not going to change the permits that are currently in existence that are coming up today.
So
And it's not going to change
you
the
don't
the
have
ordinance
to.
we
You
picked.
don't have to. You could stick at 89 if that's your decision. You have the discretion to go with whatever number you want to. I'm just asking that you use the evidence before you to come up with the best number. And I do think you have to do that today because that is one of the prerequisite findings that you have to make before you can reissue permits, which is, is there enough public necessity and convenience to support this, whatever number that is? And that could go up. That could even go up. It could be above 89. But you have to make that finding first, and that's a general finding as to all of the companies, the entire industry. And then you have to make a second finding with regard to each individual company as to whether they are fit, willing, and able to provide the service and to conform to the law and regulations.
But I thought when we were discussing the proposed ordinance that we voted on, that legal's recommendation was that the 87 permits that are currently in existence would continue for the next year.
So basically what we're saying is that we're expecting, if you do reduce the number based on evidence of what the public and necessity would support, we're expecting there to be an inconsistency between that number and the number that you're actually able to renew today. Because of the language in the statute that has not yet been changed, but that will be changed if the ordinance is passed.
So the end result is you're recommending that we should renew the 87 permits today.
No, not necessarily. Like I said, there could be some issues where certain permit holders have a history of disciplinary conduct such that you might conclude that they are not
All
fit,
right,
willing, and able.
absent disciplinary action, wasn't the reason for the proposed ordinance so that it would remove the presumption that a permit would be renewed absent any disciplinary action, as long as they were in compliance.
Yeah, so
So aren't you recommending that anyone who is in compliance today, we would renew their application?
yeah.
Well,
What
then
I am saying is that the finding and the allocation are two different things. You can make the finding at whatever level, and you should make the finding at whatever level the evidence supports, regardless of what you have to do in terms of renewals. The second question is we can't, because of the code, take away permits from people who are entitled to renewal and expected renewal like last year in June when they applied for their permits back then without creating liability for Metro. And so but if you come up with a finding, say that you come up, for example, with a finding of 45, between 40 and 50, if you take the NDOT department's advice, then even though you would have to renew more than that, you could take that finding into account in determining whether you would increase or add any new permits that are also requested, as there are some today. And or, like if there are some that are removed on the basis of disciplinary action, as there have been in the past and could be more today, under the non-renewal standards, whether that would also justify that number being lower than 87 or 89.
Basically, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, she wants to take the assumption out of the air that there could be more, and if we make a definitive number, that there would know, even upon renewal, there is going to be less.
So that's just me trying to frame it in an understandable way, but the discretion to make that decision is entirely y'all's.
So I think I understand, and being assured that I'm not held to this for the next 12 months, I see the wisdom in actually looking at today and saying, what do we understand about public necessity and convenience, and what would ideally, for lack of a better descriptor, or at least as reasonable as we can come up with. In which case, I would make a motion that this commission adopt a figure for the number of ETVs in the state in Metro that are needed for public necessity and convenience be set at 45.
Before we have a second, I have a question, Ms. Westlake. Well, do we have a second, and then we have some discussion?
I'll say.
All right. I'd like to have some discussion. I would like a motion to have some meat on the bone, justifying why the number should be reduced to the NDOT recommended number.
Absolutely. I assume that would be part of the discussion. Thank you. And so I picked the middle of the NDOT recommendation, just, as a place to start. Certainly flexible. I think the study really does help us understand the impact of low-speed vehicles, including ETVs. We're not responsible for all of the slow-moving vehicles and ride shares and you name it. But there are some things we can control, hopefully in the future. I think that we have heard a lot of testimony from a lot of downtown businesses, a lot of downtown residents and community members who really feel strongly that there are too many ETVs on the road for safety and convenience purposes. And that's why I propose that number.
Any further discussion?
I'd seek to amend to move the motion to 35. I think the impact on traffic is far greater when you add in the pedal taverns, the pedicabs. There are a tremendous number of slow-moving vehicles that roam the downtown core. I don't feel comfortable with 45. So would love to open that for discussion if there's a second to the amended motion.
I guess I still have this issue of public convenience and necessity and that definition. And do we, as a commission, determine what that is?
Yes,
How
sir.
that's defined?
Yes, sir. So I do think that when that phrase is used, the word public does mean the general public. So it doesn't just mean the customers of these businesses and these businesses themselves, but also means pedestrians, other motorists, everyone present in the downtown scene at the time that the ETVs are operating.
I know I seconded it, but could I ask Ms. Westlake to restate the motion? Sorry.
Oh, did anybody record it? Oh, thank you.
It's 45 permits for public convenience and necessity for entertainment transportation based on the safety reasons you stated.
Yeah. So my motion was that we would recognize the number of 45 permits for ETVs as an appropriate number to satisfy our responsibility around public convenience and necessity.
Starting today. He
Correct.
didn't get a second.
I proposed an amendment and there was no second, so it
Right?
died.
Yeah, we're still under discussion.
Yeah.
You had a question, which got answered. Do you have anything further?
Well, the 45 to 35 was the amended motion by.
No,
Mr.
he
Hay.
didn't get a second.
He didn't get a second.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to oppose this, even though I seconded it that was just for discussion, yeah. For today, I'm not saying that's the wrong number or the wrong decision, but I think at where we're at with a proposed ordinance before council, I think there's going to be a lot more discussion about the whole issue in the next few months, and I would rather wait for that before we make this kind of decision.
I'm also inclined to wait on any specific number until the final or the final report comes out. I was here for the last meeting and felt like there were a lot of loopholes and gaps in the report being presented to us. And I'm looking at, the PowerPoint right now, and I see a tremendous drop in the weekday off-peak hours from 50 down to 60, and then a slight incline from 70, then a jump up on 80. And then and I don't have answers to these. I didn't have answers last month. And looking at the Friday off-peak hours, which 3 to 4 seems like a peak hour to me, but it drops again at from 70 to 80. And then we had a lot of discussion about what 8 seconds really meant. And, I've shared this. I have been traveling downtown since 1986. And until 2020, I was pulling into the basement, the parking garage underneath what is now the Fifth Third Bank building. And I used to brag that I had a 14-mile trip, and it took me exactly 14 minutes because most of that was on the interstate. And it only took a few moments to come down Church Street off of Interstate 40 to park in my parking garage. Somewhere around 2005, 2006, it started to take a little bit longer as Nashville started to grow. And then it got a significant delay on Church when they started construction. And we were down to 1 lane, and frequently not even 1 lane. We were stopped as dump trucks and cement trucks were backing up into construction zones. And I would go over to Charlotte and come up 4th and 5th to try to park underneath the Fifth Third Bank building, only to find that there was trucks there unloading produce for restaurants in the arcade, and I would now wait another 10 minutes. I can't say if the reason we're reducing this is because of slowness of traffic. I cannot say that it's a result of the entertainment transportation vehicles or the sightseeing vehicles. I just don't see the study here. I will say, though, that there are a number of things that are contributing to traffic delays in Nashville, including the growth of the city and the number of people living downtown and working downtown, and pedestrians walking on the streets and crossing, which is slowing me down as I try to make a left-hand turn downtown. So I'm not inclined to pick a particular number right now. I am waiting to be able to ask more questions to get better answers as to some of it. I will say, though, that what is in front of me today is a question about ETVs and how much, and I can't say for sure right now myself as to how much time they're actually causing. Now, if there's a noise issue, if there's a public inconvenience for people enjoying their life downtown, who are living downtown, for people who are working downtown, including myself, then that's also, I think, factored into the question that was asked, public necessity and public convenience. So I'm inclined also to wait until we get the final study and I get to ask some people specifically, what does this 8 seconds really translate into for the impact from ETVs on slowing traffic? That's
If
my
you
2
guys
cents.
weren't going to say it, I was. I know that he seconded it to get the discussion there. I was just kind of waiting my turn because I agree with you. I am part of that delivery service downtown. We're backing in with appliances. We're backing in, with setups and sometimes servicing on Broadway. And we are a part of that. And to dump that into the lap of one particular division because they've got the spotlight on them, I think at this point, not to say that there is not some improvement, not to say that there should be more or less, but to say that we should explore it more and not to make a definitive decision today.
Commissioner McNally, I can say definitively, every day I get stuck behind an entertainment transportation vehicle in either Demonbreun, Second, or Fourth. So I know your commute on Church, they avoid because of the construction, but it does happen to other people that commute through the downtown core, tens of thousands of office employees and residents. So I know you've expressed your personal commute, and I'm just certainly expressing mine, right? It's really difficult on 2-lane streets. Demonbreun in particular is a challenge.
When you observed earlier and made the comment that you look out your window and see traffic dead stopped, that's not a result of an ETV. That's something else stopping traffic.
It clearly is. So I watched them come down the hill, and they were, one of the commissioners was, or one of the licensees was sitting in my office. We were talking about this a year and a half ago, and he said to me, he said we can go the speed of traffic, and I said, well, great, that's awesome. And then he said, but we don't, and I tell our drivers not to go the speed of traffic. And 3 of the buses rolled down 2nd Avenue, blocking traffic as they're coming, and as the 2 of us and their lobbyist were sitting with me in the office. They train them because it's not safe to drink and dance and party going the speed of traffic through the core. They slow traffic intentionally, telling their drivers to drive 12 to 13 miles an hour.
I'd be happy to move 12 to 13 miles an hour downtown Nashville during peak time. So
Fair,
thank you.
Fair.
So I just want to say I recognize that there are a number of contributing factors. A number of them, we have assurances from the director of NDOT that will be addressed through the Downtown Connect process. And although it is not perfect, I do recognize that a part of our responsibility is to come up with a finding, although it's not binding, right? So as we discussed, as we discussed, it's a non-binding finding, right? And given other information, we can make decisions as we see fit.
I think we heard from Ms. Costonis about identifying a number today that gives the operators an opportunity to understand that they could potentially lose some permits 12 months from now. And I just worry that if it's 90 days from now or September, whenever this may be finished, that we haven't given these people ample time to prepare for the inevitable, which is possibly going to be a reduction in permits.
Am I understanding correctly, though, that on the table first is picking out a number based upon public necessity and convenience, and then going to the individual permits, which could be, and probably is going to be greater than that number that I'm hearing from right now, assuming that that lower number passes. So we would have an inconsistent finding from this committee today.
I think that's okay. I think what we're doing is we're trying to honor the existing statutory language and the business assumptions of the permittees. And that does not allow us to actually, if you all want to, reduce to the point that has been discussed, which is entirely at your discretion. So the finding should be made based on the evidence before you. That can consist of the presentation of NDOT last month, that can consist of witness testimony, either for or against, and any other evidence, letters that you may have received that are part of the record today can be considered in that calculation as well. But your finding of the number should not be based on what you can and cannot do today. It should be based on your best analysis based on the evidence of what is the optimum number to serve public convenience and necessity.
Commissioner Powell, does that address your concern there? Yes. Okay. So we've made a motion, but we haven't had the public hearing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a question I have for Ms. Costonas, because on our agenda, it's explicitly clear to me that we are directed to hold a public hearing for the purpose of consideration of applications for public convenience and necessity for operations of an entertainment transportation company. So we are supposed to have that public hearing today, but my question is this, is the prerequisite question of a finding of the number of public convenience and necessity permits, does that require a public hearing?
No, not legally, but because it was stated that way on the agenda, I do kind of think it would be a best practice if people are here and expecting to speak, to allow them to speak to that issue.
And they would not need to necessarily speak to their individual business, but to the kind of global question of what is the number and what is the empirical evidence that they are planning to present from a traffic engineer to the industry, or to, it could be a traffic engineer, it could be any number of items that look at the industry globally and the public's need globally.
Yes, I mean, it can even be anecdotal witness testimony, but yes.
Could I bring up, I don't know, is it a point of order? There's one item on the agenda that we haven't got to yet. Before we start any more discussion or public hearing or anything, I'd like to suggest we dispatch with those particular items about the SUMDs first. Hopefully that won't take too long. That's appropriate. I don't know if I need a motion or not. That's
Well,
just
there's a motion
suggestion.
on the table that has a second that we could
That's
call,
true.
we could call for the question.
That's true.
We could continue public deliberation. We could invite witnesses to come forth as a part.
Ms. Costonas, what's the proper procedure here, since we do have a pending motion with a second?
The movant could withdraw the motion if the second agrees.
I'm happy to withdraw the motion.
I agree.
Thank you. All right, Carrie had a good recommendation. I don't think we need a motion. We are going to take up the SUMD issue We've been asked to review TLC Rule 905M.5 related to modification of a no-ride zone change at Vanderbilt University and the Medical Center, as well as review TLC Rule 905L related to a change of operations stop time to 11 p.m., and then a review of a request to modify the WeGo pilot program into an expanded area outside the downtown core. And these are items up for public hearing. Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir. The issue of Vanderbilt came back to us from Vanderbilt themselves. Initially they had asked that we look at how scooters, and at the time it was only scooters, could be used in and around the campus. There were a lot of concerns at the time, especially related to the medical center. So the original rule was passed after discussion with Vanderbilt and public hearing here. The other two issues, the one of the start time, the industry is making a request, as they are on the WeGo pilot. I assume there are some people here that may want to speak to that issue. But since this would be rulemaking, you must hold a public hearing prior to making any decisions.
All right, so with respect to the first issue that's related to the modification of a no-ride zone at Vanderbilt University and the Medical Center, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on that issue?
And Mr. Chairman, for the audience, we have a 2-minute limit with a timer, and when the 2 minutes is expired, you'll be notified that the time has expired. It does not mean you have to stop the speaker if you need to hear more from the speaker. In this case, Vanderbilt has additional information they didn't have when they asked for the rule 3 years ago, I think. So Eben Cathy's here from Vanderbilt that could speak to the issue.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll keep it pretty brief. So the purpose for that agenda item is we'd like to modify the shared use mobility devices, Section 905M5 of TLC Rules and Procedures, to update the no ride zone to allow dockless share bikes on campus. So, in the TLC right now, we're described as a no ride zone. And more or less, we ask for a change in the language to allow us some discretion for a dockless e-bike program on campus. I think when this first came up, there were just some concerns we had with what kinds of companies were coming in, what types of programs there were, and if they would be able to match with the values we have on our campus. But we are a campus that values, multi-modality and would like an opportunity to talk directly with a bike company about coming on and doing a pilot program. But in order to do that right now, we would need a change in the code. So that's the specific request. A lot of biking on our campus, and we'd just like to see if we can integrate this into how we help people get around.
Thank you.
Could you explain exactly what?
So I believe the spirit of that is, instead of having to come back to you to maybe talk about, we got a contract with a company, here are the parameters, we would work directly with the executive secretary to establish what those are. So just trying to save your time, save the public's time.
Good idea.
To explore a pilot program. So we haven't
Okay.
talked to a company. We haven't moved down that path at all.
Okay, because right now we have a pilot program that's supposed to have 75 bicycles. So don't you think you'd need another 50 or 75 bikes?
Yeah,
I understand, but I've talked to some of your folks. Don't you think there need to be an increase? I mean, you're right, we shouldn't talk about a number, but that would be part of your discussions, I would think.
At some point, that would be part of the discussion,
Okay.
but I think today we're just hoping to get some of that discretion.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Could you please state your name just so we have it on the record?
I'm sorry. Mr. Field said, Eben Cathy with Vanderbilt University.
Thank you.
Ms. Costonis?
I just wanted to say that boards and commissions have certain non-delegable responsibilities. I do not think you can delegate a decision that you all are supposed to make based on safety to Vanderbilt University. However, I do think that it is more normal or more in line with things we've done in the past for you to delegate that decision-making to your executive director.
So do we need to change the wording to say, based upon the approval of the executive secretary?
I mean, I think so.
Okay. And we can do that when we go back in session.
Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak on this issue? At this point in time, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going to take these one at a time?
Could I clarify one thing? As far as the no-ride zone areas shown, to the extent that Vanderbilt is talking about its own private property, it can do whatever it wants with its own private property. It doesn't need our approval one way or the other. But if they are talking about public rights of way that intersect the Vanderbilt campus, then I think that's the part that would be non-delegable.
So we can't delegate the authority to the,
I don't think you can delegate it to Vanderbilt with regard to public
Vanderbilt,
rights of
sure.
way.
And I wouldn't want to. But we can, if they reach an agreement, we can delegate approval authority to the executive director or
I mean,
secretary, whatever it is.
yeah, it is executive director, I think. He would need to have like the absolute veto over it because
Right.
you would be delegating your authority to him, not to Vanderbilt.
Yes, okay. Well, do I need to make a motion to clarify that, or do I have to give the exact language, or can you?
I'm going to defer to the people who are actually going to end up rewriting the rules. I'm sure they would like as specific a motion as you can give them.
Well, I'd just say add subject to the approval of the executive director, somewhere in there. Is that appropriate motion?
Yeah, my concern is the word agreement, because, well, that does imply that Mr. Fields would be having to be party to the agreement. It also implies that Vanderbilt has some decision-making authority here, which I'm saying they do not, as to the public rights of way.
So my motion is to just add subject to approval by the executive director. That do it? Okay, I'll make that motion. I guess I'm making the motion to, do I have to make a motion to amend first? Which is what I did, okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item under public hearing, we've been asked to review TLC Rule 905L related to a change of operation stop time from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. And let's see. Yes, currently it's 10:30. Is that right, Ms. Costonis?
Correct.
Initially, when you passed the rule, the current rule says operations of SUMDs is prohibited after 10:30 PM and before 5 AM, except for bicycles and electric bicycles as defined in section, in the earlier section of the ordinance, or in the rules.
Who's asking for the amendment and what's the rationale behind the request?
Well, I wouldn't pretend to speak for the industry, but the industry has made some, has come to staff and NDOT to discuss in general the idea of how scooters are being used. I've been able to demonstrate very high usage, and we felt it was important enough to bring it to the commission and make a recommendation that it's probably a time to make sense. Their initial request, my memory of it was there's no time limit. Then it went to maybe midnight, and then it ended up at 10:30 is the rule that the commission adopted. So at this point, it would be increased up to 11 o'clock. And again, I'm not the engineer in the group or the expert from that standpoint, but certainly I know they would like to speak. NDOT may want to speak as well to give specific information to you.
All right, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this particular issue?
Good afternoon, Commission. Chris Gobble with Stones River Group. I represent SPIN specifically, but speaking on behalf of the industry, we appreciate the Commission taking this up. Obviously, we're supportive of the 30-minute increase. We appreciate NDOT for working with us, and I'll just reiterate our commitment to both public safety and following the rules of the program, and happy to answer any questions that you have. If it gets too programmatic, I may turn it over to one of our operators.
Why the request to add an extra half hour?
I think so. Not to jump ahead into the second part or third part of the agenda relative to SUMDs, but what we're asking for in conjunction. Think of this as kind of a two-part system here. The next piece that you're going to look at and address is relative to an expansion of the pilot project for WeGo. Right now, that the number of scooters that we're allowed to put out there is relatively minimal. As WeGo is winding down, we'll see an expansion of those scooters. At that point, what we'll hope with that extra 30 minutes, you've got people that are coming off bus routes and will be able to take it last mile home.
I'll show my ignorance here. How late do WeGo buses run?
It depends on the route. Some of them, and I would defer more to NDOT, I'm not the expert there,
Right.
but
Yeah, I was
majority
sort of
of time speaking, it's around 10:30, 11 o'clock when they're wrapping up.
So why are you only asking for 10:30?
Defer to the commission, we'll take more, but we're not.
Because, there's some evidence that use of, for instance, in Atlanta, I think Georgia Tech did a study. Atlanta banned them for a short period of time, and actually traffic increased, which I found sort of surprising. So when we go back in session, I'm gonna make a motion to move it to midnight.
Would appreciate that.
Could I ask staff, do we have any numbers about exactly how that program is working now?
Commissioner, are you speaking to the?
I'm sorry, the WeGo.
The ridership?
experience. Yeah, of the WeGo specifically, yeah.
The WeGo pilot program allows them to employ up to 100 additional scooters around bus stops at multi-housing units, primarily outside of the downtown core, where they would look to primarily deploy their 500 by contract. All the companies I can tell you are participating in it. They would have to speak to the number of rides they're seeing and the effectiveness of the program.
They would, okay. So I take it they are being used, or
Yes.
you wouldn't want to keep doing it, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
And based on their, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, based on their conversations, their issue of the equity areas, the equity zones, they'd like to be able to make sure they can service areas more than adequately to see what we can do about removing vehicular traffic as compared to scooter traffic for especially the first and last mile as it relates to the WeGo.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience would like to speak on this particular issue? All right, we'll close the public hearing on this second point.
Is the request for the extra 100 scooters included in this specific change? Or
No,
just
it was just
This
the
is-
time.
just the time?
Correct.
Okay, all
The
right.
next item is for that.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we change the rule to allow scooters to operate until midnight.
Second it.
Any discussion?
Director?
Thank you. Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason for the 11 o'clock is we had looked at times for the events that get out at downtown, which are typically between 10 and 10:30. That would give folks in the area that would be using this for their last mile an opportunity to use it. But we know that the majority of the ridership in our downtown is mainly for recreational. And usually after 11 o'clock, we have folks that are enjoying themselves. And we did not feel that for safety reasons, we wanted to encourage people on scooters after 11 o'clock, but we wanted to give those folks that were downtown for an event an opportunity to use that first and last mile, and that's why we chose 11. So I just want to share with it, there was a lot of deliberation that went into it and a lot of discussion with our engineers, our safety engineers about best practices. And we are open to continue the conversation. Our biggest concern is still making sure that we have places to put the scooters. And that's going to be part of Connect Downtown, is we'll be identifying more scooter corrals and all of that. So we do anticipate we'll revisit this in the near future. We're just not there yet, but we were open to continue based on some of the performances that are occurring in the downtown area, but we had some concerns any later than that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're in discussion now on the time,
Yes.
is it 10:30 or 11 or midnight? And I think it's slippery, right? Like I exit Bridgestone events, concerts at 11. I exit Ascend events at 11. I think about our restaurant staff that may leave at 11 from their job and use this to commute home to East Nashville. I agree with you wholeheartedly that there could be any number of people who make bad decisions and drive drunk, right? Like they get behind the wheel of a car, they get on an e-bike, they walk in the middle of the street through traffic. There was a big problem that the fences helped on Broadway with people just running, from one side of the Broadway to the other. So it's hard for me I want to protect people from making bad decisions for themselves, but also want to help provide a means of kind of last mile transportation or even 2 or 3 mile transportation for someone to get home from their job or out of an event at the soccer stadium or football, right? You can't get a rideshare vehicle after certain concerts, for example, at the football stadium. Taylor Swift next weekend is going to be a disaster on all accounts, because you've got a Bridgestone event and a Taylor Swift show one night, Saturday. Luke Combs, you couldn't get out of Luke Combs, couldn't get a car.
Okay, I'll change the motion to make it till 2 a.m. Withdraw that. I'll renew my motion for midnight.
All right, and we still have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
I'm going to abstain from voting on this one.
All right. Motion passes. We've been asked to review a request to modify the WECO pilot program into expanded areas outside the downtown core. Mr. Fields?
As has been mentioned and discussed, the issue that when you allowed the pilot to happen was the opportunity with WeGo to see what a pilot would look like and how it could work to provide first and last. Again, I'm going to defer back to NDOT if they have further comments, but based on conversations with the companies and based on what we think to be true, ridership of scooters in Nashville is amazingly high. We also know that there's a very high percentage, maybe higher than some cities, I don't want to go that far, of local people riding for work purposes, very much as Mr. Hayes has said. So, you know, again, there's probably other evidence that can be offered, but we think it makes sense. Again, we do not want to get into the downtown core, and the companies know that it is critical, especially now as we're continuing our study, that we do not get more scooters, because we also know that the downtown core is where people want to ride. But it'll be our effort, it'll be their effort and ours to get them out, again, and to look at equity areas as well, to provide opportunities for people to ride a relatively inexpensive vehicle to benefit their life, whether it's work or pleasure for citizens out in the community.
Do we have any members of the audience who'd like to speak on the issue of modifying the WeGo pilot program into expanded areas outside the downtown core? At this point in time, we'll close the public hearing and have it up for discussion among the commissioners.
I'll make a motion, we approve the request for 100 additional scooters per company, right? To be used in the WeGo pilot and not downtown.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Are they geofenced from downtown? So they could pick it up in Midtown and ride to downtown and you know, like if we think about all of the short-term rentals throughout the county, right? Or throughout Midtown, they could pick one up at Midtown and downtown could go from 400 to 600. How many are approved for downtown? 500? So we go from 5 to 600.
Well, that has potential. It's 100 per scooter company, so it's a potential of 300. But these are going to go in areas where we have, I want to call them equity areas, where we have those folks that utilize transit as their main means of transportation, and then would give them the first and last mile connection to and from their home from WeGo. So I can't imagine someone taking a scooter all the way from out in an area, if I'm thinking like further out on Nolensville into downtown, but to use that, you know, to get home at different times of the day if it's raining or whatever, or even in the evening. So
it gets staged, for example, at a transit stop?
it will be staged at transit stops, and then they will be going through and rebalancing them on a regular basis, on a daily basis, actually.
And that customer could literally leave it in the street in front of his or her house or in the parking lot at the apartment building that he or she lives in.
Correct. And maybe even get up the next morning and take it back. They're not supposed to, but it happens.
I live on what used to be the most used route, 56 down Gallatin Road. I don't know if it still is, and they've been used because some people do leave them in their yard. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's great, because I want them to be used. That's what dockless is all about. So I don't know what the figures are, but they are being used, at least in my neighborhood. I guess I'm in an equity area.
Yes, you are.
No, it's just de-offense to be able to go there, because I have a neighbor that does it as well.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes. All right, that concludes our public hearings regarding SUNDs. At the request of my fellow commissioner, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Could I make a motion to make it 10?
Yes. 10-minute. Our meeting.
Recommendation, still to set a new number. If you set a new number, then all of the this next round.
Where did my agenda go? I don't know, man. Here we go. I got it. I found it. All right, if you'll please take your seats, we're going to start our meeting. We're now beginning the public hearing regarding the consideration of the number of applications, or excuse me, of certificates of public convenience and necessity for entertainment transportation vehicles. At this time, we're opening the public hearing. I'm going to begin by calling on the people who have submitted requests to speak, and then I will go from there and ask if there's anyone else from the audience that wants to speak, not including the actual applicants. We will hear from them last, and I have a full list of everyone who's applied, and I'll call on them. The first person is Brady Cannon. And just to remind you, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Fields and members of the commission, for allowing me the opportunity to share with you all today. Again, my name is Brady Cannon. I'm here representing the Nashville Convention and Visitors Court. We thank you all for your leadership to date on the issues surrounding entertainment transportation vehicles. As leading advocates for Nashville's visitors and hospitality industry, we feel that the issues of disruption and the potential threat for further degradation of the city's reputation still remain. We have not yet seen how the rules, when properly enforced to the fullest extent, will impact ETVs or aid improvement of the downtown area, especially in the height of the summer season. While we have seen some initial improvements from last year, the difficulties of overwhelming traffic congestion and noise pollution are still a major concern. If you all recall, in the past, we have shared with the commission letters from numerous clients expressing their concerns regarding downtown's untamed atmosphere, and we have continued to receive the same observation, many of which cite ETVs as the leading contributor to the overall chaotic environment. Downtown is an immensely diverse part of Nashville's community, shared by residents, visitors, businesses alike, and we must have a common sense expectation that allows everyone to use this great neighborhood for their needs. We ask this commission to not approve any additional permits beyond the number that is currently operating. As Commissioner Hayes mentioned earlier, we share the concern of TDOT's Bridge Viaduct project, which will severely limit and further clog alternate streets for minimum of 8 weeks. During this process, it's imperative that the commission anticipate heavy traffic flow and mitigate additional inconvenience by considering a temporary prohibition of operation of ETVs during that time frame. We recognize the amount of time and energy spent both by the commission and stakeholders and business owners on this issue, so we thank you for that and the continued leadership that you all put forth.
Thank you. Ben Simpson.
Evening. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate all the work that you do. I get to attend these on behalf of the Nashville Area Chamber often, so it's good to be here again. The Nashville Area Chamber and the over 2,000 businesses that it represents wants to echo what we have heard from the CVC. We do believe that there is a live, work, play, as I think Downtown Partnership will tell you later, element to what goes on downtown. And we want to keep that balanced as our businesses are trying to do the best that they can to put forward a good time in a safe and responsible way when it comes to Broadway and the entertainment transportation vehicles. So I think you have our letter before you. I don't want to belabor the point, but happy for any questions. Thank you very much.
Lisa Haller.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the TLC and members of the staff. My name is Lisa Haller. I live at 900 20th Avenue South. I am here to speak as a citizen, a resident, and a homeowner in Midtown and here in the urban core. I too want to thank all of you for your leadership. We've been at many of these meetings over the last year, and you all have given extreme thought to the regulations, and we really support that. I am here to support NDOT's recommendation of a reduction in the number of permits to be granted in the area of 40 to 50 for all of the reasons and testimony that has been previously provided to the commission. I also support stronger enforcement of the rules and regulations that you all have worked so hard to adopt. So we look forward to seeing future and stronger enforcement of those rules and regulations. And then thirdly, as Commissioner Hayes brought up and the gentleman before me, I urge the commission to give strong consideration to the Broadway Bridge closure coming up this summer. And if you take a look at the routes, the detour routes that TDOT has provided, it's going to shift all the traffic onto Church and Demonbreun. Demonbreun, as you know, is already a tremendous bottleneck. It is also a highly popular route for ETVs. So if you could consider some modifications as a temporary moratorium on the number of ETVs permitted during that 8-week period, perhaps grant the authority to, I believe Mr. Fields already has that authority, to reduce that number or to make some accommodations on routes. And speaking of routes, I will conclude with also a recommendation as you move forward to consider not just the number of vehicles, but those routes within the urban core and Midtown, particularly Division and Demonbreun, which are only 2-lane roads. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Michael Winters.
How are you guys? Most of you know me, but just in case you don't, Michael Winters, the Nashville Tractor. I think Christy in her office sent you guys a letter just to kind of give some of our thoughts, which I won't regurgitate back to you. But in a nutshell, what the letter is trying to say is we've been around since 2016 with a tornado.
Mr. Winters,
Sorry.
You're not going to have an opportunity to speak later when I call on the companies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was for the companies. Forgive me.
No, this is for the regular general members of the public. But
I was in the back. Forgive me. I didn't catch that part. In that case,
and
I'll
it's
time
my
out.
error as well.
My fault.
I'm the one who called you forward,
No, my
so
fault.
it's my error too.
Thank you.
Tanya McBride Robles.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this issue and for your work on behalf of our city. I'm Tanya McBride Robles, Chief Operating Officer of the Nashville Symphony. The Nashville Symphony, like all performing arts groups, is working very hard to regain audiences post-pandemic. The number one reason our patrons give our box office for not renewing their subscriptions is the burgeoning gridlock downtown. It's not our programming, it's not our hall, it's certainly not our orchestra. It's the crisis in managing downtown gridlock, specifically ETVs. And if our patrons manage to get downtown to the Skirmerhorn, they're assaulted by the noise and drunkenness of ETV riders. I'd like to now quote from Symphony CEO Alan Valentine's email to the commission on this issue. He's out of town today and asked me to speak on his behalf. I hope you and your fellow transportation licensing commissioners are coming downtown at night and on weekends to experience it for yourselves, because you cannot possibly understand just how bad it is unless you do. It is going to kill our downtown institutions. Institutions like the Symphony will simply not survive, nor will any of the event venues if the people who live here keep having these kinds of experiences when trying to enjoy what our sports, arts, and entertainment venues have to offer. You all have a huge responsibility to the citizens and taxpayers of this city to do the right thing. And the right thing is not to cave into pressure from the operators of these vehicles. Once you approve more licenses, you will never be able to put the genie back in the bottle, and we will never get any semblance of control back. Even Las Vegas doesn't allow this kind of uncontrolled mess. This is a crisis, and we need solutions now. Please do not approve any more licenses for these vehicles. I am honestly afraid that it is already too late. We've lost our downtown, and before we know it, the whole thing is going to collapse in on itself. Organizations like the Downtown Partnership and Connect Downtown are working to find solutions to the traffic problems. Please do not work against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernard Bean. Jeanette Barden. I can't read the writing.
Good afternoon. Wasn't my handwriting. My name is Jeanette Barker. I'm a VP with the Nashville Downtown Partnership. Downtown has seen improvement based on the hard work of this commission, and on behalf of all downtown stakeholders, we really do thank you for that. But the disproportionate pain inflicted upon downtown from ETVs does persist. We're asking this commission to consider what else needs to be done in this second iteration of a very brand new regulation framework. Of the many ways the commission is responsible for ensuring that this framework is effective, we're focused on permit numbers as the thing that is making the most impact. 89 or even 87 is simply too many. Whatever opportunities are available to this body to right-size this, please do consider. In mid-April, downtown was the third largest city in the state of Tennessee. This is on a night that there were many events, and if you were to take that population at that one point in time on a Saturday night, it was the third largest city in the state. Imagine 89 slow-moving vehicles in 2 square miles of the third largest city in your state. Using these hard numbers of density, it is clear to say, as Mayor Cooper did, that anything more than 0 is likely already a compromise. And I want to respond to the commissioner's expressed concern earlier today over the distress or discomfort of these businesses who may lose permits, pending the future decisions of this body. Nobody here wants to create undue hardship on any business. But I respectfully point out that the matter before you is about right-sizing the competing uses of our public realm. And we're talking about distress, yes, for a few dozen businesses, but that's competing against the distress of 16,000 downtown residents and 78,000 downtown employees. And the 16,000 residents will grow to 25,000 within a few short years. Development in the pipeline indicates that the competition for the use of our right-of-way and the detriment caused by ineffective use of that right-of-way will grow immensely. And the pain we see today is a fraction of what we will see in 2, 5, 10 years in Nashville. Please consider the decisions today as a decision to support Nashvillian safety and quality of life, not just today, but for the many tomorrows. Thank you for your consideration.
Lisa LeClaire.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and again, thank you for your service to our city. I've been up here before, speaking before you, talking about this particular issue. The ETVs are rather a new phenomenon here in Nashville. I have lived here for 32 years and will tell you that 30 years ago, that certainly was not an issue. 20 years ago, probably even 15 years ago, maybe even 10. We do encourage you to reduce or keep, certainly for this go-around with permits, keep or reduce the number of permitted vehicles and think about the future of Nashville and the growth. I don't think the entertainment vehicles are the full explanation for traffic in our downtown corridor, but it does lend itself to slowing down traffic. Current permits, not all rules and or policies have been either enacted nor enforced. Noise is still an issue, traffic is still an issue, and I've personally experienced the noise and the loading and unloading practices that are not following the rules outlined. Specifically, vehicles are not enclosed. We talked about loading and unloading. QR codes were not placed on the vehicles. I know that was in the rules. Monitor or governing all sound amplification is not happening on all the vehicles. I don't know that if the vehicles are equipped with GPS devices, but that is in the rules. And the vehicles were also to be equipped with cameras recording outside activity. I don't know if that is happening on 100% of the vehicles. We did mention that the Downtown Connect study, or the Connect Downtown study, is happening, and that will have a huge impact, I believe, on our traffic and the direction that it goes in. And lastly, as it has been mentioned, the Broadway Bridge closure will greatly be impacted, and it won't be just the west side of town. People will drive around to the east side and change up those corridor and traffic patterns as well. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the stack of requests to speak I have from the members of the general public. Is there anyone else in the audience other than the applicants themselves who would like to speak on the issue? All right, I'm going to begin calling on the applicants. Upstage Party Bus.
Could I possibly make a motion? Are we still in the public hearing?
We are still in the public hearing.
Oh. Let me understand. So we're going to hear from each applicant?
Yes.
Before we consider it? Yeah.
And I guess we would hear from each applicant before we consider it. So there could be 30 applicants that speak. We then deliberate the potential number of total applications that would be approved.
I can give some further clarification of what the purpose of our current public hearing is. But yes, I presumed that every applicant wished to speak at the public hearing. I will remind the applicants that the portion of the public hearing we're on is solely on the question of public convenience and necessity. It is not on whether your particular application should be granted or your particular number of requests for permits should be granted. It is solely on the issue of the number, the macro number of public convenience and necessity needed.
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Patrick Kludak with Upstage Party Bus. I was at the end of this list. I was at the end of the list last year. 9 p.m., I believe, was when I finally got called up. The reason that I did get boosted up to the front today was in hopes that I'd be able to leave after speaking with y'all. My father passed away about 3 weeks ago. 22 days later, to raise awareness of PTSD, my brother committed suicide. So I need to get out to Illinois, and I'm unfortunately stuck in this room, and it's killing me every minute that I'm here. I'd really like to get out to my family. But as far as everything goes with the party buses, Upstage Party Bus is nothing but a safe, fun way to see Nashville. We've been doing this over and over and over, weekend. Every single thing that you guys asked for us to do, we went ahead and did. Everything from insurance to being off the streets from 4 to 6 to being out of Nashville come 11 o'clock. If there's anything in any way, shape, or form that we are in any sort of violation of any of that, I could definitely understand your reason to pull our permits, but I have not had anything. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be speaking on other than just the reason why we should stay in business. And we're providing a great thing and a great way for Nashville, for people to see Nashville. We have tons of people who plan their trips and plan us well out. So I just beg of you guys to give us our permits so that way my wife and I could actually get at least one breath of fresh air. This has been really rough. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Tennessee Transport Holdings, doing business as Cruisin'.
Question for you. I'm on there twice. TN Transport Holdings and the Nashville Tractor. Do you want me to talk for 4 minutes straight or come back twice, or how do you want to do that? Doesn't matter to me. Two different companies, two different kind of operations, but.
You can have your 4 minutes, Mr. Winters.
Thank you. In a nutshell, once again, Michael Winters, we operate TN Transport Holdings, which is our sightseeing division, and we operate the Nashville Tractor, which is the entertainment, stand-up and drink alcohol division. In a nutshell, we've been operating since 2016. To give you a little basis on why we're a good corporate citizen and why there's a public necessity outside of just tourists. When the tornado happened, we stopped operations, loaded up with water and everything we could put on our wagons, drove around and dispersed product around town on our wagons and buses and everything else as part of a corporate citizen, not just tourists, as we talked about earlier. When the bombing happened, we immediately moved all of our operation anywhere from that area and that's the central of where we pick up. So that was our core of operations down on 2nd and Broadway. During COVID, Billy Fields, we had conversations just about daily on how to operate, where to operate, how many people, where you can use the restrooms. And we took all the advice we got from Mr. Fields' office and ran with it immediately. We did everything that was asked to be done. We installed hand washing stations to help people during, COVID. We passed out free sanitizer. Yes, we were trying to run a business, which is hard to do with 8 people on a wagon, but we did everything we could to comply with any COVID standard that came up. Enclosures, when the enclosures came up, once again, Billy Fields and I sat and had lots of conversations about what to do with enclosures. We were the first one to put them up. We were the first one to install generators, the first one to do all the enclosure stuff that were asked. We were the first one to get a certified permitted vehicle from his office that passed all inspections. My point there is from a corporate citizen standpoint and the public necessity and need, anything and everything that his office has ever asked us to do, we are 4 yards ahead of everybody else in getting it done. I know we had a meeting here a while back talking about, can't get enclosures done in time. We can't find generators, can't find air conditioners. We already had it installed, we had extras in stock. Why? Because we went out on the limb and did the things that his office was suggesting we do before it was even a rule. When 4 to 6 came into play, we were off the street from 4 to 6 before it ever became enforced because Billy called and asked me to. Talking about stuff in Nashville, if you look up every TripAdvisor in Google you can find in Nashville and every main attraction, we score higher. All the major bars, Nashville's Country Music Hall of Fame, the Ryman, we score higher. Why? People like it. People enjoy it, and including locals as well. We donated $20,000 with partnerships of a couple of the people in the room to the rescue mission because they wanted turkeys for Thanksgiving. Myself, Chris Eismore, and a couple others put money together and donated $20,000 to the rescue mission. And then got 1 minute left here, so I'll talk on a couple other things. When I hear about bridge closures, I appreciate it and I understand it, but I don't see offices closing down. I don't see delivery trucks not going downtown. No, nothing picking on you. I don't see Uber being banned from downtown because a bridge is closing. I understand you don't control all that, and I get it. But taking a scalpel to us because the bridge is closing while everybody else does the norm doesn't seem fair to me. A couple things you might want to talk about. Some unclear rules that is outside of what you're currently working on is Billy has the new rules on the beer, what's allowed on board, where it's spirit infused or not. The beer board finally came up with the official rules on that. I think that Billy finally has the official rules from the beer board on whether you can have vodka-based beer and all that kind of stuff, because right now, everybody's doing a little bit of both. So there's a clarification on the rules that probably needs to happen there. Outside of that, that's a gist of it. We appreciate everything you guys are doing. We hope as this process goes forward, you look at the operators that not only bring value to the tourists, but bring values to the city and give back as a good corporate citizen. And very candidly, I think when you talk to Billy and his enforcement officers, you're going to find out, I'm going to say we're a role model for that, and we're happy about it. Any questions?
Just one. How far out are you booked?
Well, that's a tricky question. We have bookings that go all the way out from 6 to 9 months, but every single weekend since February, we're sold out.
No, all right. And so people are booking 6 to 9 months out ahead?
Yes, but you're not sold out that far. Right. But somebody planning a wedding or something like that, they tend to book further. Somebody's birthday party, the 4 girls going out of town for the weekend, maybe they're 3 weeks in advance.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
The Nashville party truck.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Lawson. I'm with Dickinson Wright. My client is Adam Visbeen, who is the owner of Nashville Party Truck. Before I get into what brings Mr. Visbeen here, regarding some of the statements that have been made about the Connect study, I would encourage you all to wait for that study to be completed. I think Mr. McNally's statements about what is really the problem with traffic downtown. Is it the ETVs or is it construction? Are there other factors going on? I don't think you all truly know enough to reduce the number of permits today. Secondarily, I am an attorney, so I'm going to go in this direction. If my client is here on new applications, not necessarily a renewal, but if you were to reduce the number of permits and not renew applications pursuant to what the law is on the books, you may be facing a constitutional issue. I don't think you all want to be in Chancery Court for the rest of your lives. On Mr. Visbeen's application specifically, Mr. Visbeen applied last June for his 4 applications for his ETVs. Mr. Visbeen at the time was an active duty military officer. He was on orders in training in Louisiana. I actually had COVID at the time. I also could not attend. His application was heard before this commission, and an unauthorized representative of a different company spoke on behalf of those applications, was recognized improperly. All of that is in our papers as well. And action was taken on his applications. We attempted to have it reheard twice by this commission, and to no avail. We are here today because that was an injustice that needs to be righted on his behalf. He has stopped operating, obviously, since the time that he was not able to get his permits. He has lost, countless thousands of dollars. I believe the number's up to about $40,000 to $50,000 because of various things that obviously did not need to happen and that were improperly done at the time. Mr. Visbeen's vehicles are safe. They are compliant with all laws and regulations. We have provided a absolutely complete application to you today. And so from a public necessity standpoint, he complies with all of your requirements, which we'll speak to obviously in more detail when we have that opportunity. But as I said, from a public necessity standpoint, I think you need to consider keeping the number of applications at the level that it is until that you have more information to truly decide what makes the most sense from that perspective. Anything you want to say?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Visbeen. So again, I just want to thank you for your time and opportunity to speak here. This has been a long, detrimental battle, both to my lifestyle as actually after 13 years of service, I'm actually leaving active duty this summer to go into the reserves with the intent that my entrepreneurship was my next step in life. So as you could assume, the last 9 months has been quite a turmoil as I lost my business overnight while on military duty in Louisiana. So I just ask that, you side with what this panel stands for and make the right decision here.
Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Music City Rolling Jamboree.
Hello. I thought I was next to last. I wasn't ready. We've been here 13 years. I've turned in my application. We passed last year. No citations, no problems, no accidents. Everybody's in compliance with my team. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Rolling Jamboree. I'm going in reverse order. Last year I went in alphabetical order. I'm going in reverse this year. TAN Assets LLC. Okay. Tennessee Transport Services.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Sussman from TN Transport. I've been doing this for almost 12, 13 years now. We do 175,000 tours a year. I think we have somewhere between 75 and 80 full-time guides that do a multitude of tours. And we pride ourselves not on the party tours. We do family tours. Most of all of our equipment, we have a tractor. It's a sightseeing tractor. It's a sit-down tour. It's called Hayride. So I wasn't here at the last meeting whenever people were coming up to speak about permits. I had COVID at the time, so someone else had to speak for me. And it just wasn't reiterated enough that kids need things to do too here. So the reason that we have our jacked up trucks is my 6-year-old son. We saw it on Craigslist. I purchased it, and now families can ride around in it together. So no one talks about what do families do here. The only thing we have here is the Adventure Science Museum. So our fleet got cut from 16 to 6. So we still have those vehicles in a parking lot next door to our house, or next door to our office. And we had to, up our insurance as requested. So that was an $86,000 charge, which I think most everybody here was supposed to get. So the financial burden on all these people is difficult for anybody to even sleep at night. So if the number needs to be 45, I mean, could we internally reduce our numbers through acquisitions or purchasing of other companies? And would the board approve something like that to get our number down? I'm trying to really work together because I know you want to reduce the numbers. And right now, everybody here is just scared it's just going to get chopped in half next April. So if we could have some way for some of these people who are financially burdened from their position in these companies to be made whole, it might help a lot of them. And putting these people out of work is just not something we want to do in the times that we're going through right now. Everybody's worried about recession or the economy or something else, but now my guys are worried about losing their jobs. So we haven't had any infractions that I know of. So we only applied for one more permit, and that's just for one more truck to carry kids around. So really, that's it. I appreciate it. If anybody has any questions.
I'm curious, just the notion of buying a limited liability company that has a license. If the license,
It's not approved by the board at this time.
the license that the LLC owns is non-transferable.
So it's transferable if you all approve it, but not otherwise.
And that would be a large financial burden on us, as a couple of the companies here could come together to do that. As long as we had some guarantees that we could put some things into place if there were issues, that they were held for the driver level or whoever was accountable for that. And I'm just throwing that out there because I understand that everybody's under pressure here. I'm really just trying to think outside the box, and if it's something we can do, because most people here are going to fight until they can't fight anymore because they have nothing else to do. This is their livelihood, and a lot of those people are our friends. So if I can help them out, and if it's going to reduce our fleet, I don't mind purchasing their companies and helping them out that way.
Mr. Sizemore, I have a question. A while back, you spoke before us and you said you were sharing your experience that you saw things begin to level out, that over time, a lot of these conflicts between people living and working downtown and people playing and coming for conventions and everything might settle down. You were here with Joyride.
Correct.
And your golf carts, for lack of a better characterization,
Yes.
were the target for a while of causing traffic delays.
Correct.
I haven't heard anything about Joyride being a problem for traffic delay.
Well, the
So
traffic's
tell me what you saw from your own experience that caused things to kind of settle down.
After regulations went into effect, we could all kind of just relax a little bit. Everybody knew the rules and regulations. Some people got out. Some people didn't want to be involved anymore. And that's the same thing here. I mean, people, they don't know the outcome of what's going to happen. So all they're here to do is fight. And fight until the last breath. So what happened is that it just worked itself out. I mean, we are no longer in the almost point-to-point transportation even business because we can't meet the demand. You all are increasing scooters. Well, that was us. We gave all those rides. We were doing 1 million rides a year, but we quit because, breaking a rule or being on the wrong street, those rules were so strict that there was a possibility we had 155 drivers, that someone was going to go off the path or be their first day or do the wrong stop. And so it's difficult when you have that many vehicles. Now we have fixed routes. Everybody's trained. Most of our drivers have been with me for 10 years now. So it's, you learn the rules. And a lot of these people and the drivers, we were all, after we leave the meetings, whenever y'all come up with these rules, we're all still confused on exactly what the rule is. We call billing. Well, I don't know, or this is liquor, or it says 8%, but it doesn't say this in the rule because we're not attorneys either. And really what we need is clarification. And right now, if I could go back to these people and y'all could approve this, and we could all come together and we could all say, okay, these guys don't want to fight anymore. But the problem is there are 200,000 in it. If we could come up with the cash as collective to buy them out, take their permits, retire their permits, and get it down to the 45, I believe it could be a win-win for everybody.
Thank you.
Just relative to the working it out question. And I do recall a time period when there were a lot of golf carts. I think now Joyride has 38 permits.
Correct.
At that time, you said you had 150 drivers. I'm assuming there were other unlicensed people, and it was kind of the Wild West of just golf carts driving around downtown. Is that right?
Multiple shifts. So they were all permitted after the permitting process went together. I had a city council person sponsor my bill, so it wasn't the city that was trying to regulate me. I wanted to regulate my industry.
But I'm wondering, is there a time when there was an unpermitted time? Like I think about 2 years ago when this commission couldn't regulate entertainment transportation vehicles, and there were quite a few more vehicles that were on the road. Was there a period when there were 150 golf carts cruising around downtown?
The other companies that closed, there was probably, I can't say, maybe 30 extra vehicles. We've since purchased those vehicles and put them into our fleet because they had extra parts and we wanted the vehicles either way. We've never asked for any of those permits just because I'm not trying to make any waves. You know, I like you hear, I haven't heard anything about Joyride in a while. That's what we're trying to do here. And I think that's what everybody else here is trying to do too. So, you know, the rules that got put into place and some of these people that got fined or pulled over and things, it was an honest mistake. Nobody out here is really trying to break the rules, and I really wish we could make everybody whole. So I'm trying to think outside the box here. So, you know, but on our vehicles, I'm here to do whatever y'all say, you know, but we're providing tours for families, and I don't know what else to do. So, you know, if my one permit could be approved, I'd appreciate it for just that purpose. But other than that, I'll leave it up to you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Rowdy Bus.
Hi guys, my name is Chaz Barker. I'm owner of the Rowdy Bus. I'm gonna keep this short. Guys, I do see that what you guys are doing is cleaning up our city. It is helping. It is effective. Only thing I would like to do is to continue to grow my business the way that I've started, and I can guarantee you to use respect for our city and just common sense to do so. And other than that, that's kind of all I got for you guys.
Thank you. RLCL Acquisitions, LLC, Gray Line.
Commissioners, my name is Chuck Abbott. I've had the privilege of being the president and CEO of Gray Line, Tennessee for 8 years. Happy to participate in this process as part of the solution, and appreciate all of your effort. Gray Line, Tennessee is turning 50 years old this year, and so we've been part of sightseeing in Nashville, and we think that we know what we're doing. We're part of a global brand that's recognized for sightseeing, and we are not making it up as we go along just to comply with changes in regulation. So you have asked for comments on public conveyance and necessity, and most of my comments were about why Gray Line, Tennessee should be awarded license. But what I'll do is change gears and talk a little bit about what I see as the issues that are being addressed. So I've been asked to be a part of the task force that was put together by the mayor's office, the CVC, and the Downtown Partnership, and we identified 4 problems that I think are being addressed, and again, appreciate all of your effort in that. So I would like to distinguish between legitimate sightseeing and what's being commonly referred to more generally as entertainment vehicles. And so the first issue raised by the task force was congestion. And so one distinction between sightseeing and entertainment vehicles is speed. Every one of our vehicles is capable of highway speeds. If you see one of our vehicles going slow, look in front of us. The second area of concern had to do with noise. And so sightseeing, we have PA systems, but they're for the purpose of narration, and we've always been in compliance with decibel regulations. The third area was safety. All of our passengers in sightseeing are seated, they're not standing, they're not dancing. Another point of distinction. And then finally, just the cleanliness. And again, we don't allow alcohol on our vehicles. And sightseeing, we don't serve alcohol. We don't take people to places that do serve alcohol. So I think the fact that we were asked to be part of that task force, because we do a lot of other transportation services around the city. We run transit for WeGo. We do school transportation for metro schools and charter schools. And then we do large group moves for all the people that come to Nashville for conventions and groups. So that would be my observation, that as you're looking at the number of licenses going from maybe close to 90 to somewhere south of 40, if you could please make the distinction between sightseeing and the entertainment vehicles more generally, I think that would be a positive move. So thank you.
Redneck Comedy Tour.
Hello, my name's Richmond Ross, and I am the owner of the Redneck Comedy Bus Tour. This is my 15th year to be in business. I have had a great relationship with the Nashville Convention and Visitors Bureau since day one. I don't know if you're familiar with the Total Access Pass, but we have fluctuated between the top and the second most requested attraction on that pass since I started my business. Feel free to verify that with Dina Ivey, who is the president. We have a great relationship because we truly are a family-friendly sightseeing tour. Think Hee Haw meets Gray Line. That's what we do. Our demographic is age 46 and above, well-fed people that ride my bus, and that's what we do. We board out by the Opryland Hotel, okay, behind the Nashville Palace, and that's where we drop off. Our tour lasts approximately 2 hours. We have little exposure to that downtown corridor, and I've really been trying to stay off everybody's radar. That is my goal. I have 2 permits for sightseeing. I had 3 buses prior to COVID hitting. I was periodically running 3. I've been unable to do that. In a perfect world, I would love to have that 3rd permit so I can operate 3 buses when the demand is there for me. But I understand. I know there's a limited amount of those, but I sure would like to have that 3rd permit back if I could have it. I appreciate what y'all are doing, and I'm open to making any changes. This is y'all's sandbox, and I'm just happy to play in it. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Party and Ride.
My name is Derek Mayberry. I'm the owner of Party and Ride Nashville, and we was here seeking permits today. We got, I guess, snubbed last year when we missed the enrollment. We've been out here for a little over 3 years, and I'm listening to everybody talking about being in the downtown area. The demographics that we have, we don't even care to be in the downtown area with our buses. So I'm hearing the big fuss, and that's nothing that we really care to be.
I mean, we come downtown for certain shuttle services, maybe drop off of things, but we avoid Broadway. We do not go on Broadway, period. The only streets that we kind of ascertain are the Veterans Highway going over the bridge and back on Rosa Parks or something like that. But we do not go downtown pretty much because our patrons don't want to be caught up, especially in a 2-hour tour, stuck in traffic. They're not looking to hoopla out the window. And most of 50% of our business since the change with this has become more shuttle services, weddings, things of that nature.
Because we're not able to run now. We've lost thousands of dollars because we can't accept party bus rides, and we're seeking our permit. We desperate. We got a lot of money tied up in this thing, and If we had a been, and plus our buses, I want to speak about our buses because all our buses are enclosed. We never had the roofs off. We never had a noise issue. These buses that we use were the same buses that was carrying students to school 2 years ago. So everything about our buses are, in compliance. I mean, I feel like when y'all made these rules, y'all took and based them off of what we was already doing, you know. So, I mean, that's all I got. I mean, I'm serious. I really need to get these permits. I got a lot of money tied up in this, and we just trying to be a part of this business.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Old Town Trolley Tours.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Burris. I'm the general manager of Old Town Trolley Tours. With me is Chris Matter. I'm our operations manager. Thank you, commissioners, for all that you're doing. We are happy with the work that you're doing to take care of an issue that has been identified. We're active members in the downtown partnership that you've heard from today, Greater Nashville Hospitality Association. You've also heard from them. The Nashville CBC and the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce, all of them who have supported us through the years, and we support these organizations. So we certainly support their stand on many of the things that you're addressing. I can't say much more other than what Mr. Abbott has already said regarding Gray Line, that we're very similar in what we do. In providing a quality service to guests visiting Nashville. I heard at one of the commission meetings in the last few months that someone said we take vehicles off the road. And in thinking of that, they take vehicles off the road perhaps, but picking up one place and dropping off at that same place. We actually, I like to consider what we do, we go with a twist. We are providing transportation around the city for tourists who you probably don't want to be driving on roads they're not familiar with. And we take those folks off the road to get them to various attractions around the city. We have had no citations. We have 18 permits for the 24 vehicles that we have. I put in the application for 24 permits because that's the number of vehicles that I have. But we have been operating with the 18 permits, and we're pleased with that. As Mr. Abbott has indicated, I believe we do need to separate seated sightseeing when considering the number of applications that you will consider.
Any questions?
Just a question, and maybe I'll direct this to you or to Mr. Fields. You know, you mentioned that you've had no citations. I'm aware that the landlord at 2nd and Broadway in front of your stop has petitioned the Traffic and Parking Commission to remove the stop because your patrons continue to block the front door, the fire stair. Your buses block traffic. I'm aware of multiple, emails from landlords, tenants in the building, even complaints from me on Hub because I commute down 2nd and see 2 or 3 of your buses blocking a lane of traffic at any given time. So I'm curious, his comment of never receiving a citation, are there complaints that wouldn't have been a citation? Because I know at least the landlord made a complaint to the Traffic and Parking Commission specifically about the 2nd and Broadway stop.
Can't speak to the Traffic and Parking Commission. We have had people who've commented that there were problems. For us to be able to deal with most of those problems, we have to observe it ourselves. We've had 2 or 3 encounters, and those 2 or 3 encounters we've had, they were not operating as ETs. They were operating in transportation services. So buses can operate on, and if they're not doing ET things, then they're transportation service.
If there's sightseeing,
no.
This is the hop on, hop off.
No, if they were to say, I'm going to rent your bus, which I understand they do, to take a wedding party to a destination, they pick up at this site and go to this site. They're not an ET at that point. They're point-to-point transportation under other laws than what we have. I'll defer back to legal on those issues, but we've had lots of conversations over all the ETs to make sure that we're following the rules that we've been given to follow.
Relative to the hop-on, hop-off sightseeing tours with a stop on Broadway, that is a sightseeing tour. That's
It is a sightseeing
that's an
tour.
ET.
Yes.
And there have been complaints about these, about traffic flow and patrons blocking the
We have
egress
had
to the
people
building.
say they're blocking the traffic. Again, from our perspective, our enforcement officers have not written tickets to that effect. We have not seen that when we've gone down. Ticket-wise.
Did any staff attend the Traffic and Parking Commission meeting? I'm curious what the I read about it. I've subscribed to the emails. Just
And I
curious.
can speak to that also because I was certainly there.
Diana O'Connor, excuse me. Staff was there, and what actually did come out of the Parking and Traffic Commission is there was actually a reduction in the size of the stop, and it was reduced back to make sure the museum would be able to be seen, so it would not be effective. And since then, I believe they have been complying. Though the other day, one of the bus ends was sticking out. So I'll just share that while I'm
Thank you.
thinking. I've been meaning to give you a holler. But they have been complying with that. So they are trying to be respectful of the fellow business owners in that downtown area. And the business owner was comfortable with the new changes that we did with reducing the amount of space that they had for drop off and pick up in that area. And they're not allowed to stay there for more than 5 minutes. So they basically are dropping off and picking back up.
I have, and this could just be coincidental, and maybe it's there. I don't know. Do you have a GPS on the bus that would keep buses from queuing there?
We have GPS on the vehicles. We don't queue there. That actually stopped about 6 months ago. And we've actually had traffic and parking has observed that.
Coincidentally, I've seen buses stopping at 2nd and Korean Veterans or 2nd and Demumbrian. And maybe that's because 2nd and Broadway is full. Or maybe it's just because somebody's like texting or, doing something.
Well,
hopefully not.
Yes, please, we do not want that. We do not want distracted driving. But it is my understanding that they are not supposed to be queuing anywhere within the right-of-way. They are strictly to be using that for a drop-off and pickup. So we will advise our enforcement folks and have them keep an eye out for it. Perhaps maybe you can visit with your drivers and remind them of what the rules are so that we're all behaving appropriately in the right-of-way. But they are only supposed to be using certain areas in the different downtown area that is assigned for drop-off and pickup, and they're not supposed to be there for more than 5 minutes, or the appropriate time to load or unload the bus.
Could that spot in particular be relocated to the flag court?
So it is something I will share that we are looking at through Connect Downtown. There are some recommendations, I think, that will come out of it that will take a lot of that into consideration. So it has been something that's been discussed as part of the findings. We just, as we're out now going back out and doing some of that community outreach, we're getting additional information that they'll be coming back and making some recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nomadic Genius Tasty Tours.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, and thank you for having us. My name is Regis George, and this is my partner, Christy Bowerly, and we have operated Nomadic Genius, which is a fleet of mobile billboard vehicles in Nashville for the last 14 years without incident. It wasn't until recently, in regards to the demand for Nashville tourism, did we decide to repurpose one of our glass wall showroom trucks and self-regulate and turn it into what we now call the one-of-a-kind Tasty Tour. We're seeking a permit for the Tasty Tour, which is a fully enclosed and seated upscale tour for 10 to 12 people. The Tasty Tour is equipped with a fire extinguisher, cameras, and GPS. We do not project sound or music, and we do not serve alcohol. We decided to help locals and families and tourists get a table for 10 to 12 with a ride and dine service on difficult times when most restaurants do not have the capacity or seating for tables larger than 8. We do not provide the food, but we can pick it up from several local restaurants. While having a sumptuous dinner, our guests can tour the city and learn more about its rich history and make memories with friends and family. The relaxed tours we provide give guests or locals of Nashville a chance to see the beautiful murals painted on buildings, see historic landmarks, or learn more about the city.
And if I should say, we weren't even prepared to talk, so this was just kind of like impromptu to say this. But, you know, my vision for the company was not only for tourists, but for locals. Because, you know, as a local, I haven't been able to go downtown very often. And when I do, it's crazy, you know, as we all know, with the tourism, which is amazing. But we've hosted a lot of tourists. I mean, locals, sorry. Locals, you know, we do teenagers' birthdays. We do, you know, anniversaries and birthdays and surprise engagements, you know, and it's where locals get the opportunity to come down and to be able to enjoy our city. We're fully enclosed. We don't have any music. It's a sit-down tour, and it's just something to where people can get out there and be a part of their city and enjoy it. And, you know, like I said, we've had teenagers, and kids' birthdays, and we do mural tours, and we really like to cater to everybody. We're a small business, and we care about our city. We love our city, and we want to share the growth of our city with everyone, and that includes even our neighbors. I don't know if there's anything else. I took notes, but we were built as a ride and dine, and, you know, my vision was for the locals, and, you know, we're safe and fully compliant, and you know, we've spent a lot of money to make sure that we have the fire extinguishers and we have the cameras and everything. So, you know, we appreciate you guys taking the time, and, you know, we want to be fully compliant and be able to do a good business for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nashville Underground.
Good afternoon, Kirk Clements. I'm the general counsel for Nashville Underground. I guess I'm a little confused. Is this time for me to talk about my particular application or just make general comments?
I haven't been that strict on it, but technically it's just general comments on public need and or necessity and convenience. We're going to have to, at some point, hear more on the actual individual applications.
So I'll have an opportunity to speak to our specific application?
Yes.
I'll reserve my time for that. Thank you.
Nashville Ultimate Party Bus.
Yes, I don't have a dog in this hunt other than the fact that I am very good friends with the owners of this company. I've heard a lot of great points here, pros and cons. I used to live downtown, and I know probably more than anybody in this room, having been a downtown resident, what the pros and cons are. I have a prepared statement that I'd like to read, but since it is for the purposes of increasing permits or changing the situation that Ultimate Party Bus has, I'd like to reserve that time for then. And I do appreciate your patience is astronomical, considering all the different viewpoints everyone has here. So I will talk specifically about this at the time appointed.
Could you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Chris Finley.
Thank you.
I live downtown. I managed Mulligan's Pub in '88, and I lived downtown from '90 until off and on until the Market Street Apartments was acquired and destroyed. And let me tell you, these party buses, but more specifically the pedal taverns, went right underneath my window all the time. If I'd heard some of these songs one more time, I thought I was going to kill myself. But, you know, I don't know that I was still downtown when the party buses started, and I never noticed them as much as I noticed the pedal taverns, and I know nothing can be done about those. So, because I did the research. But thank you.
I may have gotten off list here. Nashville Ultimate Party Bus. That was you. Nashville Bar Bus. There's too many Nashvilles. Nashville Bar Bus.
Hi, I'm Meg Allison. I'm here to renew one permit, but I will defer my time to when I'm actually speaking about my permit. Thank you.
Nash Trash Tours.
They were present.
Music City Nightlife Party Tours.
I would like to reserve my time.
Thank you. Music City Fire Truck.
Hello, my name is Michael McCleary, local firefighter with City of Mount Juliet. I'm speaking on behalf of Wade Shoemaker, the owner of Party Fire Engine. He was unable to make it this evening. We're humbly requesting, and this is a letter from him to the commission. I apologize. We are humbly requesting the issuance of this entertainment transportation certificate of convenience and necessity. We're asking for 2 permits, which is an addition to the one that we currently have. With the issuance of the second permit, we could afford to stop running at 9 p.m. on the weekends. As it stands now, with just the 1 permit, we're not allowed to. We're one of few companies that only received 1 permit last year, even though our track record is impeccable. We've been in business since May of 2018, and during that time, we have always tried to do the right thing for all parties involved, including the city. We've always obeyed all state and local regulations and have never received any type of citation. Wade, the owner, has been in public safety for over 31 years here in Nashville. So safety is of utmost importance to the company. We have staff in the back of our vehicles, or our vehicle, with our guests. They maintain a close watch over them and immediately mitigate any unsafe act that might arise. We never allow our guests to stand on the seats or sit anywhere but the seats. We meticulously maintain our vehicles due to our commitment to safety. We have never had any injuries or incidents. In the event there was ever an emergency, all of our drivers are EMTs. Again, Wade, the owner, is a native Nashvilleian and takes pride in the city. We want our customers to have fun, but at the same time respect the fact that our city needs to remain family friendly. Therefore, we do not allow any lewd behavior or sexually explicit items on our vehicles. He is also a resident of the downtown area and very cognizant of the effect of noise on the quality of life. That is why our sound system is designed to have speakers under the seats facing inside of the vehicle. This helps limit the outside noise while allowing the guests to still hear the music. Because of this, we have not had any noise complaints that we were aware of. We believe we are offering something unique to locals and visitors alike. We have the only fire engine in town, and everyone seems to love the fire engine. Never ceases to amaze us the positive feedback that we get. We have a very wide variety of customers. We get a lot of first responders, nurses, teachers, corporate events, professionals, families, locals, and of course, bachelor and bachelorette parties. We have even had folks in their 80s and 90s on our vehicle. We've also had local TV personalities, Super Bowl winning Hall of Famers, as well as current NFL and NBA players. Since starting this business, we have been blessed to have so many wonderful interactions with our customers, as well as people that see us on the street. I hope that you'll see value in our business and what it brings to the city in the positive way in which we run it. So
Thank you.
That is a statement from Wade.
Music City Brew Hop.
My name's Adam Smith. I'm the owner of Music City Brew Hop. I sent an email to you guys kind of with our kind of the definition of our company and what the reason we're here today. So I'm going to reserve that for when you guys call us up individually. But in regards to the situation of the number of permits, which I kind of feel like this is what it is about right now, I am just here to ask that you consider the individual operations of each company and what they're doing with their vehicles, what they do, where they operate. Are there already companies like this on the road? What makes this unique? So I'm here to just basically say, when you consider increasing these permits or reducing these permits, what do each one of these companies do? And again, I go back to like where they operate, because you'll find out later when I get to speak about my company that we do not operate in the downtown core. We get people outside of Nashville to see a different side of this city that reduces, like what companies are reducing congestion, what companies are taking cars off the road, what companies are providing transportation-only services, and again, and those companies that only enter and exit the downtown core in off times, say like noon or 7 or 8 o'clock, that again aren't allowed to operate or aren't operating between the times of 4 and 6. And again, I'll speak on Music City Brew Hop later, but again, I'm just here to say I ask that you consider the individual operations and how they're utilizing each one of the vehicles in their company. Thank you.
Thank you. Honky Tonk Party Express.
Hello, my name is Grant Rosenblatt. I'm with the Honky Tonk Party Express. First, I want to say thank you to all the commissioners for your hard work and diligence. I know this is not easy. This is my 5th or 6th time going through a situation like this. So thank you for your patience. I also want to commend Billy Fields over here. He's worked very hard to work hand in hand for what we're trying to accomplish today, not only today, but into the future. So thank you, Billy, and thank you for everything that you've done for us and for our industry and for Nashville. Last year was tough, guys. There was a lot of regulations that came in that got passed, a lot of stuff that was kind of new to us that we knew that was maybe coming, not coming. Look, you asked us to reduce our fleet time. We complied. You asked us to reduce, our time on the road. We complied. You asked us to reduce our fleet. We complied. You asked us to get extra insurance. We complied. We have been complacent with everything that has been requested on this board, and to hear today that the reward that we're going to get as business owners is it's not enough. We want to take you off. We want to cut this industry in half. When we've made the efforts and the energy and the commitments and the investments in our business companies and employees to ensure that we have a stable business going forward, and to hear this today is not only devastating for me, but I'm sure for every hardworking individual, Nashvilleian, I might add, in this room. I want to make a little bragging points on our company for the new members here. Honky Tonk Party Express, we not only have a warehouse depot that we load and unload all our guests as a port of origin, but we also invested in a second lot downtown that we lease out, with not only where our guests can load and unload to go to the bathroom safely, but we've even put in an armed guard. We're the only company that has an armed guard at our point of origin and our bathroom stop. And these are traffic control officers. These are not cheap. These are people who are well trained and helping for the protection of not only our guests, but also downtown as a whole. We do have GPS sensors on our vehicles. We have forward-facing, rear-facing cameras. We've complied with the noise. We're actually making an $80,000 investment to put our speakers into the ceiling where the guest ears are next to it, so we can turn the volume down even more. We don't load or unload on downtown Broadway. We have over 65 employees. I know I've hit my time, and I want to end with this. I think if everyone in this room looked around and looked in their heart of hearts, if they have a son or daughter, would you prefer to have them in a bar randomly around random people, drinks, or would you prefer them to be on a vehicle that has a ABC licensed bartender, they're with their friends, and they're in an environment where there can be no one walking up to them, grinding on them, or buying them drinks? That is why our business is so successful. That is why our industry is so successful. We're not here because of a marketing gimmick. We're here because this is what the tourists and the girls and the corporations want. They want safe, fun rides for downtown Nashville, and we are providing that.
I have a question. You have 17 permits currently?
We have 16 permits for ETVs and 12 ETV permits with 5 sightseeing permits for a total of 17.
Yeah, 17. So
Yes,
now,
sir.
do you have 17 on the road at one time?
No, sir.
All right, so just tell me generally how many do you average at a time?
6.
6?
6 to 7 on the road. Here's the reason why. We're loading
So
and
about
unloading.
one, easy.
Yeah.
About 1/3 of the number of permits you have are on the road at any given time.
Yes, we're doing that because we have spaced our tours out 10 minutes apart. They're
Okay.
doing 30-minute breaks for their bathroom stop, also 30-minute load-up times.
And I meant to ask Old Town Trolley the same question, but can you give me an honest opinion across the business, across the industry?
Yes.
Is that the average of what most folks have out on the road at a given time of the number of permits they have or not?
I can't speak on anyone's business on their behalf. The ones that I'm slightly familiar with, I know that they do stagger times for this reason. And when I did hear, 89 permits. I can tell you for a fact, beyond a reasonable doubt, that there are not 89 permitted vehicles operating on that road at one time. And I am a living testament of that.
Do you have any idea what
You would have to
a
ask
fair
those,
number would be?
you'd have to ask those individual companies. I can only give accurate data from my own company.
With your company, it's about 1/3 of the
It was about
units
1/3.
are out at one time.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, the 89 actually is 37 entertainment transportation vehicles and 50 sightseeing vehicles.
Okay.
And so of your approximately 12 entertainment transportation vehicles, is there ever a time when 8 of those are out at one time, or 9 are out at one time providing entertainment?
Yes, Mr. Hayes, to answer your question, we can have 8 or 9 of those vehicles out, wheels moving on the road. But what I'm trying to explain is when they are out, we take a 30-minute bathroom break during our tours. Our tours are 2 hours long. So technically, yes, that bus is out on a tour, but for 30 minutes, sometimes longer, because we do a lot of private tours, that bus is in our parking lot that we have leased out using the restroom. And you're more than welcome to come and look and see the buses that get lined up. So no, you'll see them. I mean, y'all can visually see the buses that are not moving when they're using the restroom, and the other buses that you can or cannot see, typically some of those are at the depot getting loaded, reloaded, or taking a 30-minute break in between each tour. All of our buses are GPSed with forward-facing cameras too. I know that was something that was brought up.
Relative to the GPS, can you see the buses? Do you have a map that you pull up that shows how they're crawling around the city?
We can, yes.
I have a question about where you operate.
Yes.
Are you operating exclusively downtown, or do you also operate in other neighborhoods?
No. We operate in the central business district downtown. We try to stay off the east side. We do the sightseeing tour at the Titan Stadium. We don't go further than where the Pedal Tavern is. It's already been regulated in Midtown. We stay out of Germantown. And our office is in Wedgwood, Houston, an area that we've taken pride in where it was lack of investment locally, where we've tried to improve that area, not only our depot, but with the neighbors in the neighborhood around it, is where we load and unload.
Any idea who's on 12 South?
South?
Yeah, just a constituent or I guess a neighbor, actually not just a neighbor. The planning director last weekend said to me that she walked with her children down the 12 South and that she was appalled to see a bus with women making lewd behavior towards her children.
The only vehicles that we have going down 12 South are shuttles, and those are covered.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. You know who it was? Did you get a note?
I'm sorry, what? The shuttles? Okay, well, we'd like to have that information if that's provided. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, thank you all.
Hell on Wheels?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm an attorney here. My name is Will Halou. I'm representing Hell on Wheels. For this first 2 minutes, I want to focus on the attorney part of this, and I've only got 3 points to make. The first was sort of the most troubling, and that's the idea that you guys have to state a number of permits. I could find nothing in the code and your regulations that you passed that says that. I'll read you what your regulations say you have to do every year. It says you have to have a public hearing for the purpose of consideration of any applications to receive a certificate of public necessity and convenience to operate an ETC or to consider requests from existing certificate holders to increase fleet numbers. Nowhere does it say someone needs to sit up here and say, only 45, and we're stopping at 45. And I'll tell you why it doesn't, because there's serious legal issues with doing that. It also presents a procedural issue. Is it the first 45? Do you consider them all at the same time and then go into a room and say, well, we're going to give it to these 45? How do you even run that meeting? Now, I'll tell you what it says you ought to do. It says you ought to consider 10 factors every time somebody comes to you. And those 10 factors are the number already in operation, the adequacy of existing services to meet the public need, in other words, the demand for these things, the applicant's experience, the applicant's history of violations, the ability of the applicant to comply with the laws and regulations, the financial responsibility, the safety in the operational area, the probable effect of increased service on local traffic conditions, traffic flow, and compliance with noise ordinances. That's it. When somebody comes to you, you look at those 10 things and you go, we're going to give you a permit, or we're not going to give you a permit. But nowhere does it say that you need to sit up here and say, we're only giving 45. Now, the ordinance you're considering may get you there, but it's not the way the law is written today. The only other point I wanted to make is we have to be careful. A permit isn't a permit, isn't a permit. If you look at how you classify the various vehicles, some hold 15 people, some hold 60 people. I think we can all agree that those have very different effects on traffic. A vehicle that holds 15 people that my client uses is 25 feet long. A Chevy Suburban is 19 and a half feet long. You're tacking me onto the back of a Suburban. How much traffic does me add to the back of a Suburban? Can't be that much, right? If you have a bus that holds 50 people and it's making a left turn, that's not a Suburban anymore. Now you're talking about maybe some traffic flow issues. Now you're talking about general traffic. I've just upset about half the people behind me. And so I think that's why the code is written and why your regs are written, to consider the permits individually as they come to you. And not to say, okay, we're only doing 45, because 45 that hold 12 people looks a lot different than 45 that hold 50. And there is no argument that there is a rational relationship there to those 45. And that language means something to lawyers. And so the way the council set it up and the way you've passed your own rules almost require you not set some random maximum and then work from there. It's a case-by-case consideration. And it's why your application requires pictures of the things. You require people to say how many people they're going to be putting in the back of them. It's so you can make that determination. Because otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to price people out that only carry 12 people. And you're going to have 45 permits for 50-person buses. And that's a lot worse for the community. And so I'd only ask that when you're talking about these certificates, that A, you look to what the actual code says, and we don't just make things up on the fly. And B, that you do give, it's not form over substance. Give some attention to what each individual person is asking and what effect that'll have. I can't imagine a traffic study is going to say 45 is the number without 50 disclaimers about how big are the vehicles, how fast do the vehicles go, how many people are the vehicles holding. If a study just says 50 is the number, it wasn't worth whatever you paid for it. And so I would just encourage you to consider both results and what the law says. And I'm not going to speak individually. I just wanted to reserve this just for the certificate holders. Any questions at all? Thank you.
You know, I do disagree with you.
Okay.
Right? Like, so you read it out loud, number one, that we are to consider the number of ETV already in operation.
Yeah.
And number 9, traffic flow. So as we think about how many certificates, and as we deliberated this, those were 2 of the key things that we had to debate and deliberate.
Yes,
So,
sir.
I mean, I'm going to say I disagree with you.
I don't think we're disagreeing. I think what you just said is 100% correct. What I'm saying is, when you say the word traffic flow, what I'm saying is traffic flow is very differently affected by a permit for something that holds 12 people, a Suburban, than it is by a permit that holds 50 people, a large bus. I think we can all agree. Common sense tells us traffic flow is very differently affected. And so what I'm saying is, it is without rational basis to say the number will be 45, irrespective of what makes that number up. And so all I'm asking is for that consideration, because the way it's written is you make those considerations on a permit by permit basis, not in a blanket way. And so Yes, I think you absolutely consider both of those two things. I will say, I think there is some ambiguity as to, so traffic gets two of them. It's traffic flow and the effect on traffic. I think they're the same thing, but it's two numbered ones. I think the number in operation actually refers to the number that that permit holder already has in operation. In other words, if you've got a permit holder with 20 permits out of 45, then maybe you take that into account before denying someone who's trying to get their second, before you give them their 21st. And so maybe slight disagreement on one little issue there, but I do agree, traffic should be taken into account, but on a permit by permit basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hulu. Groove Line Transportainment. Gray Lion. Flanagan Tours Experience Nashville.
I won't make it. Sorry. Thank you. Hello again. I guess I'll just speak really quickly in case there's questions later on for the operation of our bus, unlike the necessity. We offer daytime family tours. The majority of, I'd say 90% of our business is 50 years or older, or they rent the whole private bus because we offer a 10-seated bus with seatbelts, and it offers an opportunity for families to come and affordably rent our whole entire bus, and they can just be with their family. And, we teach them about Nashville. That is our goal. That is all we focus on, is just the history of Nashville. And we try to stay flowing with traffic and out of everyone's way. And also, sorry, I want to also mention about the wheelchair accessibility, which we've seen a huge increase when people have seen that as an option on our bus. Is one of the reasons why they rent our bus, is not only for persons with disabilities, but also the elderly grandparents that come on that have mobility issues as well. It is a more convenient and easy way for them to be able to see the city. Anything before I put the microphone up?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Oh, sorry, Jennifer Flanagan.
Thank you. Extreme experience?
No, experience. Nashville Flanagan Tours.
I understand. I was calling the next. Yeah. Extreme experience. All right. Cloud Rides, LLC, Big Drag Bus.
Good afternoon. Board, my name is Todd Roman. I represent Big Drag Bus. This is Joshua Cloud, my co-owner. In specifically addressing our need in the city, I think that Drag Bus is unique in what it brings to the city. We have garnered international attention to the city to demonstrate its inclusiveness and diversity, and I think that that's a huge asset to the city. We also operate somewhat differently from the other buses in that we provide entertainment as a show, that this isn't just a venue or application for people to just get up and drink and hoot and holler. We probably feel the same way about bachelorettes as most of the city does. Unfortunately, that also represents a large constituency of my patrons. So we have to take that into consideration. That our tours are regulated from approximately 90 minutes. They are the entertainment with the female impersonators doing 4 numbers. They play games. It's an interactive experience, and there's very little time for anything other than the interactive experience that we provide. We also pick up and deliver from the same spot. and take no, we don't stop at any other times other than for a bathroom break. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Center Stage Transportation, Music City Pink Express. Big Green Tractor LLC. Thank you. Barefoot Entertainment Nashville Party Barge. B&T Party Bus Music City. AJ's Enterprise Party Central Nashville. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the issue of in our public hearing for the purpose of consideration of applications for public convenience and necessity? All right, at this point in time, we'll close the public hearing on this point and open it for consideration by the commission. Ms. Costonis, I would like to hear your viewpoint as legal counsel for the commission to Mr. Hlu's argument that we do not, in fact, need to decide a fixed number before considering each applicant individually.
I do disagree with that interpretation, obviously. So he was reading from a different section of the code, but the one that I was looking at was 677.030, which describes the need to make the finding of public necessity and convenience. As I've stated previously, I don't see how you can consider the public necessity and convenience. If you define public to mean general public, I don't see how you can possibly determine the public necessity and convenience without considering all of the VTVs, the bigger picture, at once. I don't think that is meant to be a piecemeal determination. Yeah, that's what I would say, is that it says that you have to make the finding of public necessity and convenience. And then you do make specific individual findings as to each company, but it's not with regard to the number of vehicles that serve the public and convenience and necessity. It is about whether the applicant is fit, willing, and able to provide such service and to conform to the provisions of this chapter and the rules promulgated by the MTLC. And it does, I mean, I'm sorry, in B, it does specifically say, in making the above findings, the MTLC shall, at a minimum, take into consideration the number of entertainment transportation vehicles already in operation.
I find it interesting, though, to turn it around the other way. It does seem like the size of the vehicle and the number of passengers they're carrying does reflect the inconvenience to the public and the community.
Where they're operating.
And where they're operating, yeah. And that I don't know until I go applicant by applicant. So in a way, it seems to me we got the cart before the horse, to use the old adage, and that I need to have more details about each applicant, where they're actually intending to operate and the size of their vehicle. And in a lot of ways, distinguishing between a sightseeing versus entertainment, to be able to assess what that number ought to be.
I would have to agree just on the basis of being in and out of those corridors with delivery vehicles that do cause traffic, and that when I'm in Germantown or down on Division Street, I'm not creating the same amount of traffic as when, I'm down by the fairgrounds. I don't create the same. So in considering my own business and how I travel and how we operate, there's a very distinct difference in a 16-foot bus downtown versus a 26-foot bus downtown, and the traffic impact. Just logically, again, thinking about it, there's just no way it's the same impact.
Or an extra wide vehicle like the Hell on Wheels vehicles that are wider than a traffic.
True. And that brings up the fact of the individual consideration, the number of people, the length, and where they travel in giving the consideration of permits.
And in your business, it's also, the inconvenience is determined on how much of a load you have to take off the truck and deliver.
I.e. people.
Yeah.
I see the point, but, and so maybe Billy, you can help with this. I mean, once somebody has a permit, they may intend to use it one place. There's nothing that would keep them from changing their mind about where they used it. And they have a permit and they have to have a vehicle inspected, but they could change vehicles, presumably.
Re-inspected.
And so if they stopped using
other
one
words,
vehicle and chose a different vehicle of a different size, of a different, I mean, so what we know in April may not necessarily be what they do in June or December. Just thinking.
If they change vehicles, though, they do have to be re-inspected, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we would have some monitoring of a change of vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right, but we can't, are we not able to issue a permit with a condition that they operate in a particular area only, as we have with other operations?
I'm going to defer back to legal.
To date, the commission has not set routes or zones for ET vehicles.
Can you repeat that?
The commission has the ability under Chapter 677 to identify certain routes or zones of areas of operation, but that ability has not been exercised to date.
And I just want to, again, throw my hat into that, we just finished outfitting a building down in Division, just off of Edge Hill. And there are different times, even for us, when our business is set up in zones, and that we are given allocated a certain amount of time when we are delivering in certain zones versus when we are delivering in other zones due to traffic congestion, and how much time it will take us and how much congestion we will take up. And as an industry standard, we are regulated into zones as far as delivery. And it might be something we need to consider here.
We are in a sort of emerging regulatory environment, and we've all struggled with this for a year so far, a little over a year. But as I understand it, if we have existing, in our current regulatory environment, if we have existing permits that are eligible for renewal because an organization is able, fit, and whatever that language is, and complies with the rules, then that's really the first thing in front of us today is renewing those permits under the current regulatory environment.
If I may, Mr. Chair, if so I do consider the finding of public necessity and convenience in 677-030 to be a threshold determination or prerequisite. That you're supposed to do that first and determine, whether you have the right number, or whether you're within that number, or above it or below it, before you make the allocation.
Is it something that we can do? Because it's almost like a chicken and egg problem. If somebody's already said that, I apologize. But where you have an approximation, we determine that it should be 50. And then you get into the details and you're looking at the applications and you get someone like Mr. Lou says, well, we want 5 permits, but all of our vehicles, they only hold 8 people. And then we hear from another applicant and they got the 2 40-person party buses. And we're, weighing everything and we see, what, it's going to be okay if we have 55 permits.
I think you could decide a range if you wanted to. Again, the key is not what number you pick, it's like what it's based on. Like you just want to make sure it's based on, evidence you've heard here today or prior meetings.
Which is interesting in that not a single other mode of transportation do we have to pick out a number beforehand and then go and approve the applications or not. We never have said, okay, we're going to have 6 horse-drawn carriages, and then we go figure out which applications we're going to approve or not. We've never said we're going to have 540 cabs out there.
Yes, we have.
We
have done with cab, yeah. Yeah.
And we did the same thing with scooters.
We did with scooters,
SUVs.
yeah, SUVs.
If the difference there is the mode of transportation is roughly the same. The impact is roughly the same.
The only one that I'm aware of or 2 that I'm aware of that we don't do that with is other passenger vehicles for hire and wreckers.
And wreckers, yeah. So we could say, all right, 40 to 60, and then get into the details, and then at the end say, okay, we're amending that number to 35 or 45 or whatever.
Again, it's not so much about what number you come up with as it is, what you base it on. So yes, I think you could do that.
But even if we establish that there's a need for 1 or 100, 1 or 87, if we establish that there's a need for 1 to meet, we have 87 licenses that are available to give. And so our obligation is 87.
So in terms of that, there are 87 people who currently have permits. The only finding you have made as to number previously to this date is 89.
So there are 89 that are available to give. And if we found that there was a need for 1, we could issue 87 licenses this evening.
You could find that there is a need for more. You could find that, they need like 120 or something like that. But if you find that there is a need for less than 89 or less than 87, then you're going to have to keep that in mind in determining who to renew. And you're probably not going to want to do anything but renew the people who are already eligible for it.
Provided they don't have a violation.
Right, provided they don't have a history of violations.
But approving, for example, a number of 45 tonight finding that there is a need for issuing certificates for public convenience and necessity for 45 doesn't prohibit us this evening from renewing 87.
Correct.
But it does seem inconsistent if we say there's a public need for only 45, and we issue 87 permits, that's inconsistent.
And it's just a function of the fact that the law has not been changed yet, that the ordinance has not been passed yet. So it just does not allow you to, it's just sort of, it's not, as Commissioner Santos-Devon said, it does say the word may, so it is kind of permissive in that sense, but it limits you to these reasons why you can choose to non-renew. And I think, like I said, I think there's a reasonable business expectation, or there was in June of 22, that if folks read 677 as it was then written and as it is written today, that they were getting more than a year if they were well behaved. For that reason, we're not asking you to make that drop in allocated numbers today, but your finding should not be based on what you could do legally. Your finding is a fact finding. So you should base that on the evidence that you have received about what the public convenience and necessity justifies.
And if we were to look, for example, for myself, if I was to look at tonight's deliberation, discussion, public hearing, I didn't hear any single applicant express that there was a need. You know, right now we have 87 existing licenses. We have applications that would total, if we passed all of them, for roughly 155. What is that? You got 146? 146. 146. So 146. I didn't hear that there was I didn't hear any definitive information that would lead me to believe that based on the numbers that exist today, based on traffic flow, based on adequacy of existing service to meet the public need, that there's some need for us to jump from 89 to 146, right? There was no evidence it was permitted. There was some really interesting dialogue, I thought, from various presenters today about how they have something that's unique, you know, the big green tractor providing disaster relief recovery. That hopefully never has to happen, right? Like, we thank you. Hopefully that never is happening, but like, okay, that's interesting. Not big green tractor. Okay, sorry. Nashville tractor, the red one. You know, look, it was unique to have an ADA accessible tour. It's unique to me to meet some sort of public need. I thought it was unique to have a fully enclosed table riding around for 10 to 12 people. You know, I thought that's interesting. You might meet some special need there, but it didn't drive me to believe that we need to jump from 87 to 146, certainly. I don't know if it compelled you to say, yes, we've got to have more. I'll start there, right? And if we listen to some of the evidence that was presented, at least in our last TLC meeting, and some of the testimony we've heard certainly from our director, we could infer from the evidence that was presented that maybe the public need would be met with far fewer, which doesn't mean that we're going to not issue these licenses tonight. We can renew everybody. I think that we likely do end up renewing everybody because we have to until the law changes. Kind of, we have to. Yeah, until the law changes. So we've passed unanimously a potential change in the law, and we're messaging that maybe some people may feel on this commission that fewer than 87, certainly fewer than 146 is the right number. But based on the testimony earlier, I didn't hear a need certainly to jump to 146. None of this compelled me to say that we need that many.
I would say most of the compelling testimony, and as you described, was unique, went to decisions of who to give the permits to, as rather than rather than increasing the number of permits.
I was most interested, ultimately hearing more about where the companies operate, kind of addressing that issue of the public necessity and convenience, because so much of the companies are operating in the downtown core. And for example, I'm just going to call out one, Music City Brew Hop, for example. I know he didn't get into areas of his operation, but it sounded to me that his business plan was to operate not necessarily exclusively downtown, or I didn't really understand exactly what percentage of his business would be downtown, but those are certainly points that we do need to consider, I think, and that when we're deciding, are we going to grant someone a permit, and are we, do we, when we're determining the number total, we should consider, where these companies are operating, or, as you pointed out, the size of their particular vehicles.
I just want to say that in the matter of public convenience and necessity, I think, we heard very strong commentary from a number of folks that of the sort of challenges, right, that are brought about by even the existing number of ETVs that are out there. I didn't hear any evidence that there should be a greater number, or even, I heard a lot of, evidence for, or I guess arguments for specific operators to have more, but not necessarily that, the overall amount should be more, or even that, 87 or 89 wasn't adequate. So, I think that I have to weigh that, and, in my own mind, there is some number that, or a range, right, that is probably less than it is now, that would be appropriate for the matter of public convenience and necessity.
While we're discussing this, I'd like to throw out a question. The public, what effect is the public inconvenience in consideration of the public necessity and convenience? We heard a significant number of people speak today about the public inconvenience by the ETVs and the sightseeing vehicles. I'm wrestling with trying to weigh that against the public necessity and convenience factor that is really our guiding standard here. So is public inconvenience something that goes into that factor or that standard?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, it's sort of if it's inconvenient, it's clearly not convenient. So for me, it's just two sides of the same coin, in that you're considering convenience, that which is there and that which is not there. It's inconvenient.
So we're in agreement that we can weigh the inconvenience and as a reducing factor to the public convenience standard that we're to consider.
I would certainly think so.
Okay.
Not convenient for the public to be delayed?
No.
Question for you.
Yes.
I'm new to this, but why have we not designated zones or areas of operation before? since we have the ability to do that.
We do have zones. I mean, we've designated zones not for this.
I'm talking about for this.
For the scooters, that's how we try to rein them in. We designated zones. Mr. Fields, would you address that?
I'll certainly start it. I have a feeling that Commissioner Hayes has some very specific comments that he wants to make. There clearly is an authority by the commissioner or staff to develop zones of operation and or routes. We have actually drafted multiple zones over the months. We've also looked at multiple routes or what they could be, and then trying to, we also have the issue, and I know you hear this a lot, but we have the connect downtown. And part of the idea is if we're going to make this work, we also have to know where vehicles can park and where they're going to be able to load and where they're going to be able to be. And with that, the very vital information that's going to be coming, and it's a challenge. So we could certainly go out and do it, but if we do it, I want to make sure we're doing it based on facts, because it's anytime if we push this way, that means there's going to be a reaction somewhere else. I mean, I was never good in physics, but I know about the opposite reactions. If we push, for instance, if we push to Midtown and say, okay, well, we can run a zone through Midtown, well, we're going right through neighborhoods. Okay, so we pull back when we go toward the river, we go across the river, and we go around so again, that's the issue that we've had. Now, again, Mr. Hayes and I have had many conversations over the time, and he may have some other thoughts, but certainly and again, I don't normally say I'm going to speak for NDOT, but from an NDOT standpoint, and looking at my director, well, I know, but I mean saying I'm not an engineer at NDOT, I guess is what I'm saying. I was an English major. What I would say is, how did I get here? But the question becomes, we want facts, we want figures, we want information, which is why we presented a study to you. Also with zones and others, we want to know, does it make sense to put a scooter corral here? Does it make sense to put a parking or a loading zone here? If we put a scooter zone here, what's the impact to the traffic? So it all fits together in a real, just like gears running in a machine. If we want to make sure when we do it, we're going to give it our best effort. We do have zones for the low-speed vehicles, and we've had to monkey with it a little bit, but we haven't had a complaint on a zone in the low-speed vehicles in months. We just haven't had it.
Pedal carriages,
Well, the pedal carriages, for the most part, have been able to they're more constrained because they're not able to go too far. Ever so often, we'll get one that is strayed too far, so that's actually something that I hope by the August meeting, we're going to come back and give you some ideas on that, because they're going places that historically they didn't go, and unfortunately, they're now going. So the self-regulation that was happening is not happening. So we're now going to have to regulate. I think that's.
I do think, as you think about zones too, there aren't many neighborhoods that are saying, we want this. Right? Like it's a really we want all of them to be, we want to be the zone. Like we're psyched for us, right? Like maybe if you had a 700-acre parking lot, and you could put zones there, and then people would drive there and park, then those people would be super psyched to get the parking revenue while people are riding around, at their ride, right? But it's difficult if you draw a zone that says, hey, they're just limited to downtown, then the downtown neighborhood is severely impacted. Or as Mr. Fields said, if you draw a zone that says, here's Midtown, it's hard to draw a route or a zone, particularly in and around the core, right, that doesn't impact people. And I think another hard part too is so much of the awesome experience that the tourists enjoy is wooing. Woo! And they woo at people, and people woo back sometimes. And if you're driving in an industrial zone outside of downtown or in a parking lot, there's nobody to woo at. right? If you move out the window at nobody, there's nobody to way back, and it's not so fun. So it's, I don't know how, I mean, it's drawing a zone is really difficult.
You know, I'll also tell you there are businesses in the downtown core that have various relationships with some of the business, with some of the operators, and have basically said, we want them to load in front of our area for the, you know, because for business. By the same token, the answer for us has always been, sure, they can load in front of your business if it's a proper loading zone and it's signed, but you can't park there. So that's where, you know, we've had tickets issued, and that's where we will continue to issue tickets. We understand it and we get it, but it's still got to be done within the rules of the regulation, and we're going to keep doing that.
You've completely answered my zoning question. I asked that in the context that we were talking about some of the way these permits may be approved or reviewed was, are they operating in the core? Are they operating outside of the core, and where? But then I heard someone say that just because that's where they got a permit approved for, they could violate that area. And while the permit says we based it on them staying out of the core, nothing precludes them without zones for them to operate in the core, right?
And you heard one of the made the comment that, you know, we may drive past Broadway, but we want to be somewhere else. Now, should they be? I mean, again, it's their business model, and that's a decision the commission has to deal with. But to the zone issue, that's what we're, again, we get more information and we engage the engineers and we engage the planners, we're going to be able to come back with a defendable zone and or routes to say where you can go and where you can't go. It'll be both affirmative. We'll affirm them in some places and we'll deny them in others.
Well, I'm going to step out on the diving board and make a motion. I make a motion that there would be a finding of a public necessity and public convenience for a range of 35 to 70 ETV SS. And I make that based upon the KCI study that shows a weekday off-peak 3 to 4 p.m. seems to be a relatively flat line between 30 and 70. And then looking at the next graph on the Friday 3, it seems to be, it does have an inclination, but it seems to suggest about 6 seconds per vehicle. I also would factor in that there have been a number of folks who have given testimonial or given statements today about the inconvenience that the 87 have been causing them in living downtown and some other neighborhoods. And also taking into consideration the statements made by other people on behalf and supporting the public necessity and convenience for the vehicles to be operating and serving another interest of this community, which is the tourists that we invite here to enjoy themselves.
I second.
Any discussion?
Could I have that explained to me again? I'm sorry, I heard it, but.
I am proposing in my motion a range of 35 to 70, using our standard of public necessity and public convenience, and supported by the study we have here. If you have it in front of you, it's slides 7 and 8 of the PowerPoint, to where the weekday off-peak hours, it's showing a fairly flat line between 30 and 70. And not much of an impact really from looking at the Friday on slide 8 of 30 to 70. So I'm going with that range of 35 to 70 and taking into consideration the comments we heard today.
The two graphs that you represent, the weekday off-peak, 3 to 4 p.m., 30 to 70 is all fairly consistent in terms of the congestion impact. And then the other one, I don't see the 30 to 70 being the same. Am I looking at a different graph?
You're not. Looking at slide 8, and there is an increase from 30 up to 70 on the Friday off-peak, identified as off-peak 3 to 4. However, combining the two charts together, I'm trying to find some numbers that we can put on, can keep this meeting moving. And, and also I'm reflecting the fact that I'm looking at between 35 and 70 on that graph where it does go up. What are we looking at, 6 seconds per vehicle on average delay? So I'm proposing something that kind of combines the two along with the public comment, supported by the comments that have been made today for both sides. And I'll also say I'm certainly willing to revisit this once we get done going through the weeds and the details.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd move to try to first discuss. I mean, I understand looking at the graph. I've done the same thing. And then also really look at the next slide, the next two slides that really is the result. That is the last bullet point, the largest observed increase in delay. And this was the testimony that the traffic engineer that NDOT engaged. This is what our director told us. The largest observed increase in delay was between 40 and 50 ETVs. Therefore, the consideration should be made into reducing the number of ETV permits to 40. And that is a definitive statement of 40. And that was, look, we directly questioned at our last meeting the traffic engineers from KCI. We had an hour of, half an hour presentation from NDOT engineers and their third-party consultants. They completed a study. The evidence before us clearly points that there is a traffic delay of above 40.
Of approximately 8 seconds. Well, actually 4 seconds, because the total is 8 seconds. And when I was calculating that out, it came to less than 5 minutes a day.
So
when you take, and may I finish?
Please.
And there was numerous questions that could not be answered by the representatives from KCI. It's still a preliminary report. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that on any given day, there aren't 80 of them out there on the road. It doesn't take in consideration the fact that they're also considering in that number the other slow-moving vehicles, not just the ETVs. And there were so many unanswered questions during that half an hour presentation, and other factors that are, as was described earlier by one of the people speaking today, other variables that we don't have answers to here, and that do not tell me what effect from this study ETVs are actually having on the impact of traffic. So that's why I'm leaving it kind of as a range so that we can look at it after we get done looking at each one of these units, and it may support 40 when we get done looking at the actual applications, or it may support no change at all. Or has been suggested at one point, maybe an increase. But I just don't, myself, after having heard the presentation about this study, cannot rely on this with all the unanswered questions and all the other variables that aren't factored in here, taking out the other small, slow-moving vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking at the charts that we were just talking a moment ago, there's a significant drop from 50 to 60 on the weekday off-peak. From 50 to 60 actually drops.
1 second.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
But does that mean maybe the peak number is 60? Yeah, it's 1 second. does it mean the peak number is 60?
No,
And then you balance it against the other charts. So that's why I'm trying to just suggest a range rather than a specific number, because I don't have confidence in slide number 10 that says the peak number is 40 based upon their data at this point.
I guess I'll share a little more context with you about kind of my experience and why 8 seconds is significant when you're trying to dump a garage after an event or after the workday, and you run through multiple traffic signals that are timed for left turns of 30 to 45 seconds. With the time it takes for a car to accelerate at a full stop or accelerate on a hill, you might get 3 or 4 cars through lane. And so that 8-second delay can cause cars to stack in a garage for an hour or 2 hours because you can't move cars through the light quick enough. The 8 seconds is a significant amount of time in the context of trying to dump downtown during the rush hour and post events. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I work in a neighborhood, right, that's next to the Pinnacle. I'm in the building next to the Pinnacle. I experience Bridgestone events.
Now on the road. They don't operate from 4 to 6.
They are after events. And so
Hey, can you hear me? Because we can only have one person speak at a time.
after an Ascend Amphitheater concert, as an example, after a Bridgestone concert that gets out at 10 or 10:30, after the Skirmahorn Symphony that gets out at 10. You know, we've heard directly from Mr. Valentine, we heard from his assistant today, that the Pinnacle Garage where the Symphony parks can't egress. Its third is a 1-lane street southbound. At 8 seconds, when you've got to get through a traffic signal at Demumbrian and Korean Veterans to then get out of town causes a significant backup that is not convenient for Nashvillians. And that happens not just in that building. That's a building that I'm very familiar with, but it happens in other buildings throughout the downtown core. So I get that, yes, we've kind of taken care of the 4 to 6 p.m. We could argue or debate or look at the data to say, is it really 2 o'clock? The data would show here in this chart that on a Friday, it starts earlier. But as I think about, for me at least, the data that's been presented to us would seem to indicate to me that 40 is the number that we find. And we will likely this evening reissue 87 or even have 89 permits able to give out. But as we're thinking about the future, the study is pretty clear to me to show 40.
And I just simply disagree that I cannot have confidence in this study. And I would also add that your own personal experiences are inconsistent with what the study's showing. If it's taking you an hour to get out of a parking lot, then 8 seconds isn't the delay that's going on, contributed to by construction, the volume of traffic that's now in Nashville that wasn't here before, the pedestrians who are crossing against the crosswalks, and other events that are that are contributing to the delay of traffic.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a combination of a lot of other things if you're waiting an hour to get out of a parking lot at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night in Nashville. I have not had that same experience when I go to events downtown. But
what do you go to? What do you enjoy?
I go to music.
To the Ryman or?
I go to the Ryman. I go to the Music City Convention Center.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the Bridgestone. I go to the Titans games or the concerts there. So I go to the Sounds. So anyway, enough of my personal life.
Ms. Alarcon, Mr. Carr, y'all look like y'all are engaged in a good conversation. Could you speak so everyone can hear, like, if you have some points you'd like to make?
And what she was showing to me, and just listening to this conversation, and we didn't want to interrupt it, is, you were speaking on being caught in turn signals in garages and stuff like that, and that some of that was on an extreme level and not on a common level, and that, some of the things that contribute to that is the fact that our turn signals are antiquated, and that they're not able to be adjusted, automated in an automated way to when we have big events without having a policeman standing there opening the box and adjusting that signal. That does contribute to that discomfort sometimes, and maybe part of the problem is not just the slow-moving vehicles there, but that we do have an antiquated traffic signal system, and that's what we were talking about.
So I'm obviously, I seconded this for the purpose of discussion, and I'm very supportive of, sort of arriving at a range. I too have, some questions about putting, out a specific number, based on a study that weren't, and saying that this is like the actual fact, this is the truth, given that, right, there's we've heard anecdotal evidence that, this assumes that, for example, at 50, that there are 50 ETVs on the road at a time for the purposes of this scenario. And we've heard that in, specific examples, that may not always be the case. So, I agree with sort of providing a range, so as to not, overweight, right, the importance of one data point, in making our decision.
I'd like to move the previous question.
Second. All right. Ready to vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
So we have 2 nays. Motion passes. All right, now, 554, Mr. Fields. Yes, okay. Thank you.
And the motion is on the range of 30 to 70?
Yes.
35 to 70, I think. But I'll go 30. I'm just trying to look at her. 30 to 70?
So the motion the voting that you just did was on Commissioner Westlake's call for the question. So you vote on the call for the question. Then after you have voted on the call for the question, if it prevails, then you have to immediately vote on the motion that was on the table without further deliberation. And so it's a separate vote on the actual motion.
All right, so the motion on the table is that we adopt a range of 35 to 70 certificates of public convenience and necessity for ETVs. All those in favor?
Can I move to amend the motion after it's been called under Robert's rules?
We have to look that up.
It's been a little while since I've had to read Robert's rules, like a good
Yeah,
decade.
I'm inclined to say no, but I don't actually, I haven't actually looked that exact question up before. But I think when you call for the question, you're pretty much supposed to vote on the motion on the table.
I said we go ahead and vote. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
No. Nay.
Motion passes. All right, now what I was about to say to Mr. Fields is, it is 5 to 6, and I have to leave at 6.
Anticipated that you may need an additional time period to discuss this issue. We have reserved this room for 2 days. You have May the 11th, your regular time period, and you have May the 18th, your regular time period, both are Thursdays. If you, you may choose the 11th, and we'll go ahead and make notice, you can choose the 18th. We will also still hold the other date. If you do the 11th, we'll hold the 18th. But those are the 2 alternate dates that we came up with.
I'm unavailable both days. So,
I'm unavailable on the 18th.
I'm available both.
I prefer the 18th. Well, you have to pick.
Well, it is your meeting, and if those dates don't meet, we can certainly ask for additional dates. You also have your regular meetings scheduled in May,
Which is the 25th.
which I think it's May 25th.
These licenses are all expired, don't they?
That's
We have to meet.
We need to, it would be appropriate for you, I think, Teresa's not in the room, but I still think it'd be appropriate for you to allow the current operators to continue. The will of the commissions to continue until the decisions are made.
Those that have beer permits expire the same day. So we would probably need a motion to extend our permits for a month, notify the beer board, or we all lose beer permits. Sorry. That's fine.
The good news, they've all started the application process.
What's the expiration date?
April 30th is the expiration date.
Beer permits expire, I think, today.
Mr. Winters, does that remedied by us extending through the end?
Assuming at that point they would extend our permit 30 days until we officially get permits again.
And Mr. Chair, we can do that.
okay.
I'm gonna let you speak to the process, and if that's the way we want to go, we can actually notify the beer board ourselves and for them on their behalf.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I do think that, like, waiting to do it is problematic because I think the code specifically says that the permits expire on April 30th. And so you'd have to meet again before April 30th. What Mr. Halou was just suggesting to me, and I think we've considered doing it this way, is like, because of the concern that I've expressed about the fact that you're kind of obligated to renew the existing permits if they don't have any problems, you could go ahead and do kind of a blanket renewal of those permits, those like people without a disciplinary history, and then like save that, like the individual discussions for a later meeting, but I still feel like it would probably have to be within the next 3 days.
Or we stay. Right now.
Yeah, but if we as a commission just said, okay, we're gonna renew everyone's permit, all 87, that is making it impossible to then do the one-by-one analysis of who's been compliant, who's otherwise met the 3 prongs that we're already able to review on an annual basis under the current ordinance.
Yeah, I don't think it works for everybody, but I think with the people who actually have a record of 0 citations, that you could conclude that with regard to those, there is no reason to believe that they are not fit, willing, and able to provide such service and conform their behavior to the ordinance and regulations.
Do we know, so as not to, sorry, I don't like this in my face. Do we know as not to include those who are non-compliant? You already have a list of who's non-compliant so that we can exclude them and do the blanket on, say, 80 of them and only deal with the ones who are non-compliant?
So we do have a slide for each company, so we can go through them one by one.
Do you have an overall slide that shows
I
them?
don't. I thought they'd take them one at a time. So I've got a slide for each company. It says the citations that were issued and the outcomes.
It would be easy to run through, I mean, even if I just use a copy of it. AJ's Enterprises, Party Central has 1 violation, September the 29th, 2022, for loading, paid it. Party Bus Music City has 2 citations, one on the 6th of January, one on the 15th of January for, one was a parking zone violation, one was bag meter. They were defaults, which means they were not present, so the judge defaulted. The Barefoot Entertainment LLC Nashville Party Barge has 2. They have not gone to court yet. They're both loading violations. Big Green Tractor had 1 for operating after hours in last September in 2022. It was retired by the judge. I'm just going to read all, whether they're existing companies or new applicants.
What are we gonna do with this list that is just being ran through rapidly? I mean, are we gonna decide that A, D, and E are okay because they were?
My attempt was to show you how many were, and we would be easy to go back and say these, you would pull out certain one. If you wanted to only do the ones that had no citations, we can pull those back out. I was just running through the list saying this is who has citations, this is not.
I would recommend not just including the zeros, but including the retired ones as well, because those did not result in any finding of misconduct.
That was kind of my question.
Yeah.
So Center Stage, Music City Pink.
Maybe just tell them which the zeroed ones are.
0, okay,
The retired
fine,
ones are.
easy to do. We'll go back to do it that way.
So there is no ability by this commission to extend the permits for a period of time so we can have this second meeting.
I'm sorry, there's not.
Can we blanket approval of all of them now and then at a next meeting have some disciplinary action taken on that individual company?
1 second. Yeah, it does say all certificates issued under the provisions of this chapter shall expire on April 30.
What are you reading that says they shall?
677060.
And that's one of our regulations.
Yes, it's a code provision, a council code provision.
Council.
Do we have that code on a slide by chance so we can look at it?
So are we not permitted to extend it for 1 month?
It says shall expire on April 30, so I would interpret that to mean no.
There's another provision, I believe there's another provision, Teresa, that gives this commission a tremendous amount of discretion. Could you find that one?
Yes, I mean, I think you're talking about the one that gives you the ability to enact regulations, and you absolutely have tons of discretion to do that. However, the one limit on that is that you cannot come up with anything that is inconsistent with what the Metro Code adopted by council says.
Could you pull up that provision that says they shall expire on April 30th?
It was 677060.
Could you make the font bigger?
He's trying to bring it up right now. The internet's not cooperating today. Give us a second. We'll get it out.
Thank you. That's a good.
Ms. Casonas, just while we're doing this,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, while we're looking this up, the criteria that we are, according to the ordinance, supposed to look at in determining whether or not they're eligible for renewal is that the application's been submitted on time, that the fees have been paid, and taxes.
060.
Like factually, just to kind of ease the difficulty there, I think Mr. Fields has confirmed that everyone filed their application on time and that no one owes any fees or assessments. Is that correct, Billy?
That's correct.
So the only issue that remains is whether they are fit, willing, and able to provide the service and to conform their conduct to the chapter, the ordinance, and the MTLC's rules.
So we would need to determine whether or not they have followed our rules.
Yeah, and I think you have like a nice, simple, straightforward metric to determine that, which is based on disciplinary history. The ones who have zero violations, there's no evidence not to conclude that they are fit, willing, and able to conform to the ordinance and the rules, or the ones who may have been cited, but it was retired, which is effectively a finding by the court that there was no violation. So, like, with those people, and that's not everyone, there are some people who are a little bit messier than that. Maybe they have 2 or 3, and you may have to like figure out what line you want to draw in terms of like if people just had 1 violation, you might decide that's not really a pattern. But if people have multiple violations, especially multiple violations that were actually adjudicated as violations, then that's much more problematic. So I think it may be a little bit just figuring out where to draw that line. But I think with the zeros and the retireds, I think you can make a blanket motion on those right now and just find that they're all fit, willing, and able.
Teresa, TD pulled up the rule, and I believe you said that we cannot act inconsistent with the Metro Code, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm reading that code provision, and it says that all certificates shall expire on April 30th of the year following the date on which the certificate was issued. But then it goes on to say all certificates may be renewed by the MTLC for each successive year between April 1st and 30 of each year if the applicant meets all the applicable standards.
So, right, so April 30th is kind of the end of that window to do that.
I would propose that we consider provisionally renewing through the end of May the existing certificates so that we can have our meeting and provisionally, for the following month to avoid expiration, so we can have our either specially set meeting on the 18th or have it on the 25th at our regularly scheduled meeting.
I'm sorry, I'm really not trying to be difficult about this. I want to go home just as much as everybody else does. But there is another provision that says that the permits shall be issued for a year.
But we're not issuing permits, we're issuing provisional permits for 30 days.
I would like to be able to see a way to do this, but I don't see a way to do this that's consistent with the code language that the council adopted. Erica, do you see anything I'm missing?
Can I ask a question to Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields, have you had a chance to review how many actual issued permits actually have problems that we should address?
Issued and the status of those tickets, whether they were paid, whether they were defaulted, whether they were retired, or whether they were dismissed.
Do you have a number?
I don't have a number like here it is. I can show you. I can tell you right now which.
Oh, I thought you were reviewing how many and we're going to give us,
There are well more than half have zero. So.
well more than half
Yeah,
do
most
not.
most of the companies do not have not had any violations.
And that, well, more than half the companies might represent 70% of the licenses.
Probably.
Can I make a suggestion? And I'm going to anyway. Mr. Fields, could we identify the current permit holders who have no violations and vote on them now? And then we'll take it piecemeal by piecemeal, going through this, what the violation was and how serious this was, and we can deal with it like that. Maybe if we take a block of, hopefully, there's a lot of them with no violations, and if we could take them all like that and go. What the dilemma is going to be is the folks who are applying who are new applicants are not going to really be able to be heard on this matter today.
They're not under a time limitation, though.
Oh, that's true, yeah, okay.
Can I mention one more problem? You have existing applicants, you have existing applicants with zero violations. But I'm also asking for an extra permit. I'm assuming you're not just going to waive that. You're probably going to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Side note, sorry.
I think that's a good point, but I think because of the finding that you made earlier, that 70 was the maximum number on the range, that would justify a further conclusion that no new or additional permits would be issued beyond what's already out there. But that's up to you to decide. Yes, you can make that decision today.
And we will have to take some away, correct?
Well, that's my question. If you got 87, we have people have whatever reason they may or may not bring permits. There's going to be people that in theory don't get permits. People like me that have been a perfect candidate are asking for a new one. I want that opportunity.
But nobody, if you have found that 70 is the maximum number, which you have, then it doesn't make sense to issue any additional permits.
I wasn't going to.
If there are 30 permits that we find are in default.
Yeah, then
right,
you would
we
have
could
more to
drop
play
from-
with, yeah.
Drop from 89 to 69.
I don't
or no.
think there are that many that are in that situation, although I will defer to Billy.
It's my understanding, though, even though we have set we've already voted, but set that limit of 70, it's not going to decrease the 87 today. So the only thing it's going to eliminate is your request for that one new. You won't lose today, but you won't gain one either.
I guess, one item that I'd like to sort of also recommend is that as we're going through each individual operator, one of the, tenets that we're supposed to look at is whether or not they are adhering to our rules. And, in order to do so, as Ms. Casonas has mentioned, we need to look at the evidence, right, that we have, which would include, what they provided in their application as well as the citations. One of the rules that we do have is that all ETVs shall be enclosed. There are numerous pictures which were provided by the operators in which there is no enclosure there.
Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately, there was a lawsuit that is still pending, and there was a temporary injunction issued by the court in that lawsuit, holding in abeyance enforcement of the requirement that they be fully enclosed. So right now, they are not required to be fully enclosed, despite our rule to that effect.
So it can't be enforced, or it can't be
enforced.
As a permitting mechanism.
We don't want to be in contempt
Okay.
of court.
I'm sorry, I heard Mr. Billy call my name. He said that I had a default and my ticket's been paid. I just wanted to make sure if I need to run to my car and get the copy of the tickets. So let me run to my car.
By doing that, that meant you did it and paid it.
Yeah, I went and paid it. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
I just speak for 1 minute to say what I meant to say and said poorly, apparently. All I was trying to convey is, I think you're statutorily required on the renewals today, or before April 30th, whether it's today or another day. I do not think you are statutorily limited to issuing new permits today or before April 30th. And so what I was suggesting was a blanket motion for all qualified renewals happen now. Then piecemeal consideration of the 5 or 6 companies. Save yourself considering the other 30 today. And then at your next regular meeting, you could take up the requests for new ones. I will tell you why I thought at your next regular meeting. Your finding of 70, I'll just tell you right now, there's at least 3 lawyers that are not going to be okay with that. If you were to consider each separately and then cite traffic flow, cite the other traffic issue, I think you give yourself a better record. If you want to invite lawsuits, a blanket denial of all the new ones is going to cause them to happen. And I'm not even saying from me. I'm just trying to protect the record for the sake of today. So my suggestion was blanket renewal for eligible people, piecemeal consideration of the not eligible people, adjourn. At your next regular meeting, take up the applications for new permits.
Can I just clarify?
And I'm sorry for all of this.
So what I was saying is not that you all are statutorily bound not to consider the new permits. I was just making a suggestion, which you can accept or reject, that having found that 70 was the maximum number, it doesn't make any sense to issue any new permits, given that you have to renew all of the ones that are non-problematic.
I just said somebody should make a motion.
I'd love to make a motion to approve, to renew for a year all of the license holders who have no violations, complaints, issues. And I think Mr. Fields was about to give us the list of.
Or retired.
Or retire, yeah.
It's non-adjudicated.
But who all those people are, so that we could take those off.
Do you mean non-adjudicated as opposed to there's a pending complaint or something?
So some of them are retired is their status. Some of them are pending. So you might have to make a third determination. Like I was saying, treat retired the same as you would treat 0. But with,
Retired means they've pled it, they've paid their fee, whatever happens. What if?
no, I think it means that they were determined not to be, yeah. So I think those are in the same boat as the 0s. There are some who have had citations, but those citations have not been adjudicated yet. So you might have to make a judgment call here, whether you want to go ahead and renew those on the grounds that we don't know whether they've committed violations yet, or do a specific inquiry into those certificate holders being fitness, willingness, and ableness.
Is there a list?
I can't give you a list. I can tell you there are 17 companies that we didn't create a list, and I apologize for that. I guess we should have, but we were going to go one. We knew you were going to go one at a time, so we created slides for your presentation. There are 17 companies out of the 31 applicants. 17 have had 0. Of course, you're not counting the new ones, so you take those 6 out, so you 7 out. Of the 24 companies, you've got 17 that have had 0 and 7 that have had something or have something pending. So so it would be very easy to tell you which to say 000 or retired, and it doesn't matter either way. And I can tell you that right now.
You said 17 companies?
17 companies.
And that,
There are 31 applicants, 17, of the 24 existing companies, 17 are, have zero, and then there are 7 that have something else.
so 17 companies that have 0 offenses, how many permits does that equate to?
I am not able to tell you that without a calculation.
So, Mr. Fields, you could go through and name the 17 companies, and we can make a motion to approve those 17 companies. And when you say 0, does that include, for instance, Big Green Tractors, whose was retired?
Yeah, Big Green Tractor has 1 retired. That'd be the first one.
What does everybody think about having Mr. Fields name the companies that have either been retired or no citations? And
Or, again, we can go right through the slides on the screen, about as fast, probably. Can you do that?
okay, yeah.
Okay, the slide, each one of the slides are going to tell you what I have in my notebook here.
All right, I'm going to turn the meeting over to the vice chair.
Good luck. See ya.
You'd be so kind to go through the slides with people who have 0, or companies that have 0 citations or they were retired.
Yeah, just, AJ's, next. No, AJ's is not. I'll tell you when they are. Next. Next. Big Green Tractor,
Retired.
next. Big Green Tractor has no ones I'm gonna name have no violation.
So Big Green Tractor is the first with
It's
no
the
violation.
first. I'm not gonna be naming companies that are new applicants, only existing companies. Next.
Center Stage was on the list.
They're on the list, but they're not an existing company.
Oh, gotcha.
Cloud Rides, Big Drag Bus, Extreme Experience, Flanagan's Tours, Gray Lion, Groove Line, Hell on Wheels, Honky Tonk Party Express. Next. Again, this is an adjudicated one, so next. Next. Nashville Bar Bus. Next. Old Town Trolleys. Next. Gray Line of Tennessee. Next. Tan Assets, the Nashville Tractor. Next. Music City Rolling Jamboree. Next. Tennessee Transport Holdings, Cruising Nashville. Upstage Party Bus. Those are the companies that have 0 citations or have been retired. You have some that have adjudicated, we're still waiting court dates. You have others that have violations and have either paid them, defaulted on them.
I'll make a motion that we issue renewal permits to the list of vendors that Billy read that have 0 citations or have citations that are retired.
Second that motion.
You were verifying over.
Can I read those out loud, just to make sure we've got them?
Okay.
Yes.
I have Big Green Tractor LLC, Cloud Rides LLC, doing business as Big Drag Bus, Extreme Experience, Flanagan Tours, Experience Nashville, Gray Lion,
Correct.
Groove Line Transportainment, Hell on Wheels, Honky Tonk Party Express,
Yes.
Nashville Bar Bus, Old Town Trolley Tours, RLCL Acquisitions LLC, DBA Gray Line of Tennessee, 10 Assets LLC, the Nashville Tractor, the Music City Rolling Jamboree, Tennessee or TN Transport Holdings Cruisin, Upstage Party Bus. Are all of the current licensees who have no tickets, no pending actions that would disqualify them from an automatic renewal.
Correct.
And I count 15 companies, and I think I heard 65 permits.
That's what I got.
All right, so motion on the table. Was there a second? All right, Commissioner Carr seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And I need Ms. Costones for just a second about the adjudicate, has she one? If you give me just one moment. We also have, again, some that are awaiting court dates. How does the commission want to deal with that?
I apologize. You raised your hand. Would you please identify yourself and tell me what you want to ask?
Party Bus Music City. I was here maybe about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Yes.
On 2 citations that was paid. And today was my last day of probation. And so I'm trying to see if I'm still, what's the status on that? I thought I was clear of everything after today. Because I was in front of this whole board and they had me on probation for up until today.
We're not saying that you're not going to get renewed. We just weren't going to automatically renew any companies that had some type of violations that we should review.
Okay.
Yeah, we were just taking the, yeah. We're trying to cut down everybody having to get up here and only having to deal with the ones that have had some type of ticket or violation.
Sound like a winner. Thank you so much.
Mr. Fields? Is Ms. Costones aware that you're waiting on her? Okay.
Here's the question. The tickets that have not yet been adjudicated, as well as those tickets which have been adjudicated, but are, in other words, you know, for instance, if you've got a loading violation last October, does that rise to the occasion of non-renewal? So in other words.
So that's a decision that you all need to make in the exercise of your discretion. Like, for example, I had suggested earlier that if people have only one violation, you could arguably interpret that to mean, and this is at your discretion, this is not what I'm telling you to do, that they don't have a pattern of not being able to conform their behavior to the law. But if they have multiples, then that is more problematic. I think the ones that are not adjudicated yet are also somewhat problematic, so you might want to do those piecemeal as well.
All right, and I've been informed that there was 67 permits that we just approved, not 65. All right, Mr. Fields, why don't we start at the top of the order? I guess that would be AJ's Enterprise Party Central Nashville. You said one violation, and what was that for?
They on October the 29th, 2022, had a loading violation. They paid that ticket.
All right.
I'll move to renew.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, AJ Enterprises approved, and that's one permit for one company. Okay. All right, Mr. Fields, we had B&T Party Bus Music City, 2 violations.
Had 2 violations. They were both, one was a parking violation on a parking zone. The other one was parking on a bagged meter. They were defaults. And they were, he said they were paid.
That's the gentleman we just spoke to us, okay. All right, is there a motion on B&T Party Bus Music City?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed?
He came
Until
on
today.
probation today. Could I
Then-
share with him the?
If we could have the slides for Bear, are we ready to go forward?
I guess, point of clarification is just, Mr. Fields, on this is exactly the citation that was asked to be disclosed on the application, correct?
No, these are one, we actually talked about these at this meeting. These are not application issues. These are, did they get a violation or a citation for anything since last year? So these are ones that have been revealed and we knew about.
Right, but we had asked on the application for them to disclose whether or not they had any citations.
Inconsistencies.
Yeah, I'm trying to say,
Oh, I see what
on
you're
the
saying.
application, it says that
Well,
there are none,
if-
but we're saying that there were actually 2.
So I actually forgot one reason you cannot renew a permit, which is if they say something inaccurate on their application.
So we're gonna need to look at each application as we go through this, aren't we?
We have the original applications here.
On BT, you said cannot. On BT, because of the application inconsistency, you said we cannot.
Commissioner Santisteban pointed out the application inconsistency, assuming that to be a fact. No, I don't think it's that you cannot, but you may consider misrepresentation on the application as a basis for non-renewal.
All right, so what's the best process for looking at the applications for any inconsistencies, reporting citations?
Yeah,
Well, we have the applications in our hands.
I can tell you I've gone through all of the applications, and the only one that disclosed a citation or reprimand was Nashville Party Barge.
So would you explain what they can do what they may do, I guess is the right one?
Right. What you may do, if you find that a applicant has made a misrepresentation on their application, that is an allowable basis for non-renewal. Yeah. TD was making a good point that, like, it may be that they got the citations after they filled out the application form. And if that's the case, then they would have been honest when they were filling it out, but they may have been cited subsequently.
All right, and are you saying there's only one company out of the 7 or 8 or so that actually revealed that they had a citation on their application?
Correct.
All right.
But I did not look at the date of the application versus the citations.
And
We
in
can do it as we go. through.
Well, and in this particular case, you actually discussed this in this commission meeting. So he didn't put it on the
Yeah.
application, but this was discussed at this meeting as a part of his hearing.
And for the record, that's B&T Party Bus Music City.
Correct.
All right. I would make a suggestion then that we have a motion to reconsider AJ Enterprise Party Central Nashville's application so we can evaluate whether they reported or not and when it was issued, which is the first one.
What is the number where they're supposed to list?
All right. Are you checking into it, Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, in making his application, question number 9 says, has any owner, partner, officer, director, or company staff member violated any portion of 6.77 of the Metropolitan Code of Law within the 5 years immediately preceding the date of the application? The answer was no.
What was the date of the violation? What-
The
what's the date of
application was March the 9th, 2023.
All right, so clearly AJ did not report on their application, their violation.
Should we hear from them?
And again, Mr. Fields, what was the violation? Oh, it's up there. Loading violation. All right, paid. Is there a representative from AJ's Enterprise Party Central Nashville here? Mm-hmm. Okay, commissioners. What do you all think about a loading violation that was not reported on the application? Do we want to reconsider our previous decision?
From a technical standpoint, it's a violation of a different code.
Again.
Not 677.
It's one. Oh, sorry, Miss.
We might have a tie-breaking factoid.
From a technical standpoint, it's not a violation of 6.77. It would actually be a violation of the parking and traffic and parking code. However, violating the traffic parking code is a violation of 6.77.
Exactly. So that is correct.
Does it rise?
So like what was written on the citation was probably like 1248 or whatever the loading zones are. So they don't have like a citation that actually cites chapter 677, but it is a violation of 677 not to comply with other provisions of the Metropolitan Code. My bad.
All right, so I hope for the representatives of the companies that are remaining here so far that you can appreciate the need to completely, thoroughly, and honestly fill out your applications for next year. But is there any discussion or any interest in rescinding, a motion to rescind our previous approval of AJ Enterprise Party Central Nashville?
I'd just like to state for the record, as Ms. Costones pointed out, one violation does not necessarily show consistency in violation, and I would consider that in not rescinding it, in that it's one violation with no consistency.
All right. Any further discussion or concerns from anybody? All right, let's move on. I think we're up to Barefoot Enterprise Nashville Party Barge, right? B&T's already been approved, and that was the one where his violations we all discussed either last month or the month before, and he was on probation till today. So
Yeah, but you can still consider that, I think. Okay.
moving on. Barefoot Enterprise Nashville Party Barge, and someone standing up at the podium.
Yeah, Joel Stampley with Welcher Secretary.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Mr. Fields, can you tell us what, I guess the two violations are listed up there. They're both loading violations, May 23rd and March.
One in June. They
Okay.
have not yet been adjudicated.
And were they reported, when was their application filled out?
Their application was turned in on March the 10th.
And so these violations are all applying, right?
Line item, or excuse me, number 14, 2 parking. Metropolitan Code violations, 2 parking tickets for the
So
application.
you did put it on your application?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. All right.
And those 2 tickets were paid the 25th. Yeah, 2 days ago. So.
They were issued after that.
I don't know. Maybe they supplemented.
Are there other tickets? There's parking tickets, but these are loading violations.
Working with the clerk's office to put this report together, I have the Metro citations, the violations of the code section specific to entertainment transportation. I don't have records of non-moving parking tickets.
All right, so you reported parking tickets, but we've got load violations that were after the application. Okay,
Parking tickets were dismissed. We paid the loading violations.
all right,
So 2 loading violations.
all right. And they're post-application, so,
Correct.
all right. Is
Where
it,
did the loading violations occur?
TD?
Were they the same place? Be curious to know if you just keep doing it at the same place.
about 2 weeks apart?
I'll just let her clarify for.
I'm Susan with Barefoot Entertainment. No, one of them was on Broadway dropping off at the new Moxie Hotel. And that driver actually had dropped, it pulled out, was at the red light, and the guy came and told him he's going to mail us his ticket, and he did. The second one was over at the Music City Center. He was dropping off customers there to walk across the street also to a hotel, and he was ticketed.
Inspectors are present if you need to ask any more questions.
Then I also see something about TLC discipline to ET permits revoked. So there's been a little history.
I was not counsel for that. That was one of our partner sons, Jonathan Farmer. I understand that two permits were revoked, sanctions were issued. Client has thoroughly complied with all those sanctions, and they're set to expire, I believe, on the 30th. And it was a mistake. She did not personally commit it, but nonetheless, I mean, it goes up, but she owned it and was honest about it and corrected it.
So what are we considering here today? 2 permits or 4?
She only has 2
Okay.
permits and 2 revoked. She's requested 4.
So she was awarded 4 in June of 2022. This incident happened in November. 2 of the 4 were revoked, and now she is seeking to recoup the additional 2 to make it back to 4.
Yeah, this
Correct.
is what reduced us from 89 to
87,
87.
89, correct.
So the only permits that she would be eligible for automatic renewal on would be to 2.
Anything further?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve automatic renewal of the 2 permits that the
Second.
Barefoot Entertainment National Party Lodge are eligible for renewal.
I heard a second. All right, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we've dealt with Big Green Tractor, Clyde Rides LLC. Oh, no, we've already dealt with that. All right, we're all the way down to Music City Fire Truck. Thank you for keeping me on track. All right, Music City Fire Truck, operating after hours.
They had a citation issued about a month ago. The owner's not here. He had a 6-month ago vacation planned with family, could not be in town. He had a representative. On that particular case, he physically emailed me that, or sent me a text, as I remember that evening. He was in traffic at 11:15, and he received a citation. I think in the ticket, was it 11:15? 11:12. His text was, "I'm stuck in traffic, what do I do?" And they handed him the ticket. I said, "Take the ticket."
So he texted you at the moment that he couldn't?
I got it in that same time period.
All right. And that was issued March 25th, 2023, right?
You're right.
All right, I'm assuming the application was probably about March 10th or so, so no problem
The
there.
deadline was the 12th.
All right.
Where was he stuck in traffic?
I don't know that I could.
Oh, good Lord.
The corner of 4th and Commerce.
Yeah.
He
It's
was
not even
ma-
close to being out town,
Not even close.
close to the, what do you call it, close to the bar?
But you had actually, no, I mean, you had asked, you had a conversation, but about that, and he was on the way, as I call it, back to the barn. They were going back to I've been to where he houses it. And he said he was on the way back. I'm not defending him, I'm just saying what he said.
So the address for the citation is 401 Commerce.
Any idea where the barn is?
The barn, he would be heading out toward, it's a large storage facility out behind the Cracker Barrel off of I-20, I-40 at the Stewart's Ferry Pike exit.
He couldn't get south through the interstate.
We have several vehicles that are stored there.
All right, any further discussion before we ask for a motion? All right, is there a motion on Music City Fire Truck, which I think the gentleman in the blue shirt read the letter from the company owner?
I'll move to renew the permit.
I second, on candor alone.
All right. Any discussion or further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Are we up to now Nash Trash Tours?
Nash Trash Tour had one citation issued November the 19th, 2022, had parked in a bike lane.
So that's not me. I'm actually Party Central. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I left a while ago and I came back.
Who are you with? I'm sorry.
Party Central Nashville, AJ's Enterprise LLC. That's fine. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for checking in. All right, Nash Trash Tours, parked in a bike lane.
November 19th, 2022.
Oh, I'm waiting for someone to say
They
something
would
down
have
the end of it.
Actually, I think they were parked in a bike lane loading is what it amounts to. So the ticket, that's what the ticket was for, correct? Yeah. Mhm.
And it's been
Is there an
paid.
address?
It has been paid.
It just shows we need better bike lane. You can't park here.
Korean veterans in 5th.
It's illegal to park in bike lanes.
Yes.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
And Mr. Fields, was this disclosed on the application?
It was not.
All right, is anybody here from Nash Trash Tours?
She is not. She had an emergency she had to go deal with.
All right, so we actually have two things that we have to consider, and that is the parked in the bike lane, one offense, paid, and failure to disclose it on the application. Why don't we go ahead and do it in
Could I
proper
ask
order?
I guess a procedural question. Could we take these violations, after we approve, let's say we approve it, can we take disciplinary action based on the after approval?
On the parking in the bike lane specifically?
No, about any
Or
of
on
these
the failure to disclose in the application?
Either one.
I think you could.
Something less than a denial. That's my point.
Is this a parking violation that is related to what we talked about before, which is a violation of our code?
It would be a
section
violation
versus-
of another code that would then become a violation of our code.
So it was that one that could be confusing about whether you,
I think the director cited section 070, which I assume would be of 677.
Yes, they actually, they actually reference 677-.420.
All right,
So it's Rule 070D, but it's Metropolitan Code in section of 6.77.420, so it's our regulation.
So it should have been, it was clear that it should have been disclosed.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, is there a motion about Nash Trash Tours?
I'll make a motion to do an automatic renewal, and with suggestion that the commission think about further disciplinary action after this.
Any discussion?
Curious if the motion can stand because the applicant wouldn't be eligible for an automatic renewal, correct? Because of the failure to report a violation?
So it's not a mandatory thing. It's permissive, that you can consider that in deciding to decline the renewal, but you don't have to.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm definitely a proponent of, having this be disclosed, but up until this point, we haven't, we've only approved the applications for those who haven't disclosed, so I don't know that at this point, we can actually enforce that on one without being discriminatory.
However, since we can consider these for disciplinary action, I'd suggest in the future we do so. So, yeah,
That's fine.
yeah, I mean, something less than a denial.
And it would be helpful if the representative from Nash Trash Tours were here to go ahead and address, so we could ask some questions to decide whether future action was necessary or not, but they're not, so. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed? All right, correct me if I'm wrong, but are we to Nashville Ultimate Party Bus now?
You are?
All right. Oh, my goodness. Retired. So we're looking at the incidences on April 1st, 2023, right? Because the other two were retired, the three on the April 1st.
They were after the deadline for application, so they can't be they would not have been able to put them on their application.
And what does that mean, operating without an NDOT logo? Okay.
What that means is they had a vehicle out that had not been inspected and was operating without our knowledge.
So they had a vehicle out that wasn't supposed to be on the road.
So that sounds serious.
Mm-hmm.
And is this one vehicle or multiple vehicles?
The inspectors are present that could address it.
All right. Which inspector do we need to call, Mr. Fields?
Russell? You here? Come on up, sir.
Listen, because this is kind of a more serious matter, I'm going to place you under oath, please. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Inspector Russell, Jimmy Russell.
Mr. Inspector Russell, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Could you help elaborate a little bit on those April 1st, 2023 two citations?
They're all at different drivers. They're all at different drivers.
And could you also tell us what you're looking at, please?
I am looking at the Metro citation that I issued and gave to the drivers. When I approached the vehicle, first off, they were parked over there just off of 7th Avenue and Broadway, and that entire area is basically a no parking, no loading, unloading, anything like that. They were parked over there to unload. And so I got them a citation they were unloading passengers in a no parking area. And then while I was at the location, I was just, doing my walk around the vehicle, and I noticed it didn't have any NDOT stickers on it. And it's far enough into the process now where any of the vehicles that have the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity all have the NDOT sticker on the back rear of the vehicle. And it didn't have any stickers. So I issued the citation for the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity is what they were issued for, and also parking and unloading in the area. Like I said, I didn't see the sticker. Every vehicle that has the certificate with us has that sticker now, so if I see that, that's a giveaway that shouldn't be on the road. I asked the drivers why they were driving a vehicle without the sticker, and they said this is just the one our boss told us to take out, so.
Question, so 2 different citations for operating without an NDOT logo. two different buses, two different drivers, is that correct?
Yes, one of the citations was issued by Inspector Smith. She's not here right now, so I can't speak on that one. But the one on April 1st at 7:01 p.m. and then at 6:57 p.m. Both of those were mine, and it was the parked and unloading in the no parking area, and then one of them was their certificate of public convenience and necessity. And Inspector Smith also saw them out and cited them for the certificate of public convenience and necessity. So they have an inspection, they have a citation from two different inspectors.
Single vehicle?
It's the same vehicle. Like I said, I wasn't out there with her for this one, but I'm assuming it was the same one. This one from Inspector Smith was at 2:34 p.m., so it was earlier in the day. I had no idea she even saw this one out there and cited them for it. So it was the same day she saw them out there operating that she issued it.
Thank you.
They only have one permit, so. Well, unless they. Wait.
They've totaled three
Well, you're right,
permits.
yeah. Yeah.
But they
So
have
they have
one
three, okay.
entertainment and two sightseeing.
So Officer Reynolds, you're confident that it's the same vehicle cited two different times on the same day?
That one that I cited was the first time because I've seen Ultimate Party buses, their permitted vehicles driving around, and I've seen them all, looked them up and down, I don't know how many times going up and down Broadway, and they all have the sticker on it, the NDOT sticker. This is the first time I had seen any one of their vehicles out without an NDOT sticker. So just with me seeing it that same day, I'm assuming it was the same one that I had seen. Because like I said, in all, since last summer, this was the first vehicle I had seen without the sticker from that company.
So it's fair to say that after the first citation was issued, they didn't take the vehicle off the road?
Safe to say, yes. Let me just double check.
Is there not any information on the citation that identifies it to be exactly the same vehicle? Yeah.
On the citation, it asks for the business name and location. We can put the driver's license as well on there.
Do you put the vehicle tag number?
On the citation?
Yeah.
No. We usually just put the company name and the driver. We don't usually put the tag number. Up until recently, all of them didn't have the stickers on the
No,
back.
but I mean, the actual.
The license, no, there's no spot on the citation for that. This, all the information on the Metro citation is driver's license info and the info for who was operating the vehicle.
Can we pause just one? Commissioner Carter, you were sharing something with some of the other commissioners. Could you share it with everybody, please, and make it available for the public? Okay.
My phone of the Ultimate Party bus with no sticker out on the street. I did send this over to Mr. Fields.
When was that taken?
Hold on, I'm gonna check the date.
Okay.
And there were, this particular day, I took this picture because I saw one out with the tag, and then I saw this one without. And I sent this to Billy. This was taken on April the 1st at 1:20 p.m.
That's the same day.
When Ms. Alarcon shared the information with me, I then shared it with the enforcement team.
Correct.
And the enforcement team were able to identify the vehicle on the street.
Correct. But I had sent it because there were two of them out at that time. One had a sticker and this one did not.
We ever get an explanation why they didn't have the sticker on this vehicle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Officer Reynolds.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Well,
My understanding, I asked Heather, she's down in Orlando because their child's in one of these cheerleading competitions.
Could you state her whole name, please?
My name is Chris Finley.
Yeah, and then
And
the
Heather
person-
Comer.
Thank you.
And I asked her, I said, "You have any citations?" She says, "Yes, I have a citation because my bus was down on a day, and my understanding is she said that she talked to Mr. Fields." Okay, well, then,
Well,
right, all right.
and just so we're clear on the record here, when you were saying that she talked to Mr. Fields, he was shaking his head no, and
I understand, yeah. So, but my understanding was she had a bus down, and then she had 5 buses before the new circumstances. So she mothballed 2 and has the 2 that are for sightseeing and the one that's entertainment. And I thought she, had that squared away, but she had a bus down, so she used one of the buses that was still operational. She was paying insurance on.
That's an ET and 2 that are sightseeing. A sightseeing, there's nothing in the rules that would preclude a sightseeing bus from being used as a backup for an ET bus. In this case, this bus had no identification on it, which means it was not inspected. The 2 sightseeing, but the ET of the 2 sightseeing buses would have been inspected and would have had decals placed on them by either me or Mr. Schlafer, because we inspected the buses this year.
so this bus that is out without the NDOT logo.
Unless they remove
Is it a sightseeing or an ET?
I cannot answer that.
Okay.
Again, unless they remove the numbers and the decal. And there's no way for me to know that.
All right. No.
I can read what she texted me, if that's admissible.
Yes, if you want to.
Okay.
You got to ask whether it helps you or hurts you.
I do not know that. I'm not a lawyer. My brother was that. Okay. Asked her about the sticker. She goes, "That's what I'm telling you to tell them. We had a bus down and I used a spare. We were told by Billy that we could use the spare if we had a bus down. I have never operated other than that one run without a sticker. You have to tell them that." And
Unless she, and again, I don't recall the phone call, and I don't have an email that I'm finding on my phone. Unless I would have told her she can use another authorized bus, or made an assumption she was moving the sightseeing over to it. Because that it wouldn't be the first time a sightseeing bus would be used as an ET on a very temporary basis.
But your recollection, go ahead, please.
She could not have moved that sticker over from the one bus that you had inspected to the bus that was not inspected and use it.
We would have inspected 3 buses. They would have had one bus that had an NDOT decal on it, that would have had a unique number on it. The other one would also have an NDOT decal on it with the letter S, and also a unique number that matches the company. So if she, again, I guess the decals could have been removed by someone, and I mean, I'm not going to speculate on that. But, what I can tell you is, it is possible she asked to run a different bus, but it would have been a bus that would have been an inspected bus, not
So you
a new
have not
bus.
inspected 5 buses, you have inspected 3.
That's what we would have inspected.
All right, and it makes common sense to know that she can only put out on the street a bus that has been inspected and has an NDOT logo on it.
well, she may have been confused about that, but I cannot speak to what her thought process was.
I've gotten it's amazing how people know these things. I've just gotten an email from her. Here's what she says. At the last meeting last year, we asked a question about if we have a bus go down for maintenance, could we use one of the spares? In her mind, I'm assuming that means spares is one of the sightseeing. She was told yes. I only operated 1 run on that spare bus that one day. The buses not permitting have been sitting and not running. Please let the board know this. We are not running buses without permits. So No, it's the same date. So what she's saying is that she did it one time. She was under the belief that it was appropriate to use one of the other buses. How that bus did not have any decals on it, I can't answer. We inspected all buses presented for service. If she did intend to put it in service, we would not have inspected it.
Or she has another bus that's not been inspected and is sitting in the wings and she used it.
That's possible. That's possible. I can't answer that.
All right, and what's before us today is whether to renew the application or not, and we can also consider whether to renew all the permits or not. But
So-
we're really not in a position today to take action like suspension or probation or something of that nature.
Correct. You could do that separately if you wanted to just go ahead and renew the permits and then, like Mr. Rogers said earlier, consider suggesting to staff that disciplinary be better. It does look like from the dates that maybe those matters have not actually yet been adjudicated in environmental court. So y'all could wait and see what the court does with it, and then if they find a violation, y'all could discipline her on that basis.
Say we pretty much have the proof in the pudding already today, though, from what we've heard. But that being said, so we either approve the application, not approve the application, approve the application and reduce the number of permits, or
Bring her for disciplinary action at a future meeting.
and I think we're all probably going to all be in agreement that it should come back for disciplinary action later. So I'm up for any motion that somebody wants to make. I can't make them because I'm the vice chair today.
I'll move that we renew the permits for the Ultimate Party bus. With the caveat that we'll be looking at potential discipline for.
Second.
All right, so the motion's on the table about renewing the 3 permits and then having it put on the agenda for disciplinary action, or for consideration to disciplinary action. Is that correct?
Mr. Rogers seconded.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now, what are we up to next? Redneck Comedy Tour.
There are 2 citations, both issued on the 18th. One is parking in a taxi cab stand, the other is operating without a driver's permit. There is a backstory to this particular one. The driver that was ticketed actually has a permit. It was in the office, in the folder for him to pick it up. The company said that they did not understand that, it did not pick it up, but it had been approved and issued and exists. So when he goes to court, it would he's got a permit.
It's probably going to be dismissed then when he goes to court. So we have parked in a taxi stand, though.
I'm assuming he was loading or parked or loading. Do you have that citation, or is that was that on First and Broad?
It was John Lewis Way.
Oh, Fifth.
The driver was pulled over loading in a taxi stand, which is not approved per Metro Code. It was cited as 6.77.420 under Rule 070D.
So he would have been there between the Omni and the Convention Center. She's good.
And the court date's May 23rd. And is there any issue about about it being disclosed on the application?
It would have been after the application deadline.
Okay. Is there anybody here from Redneck Comedy Tours?
Yes, sir.
Oh. So what's the deal about the parked in a taxi stand?
My understanding is that it was after we applied for the application. And the gentleman parked in a correct spot.
So your understanding from your investigation is that it is a legitimate citation?
He got a citation, I do believe.
Yeah, but he's
So
guilty.
also the company then notified all the other drivers in the company, and we are very aware of where we cannot park or drop off, I should say.
Well, I appreciate you talking about the remedial action taken by the company.
Absolutely. We want to play by the rules.
Does anybody else have questions? Is there a motion?
Be that there's only one citation, I think in keeping with the others that we've approved, I would move to approve renewal.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of approval of Redneck Comedy Tours application, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's granted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question of staff? This is probably gonna sound stupid, but are these people just parking anywhere they damn well please to load and unload? No, I mean, in general, just in general, not this, I'm sorry, not you specifically, but just in general is the industry.
Yes and no. And when we catch them, they are cited. When we do not catch them, they're not cited. But we are getting much more, we're down, as you can see, we're down there and we're catching more of it than we had in the past.
Hopefully, they all learn.
I hope.
But I do think, there we go. I do think there is a need for additional clarity and specificity around where the locations are that are for.
So the regulations for party buses says they cannot stop and load and unload in our right-of-way. So if we find one stopping and loading and unloading in our right-of-way, a ticket is written. So they're not supposed to be stopping anywhere in the right-of-way. We do have problems with them doing that, and when they are found, we cite them accordingly. I need a person on every street.
The loading activity is 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
So a lot of the ETVs, not including the sightseeing, actually have partnerships with the different bars and establishments downtown, and they stop and let people off, and they go in and they buy drinks, and then they come and they get back on the bus. And that happens, and when we catch that, we actually stop. Or they'll stop and let them off to take pictures at the murals and stuff. Again, when we catch that, we actually stop and we write tickets accordingly.
And it could be another factor going into the decision about how many permits for public necessity and convenience is the lack of deterrence or lack of general deterrence by, or compliance by the companies and the drivers to comply with the regulations that have been set by this commission, which is it just dawned on me as another factor. I hope that the general deterrence is going to increase with the realization that people are getting cited out there, and they're going to be called here before this commission for these violations. But if it's not, then I think the blatant violations and the lack of compliance may be something to consider on how many permits should be issued. Yep. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I know that we applied possibly for 3 permits. We only have 2, and that's tabled until further discussion. Very good. Thank you.
Are we up to Rowdy Bus now?
Yes.
Rowdy Bus.
Rowdy Bus has 3 citations, one's retired, but not counting that one. And these are all after the deadline. On April the 1st, they received a citation for operating after 11 p.m. On the 8th, they received 2 citations, both on loading violations, and I'll defer to the director on where.
Okay. So the first one I have here is the ETV must be off the road by 11 p.m. Observed the bus still with passengers on at 2310. That was at Peabody Street and Representative John Lewis Way. That was under Rule 6.77.420. Code 6.77.420, Rule 070F. And that is the date of April the 1st.
Do they have a time?
2310. And this
I'm
was,
sorry.
yeah, 2310 is when the citation was written.
It's that military thing.
But the officer did write that it was observed with passengers still on it. Then there's this one, well, this is September 22nd, which was actually retired. Then there is another one. This is dated Saturday, April the 8th. This was, again, violation 6.77.420 under Rule 070D. ETV was parked in an area to load and unload that was no parking. ETV must load and unload in an approved area per Metro Code. Actually, by regulations, we're not supposed to be in the unloading loading zone. And then this is another one that was cited on April the 8th, and again, 6.77.420, Rule 070D. And the first one was written at 1756, and this one was written at 1759. And it was given to two separate people. ETV was pulled over and loaded in an area that is no parking or standing anytime. ETV must load and unload in an approved area per Metro Code. So they had two vehicles that were loading and unloading in an illegal area. Thank you.
So my two unloading and
Sorry. Please identify yourself.
I'm Chaz Barker, owner of Rowdy Bus. So the two citations parked in the unloading and unloading zone, they were parked back to back in front of Yeehaw. That was when the bathroom location for mainly 50% of us all shut down that weekend, so we were figuring it out. We did have a security guard and a police officer say it was okay to park there as long as it's done for 10 minutes. And then the DOT guy went over and ticketed both vehicles. I can only do one thing, is just not do it again. The after hours one, that's like maybe a block from our drop-off location. So 10 minutes late, I understand that maybe we got stuck in traffic, but we need to get there a little bit faster. But it's maybe a block from our drop-off location.
Where is your drop-off location?
At 704 4th Avenue South, so right next to the listening room. I also just leased the building right next to that for our bathroom location, which solves the issue of going to Yeehaw. So it cost me about $3,000 or $4,000 after I got that citation, but I eliminated it that very following Monday. So it won't happen again. No, sir.
I'll make a motion to renew.
Any discussion?
Just as we have very few applicants still here, I do think that, look, violations are unfortunate. I hope folks have learned their lesson. At the reapplication time, we've been tolerant. I can't, next year, we've been tolerant this year. I don't know how my fellow commissioners will think about next year, but I would really, really hope that these violations decline. I get honest mistakes happen, but I'm hopeful that next year we see very, very few.
Well, I can tell you that my mindset in that learning curve, I'm going to throw a biblical thing out there and say, spare the rod, spoil the child. So, if lessons are not learned, we are here for a purpose, and it's not just to say, oh, okay, don't do it again. My mindset, I'm not speaking for the board, that's where my mindset is. I'm lenient because we are learning. You guys are learning as well. You're figuring out bathroom, parking, the whole nine. But some point you got to graduate. So.
I just would like to share with the commission, if I could, I do track the number of citations that are written month over month, and I just want to share that they are increasing. They're not going down. So I just want to share that out with the commission. ET sightseeing, we pull them in together.
That's very discouraging, especially given that the ET are on thin ice with the public.
They might solve their own problem.
Is there, all right, we've had a motion on Rowdy Bus. There was a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Does that cover all of the renewals?
No,
Tennessee
Oh.
Transport Services.
Tennessee
Joyride.
Transport Services. Joyride, and he's present.
Yeah.
November the 12th, 2022, there was a loading violation.
It was an emergency bathroom. The driver made a call. He was suspended for 4 months after the incident. So
Who had the emergency, the driver or one of the
one of
passengers?
the passengers.
Okay.
So she was adamant on one or the other, and he made a call. So he shouldn't have. But I think we're going to put a bucket on the bus of some sort, just in case. I mean, if it comes down to that, I mean, that's what we're going to have to do.
That might be a violation of some other legislation now, you know, but
I'm just,
I've got to ask you this question because I've been picky about it. I noticed this citation was November 2022, correct? Did you disclose it on your application?
Yes, we did. He sent me a picture on it was on one of our pages. At the end, it said violation, and then I actually had it listed.
So you listed it back into the body of that, which.
Correct.
Some of the applicants.
Yeah, we
Rather
say see attached.
Yeah.
Just because the information might be a lot larger for policies, pictures, the information that we present.
May take a second.
I stand corrected. It is.
Violations here, loading, he did. It's back on, shows as number 14, violation 11. He's got it.
We try.
And I would just make
We're
a
trying.
suggestion.
We're trying.
Lightning strikes it generally doesn't strike in the same place or that often. So just as it impressed me that the gentleman that was going to be running late actually got on the phone and called Mr. Fields or called the office and left him a note. I would just suggest in the future, if you guys have an emergency versus someone explode on your bus, hey, I got an emergency. And so at least if there's a violation, in my eyes, if Mr. Fields said, I did get a text from him at 11:15, before you got the ticket.
He gets a lot of messages from us now.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Fields.
Yeah, he gets a lot
text. I said a text.
He gets a lot of messages from us now.
And
just
and
for
I would suggest it be before the time indicated on the ticket, not to save yourself after.
Gotcha. And we left it up. We didn't fight the court case. We didn't do any of that just because we leave it up to the driver. They're responsible for that, so they have to pay it, and they're responsible. So we leave it up to the driver for that responsibility. But it's our infraction. But I sincerely apologize. And
thank you, Mr. Sizer.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, I think we have remaining the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new applicants, which. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I make a motion to approve Tennessee Transport Service Joyride.
Second.
Do we need to say the number?
Just
Okay.
automatic.
Yep. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, folks, we have remaining on our agenda are the new applicants. Any thoughts as to going through them, or we go through them one by one and vote on them, or do we consider the fact that we have now gone above our number of 70 that we found earlier? Yes, should be.
So I was gonna say, like, the time pressure issue is not there with the new applications. But yes, you can make a decision tonight if you want to.
Or we can defer it to the May 25th meeting. Now, I do know that all the people are here who put in their new applications.
May I address the commission?
Sure, first identify yourself again.
Rachel
please.
Lawson.
Yeah.
So attorney who represents one of the applicants. So, all of these businesses, we've been here for 7 hours. We're ready to go. We put these applications in. My client specifically has been dealt in massive inequity. So I would very much like for his application to be heard. We've put in our papers the various inequities that have happened that are not the commission's fault, that are a third party who was granted renewal applications, who had her permits revoked, who spoke unauthorized on an application.
And what's the name of the company you're representing again, please?
The Nashville Party Truck.
Okay.
And you also are over the quota. So as, from our perspective, I won't speak for the rest of the body that is present. Why stop now? But for his particularly, his is a very unique situation, extremely unique. If you'd like me to review it again, I'm happy to do so.
I'm going to take a poll of the commissioners as to whether they want to go forward or not,
Sure.
and we'll decide here in a moment.
Sure.
All right, it's kind of an unusual situation. It's late, but I can stay. I'm asking everybody else here, and actually I'll take in consideration the executive director, legal counsel, staff, everyone else involved, as well as NDOC director and
I move we adjourn. We treat everybody the same. Chair waiting, sorry, but.
so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I'm open to the discussion then.
I would prefer to treat everybody, hear all of them, not one or none, certainly. I'm delighted to sit here for another 3 or 4 hours. I'd like to stand up for a sec. Walk around, but I know, people have commitments and family and need dinner.
I would prefer to address these issues when I'm sharper, which is not now. My blood sugar is dropping. But I'm certainly willing to do a called meeting if we need to before May 25th in order to handle this.
I agree that we should be equitable in how we treat all of the applicants. I just can't, in good conscience, approve any additional permits, given what we've already heard in terms of the public inconvenience. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Mr. Fields, isn't there a time that we have to be out of this building?
Well, the scares are very heavy at this point.
Yeah.
Call your attention to, I'm not sure adjournment is debatable or even discussable. It's votable. Unless you're interrupting business, you can debate it, but you have a motion which may need to deal with. I'm not trying to be technical, but we do try to follow Robert's rules.
All right, there's a motion on the table. There's been a second. I'm not permitted to vote, but all those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Is there any opposed to adjourning?
Aye.
Yeah. Yes, I'm opposed.
All right, so 2 opposed and 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor of adjourning. Is that correct? Am I get the count right? All right, we're adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.